Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Avian Mutation Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The air is stale, mold speckling the roof like homemade stars. It's cold, and teeth chattering is audible through footsteps emerging from down the hall. A door swings open, marking the wall with another hole as a woman steps into the eerie room, huffing at the sight before her. What did I tell you, sweetheart? On the floor, in the corner, was a boy. To hide them. And furled out behind him like a cloak were dark green wings. Izuku Midoriya was young when he learned that not all men were created equal. He had thought that once his quirk manifested, he could be. Oh, how he wished he wasn't so naive. Izuku shifts uncomfortably to the feeling of the tight binding squeezing his chest. His labored, but quiet breaths part between his lips as he forces himself to sit still during his class. He can feel the constriction on his back and the joints of his wings are plagued with the tremors down to the soles of his feet. Sighing out another wave of discomfort, Izuku tries to focus on writing something down on his worksheet but finds it blank. The pen in his hand jitters softly to the vice grip he has on it, willing that the clicking of the clock in front of him moves faster. He silently wishes to himself that he can make it back home in time to avoid another night of laying on the cold wooden floor, writing out the deep-rooted agony of his neglect to his wings. Being forced to bind them tightly, Izuku often experiences aches due to the restriction of his wings. Pulled close and firm to his back for the majority of the hours each day leading to serious chronic pain. From this Izuku has had sleepless nights where all he had known to do was mumble his cries into a sheeted bed on the ground and hope the cool floor brought comfort to the cramping. However, despite the suffering, Izuku was forced to rebind his wings before school by his mother. Though Izuku believes that she would rather him never take it off to begin with. Overhead the bell rings, signaling the end to the day, and Izuku couldn't help crying a little in relief. Quick to pack up his belongings into his worn, yellow rucksack, he picks up his notebook, moving to put it away when a hand slams down onto the surface of his desk. Startling Izuku from his excitement to leave, a hand reached over and snatched his book straight from his grasp. Izuku hears Bakugo bark out a loud laugh as he reads over the title to his group of lackeys. "Give that back, Kakin." Izuku cries a little, reaching up to grab his notebook from the blonde. "This is pathetic, Deku. Don't tell me you think note-taking will get you into the hero course at UA?" Bakugo says, taunting it over his head as if reminding Izuku of what his quirk could do to it. Frowning at what he said, Izuku inwardly sank lower into his seat. Willing away the tears that spark at the jab to his dream, Izuku takes a steady breath and looks down at his hands. Furled around the edge of his shirt, he shrinks into himself and just begs for their laughter to stop ringing in his head. "Hey, don't ignore me, Deku. Do you take being a hero as a joke? Or is that what all you quirkless losers think?" Bakugo says, slamming the notebook harshly on the top of his desk. He sneers at Izuku when he whimpers in response to the onslaught of questions. "Freak." He mumbles out and marches past Izuku's desk. Shaking slightly, Izuku tries blinking away the tears pooling on his lashes, clenching his trembling lips. Izuku hears the laughing of Bakugo and the boys trailing him, listening as it stops by the doorway of the classroom. "Oh, yeah," the blonde suddenly announces, as if the thought was left unsaid until now. "I might know how you can become a better hero." Looking up slightly, he sees the small giggles coming from the lackeys and the smirk falling over Bakugo's lips as he watches Izuku break down at his words. "Pray for a quirk in your next life before jumping off the roof of a building. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to get one worthy enough to be a hero." Bakugo barks out and walks out of the classroom. For a while, Izuku just sits at his desk, wide-eyed and trembling. Sniffling, Izuku says, "Would you have said the same knowing I had one?" Although Izuku has previously been excited to go home and take off the binding on his wings, that same feeling has faded as he climbs his way up a flight of stairs. It was almost sundown by the time Izuku made his way out onto the terrace rooftop. A cool breeze of the evening flitted through his hair as he stepped out into the open area. He had wanted to go home, but the very thought of seeing his mother made his heart clog up in his throat and die on his tongue. She always fretted to him about the importance of binding his wings to his back. "People will see them as valuable and will try to take them from you. Your wings are very unique, dear. You are disgusted by them, aren't you, mother?" Izuku swears he can hear her defiance, only to mistake it for the chatter of people down below. "Promise me you'll bind them. No one can know." "Okay, Izuku dear." Sniffling, Izuku begins untying his shoes. "Yeah, right." He takes them off and places them side by side as if he were leaving them by the Genkan. Placing his bag down alongside the red shoes, Izuku begins unclipping his school shirt. Taking it off reveals a black fabric hugging his torso, pressing down on the appendages bound to his back. It was a gift from his last birthday, as he had grown out of the one he got as a child. Just the thought that it had been the only thing he unwrapped that morning sent a sob out of his mouth. Peeling off its Velcro, Izuku throws it to the ground in an action akin to disgust. His wings immediately droop out of the tight confines and fall to his side unnaturally. Sighing in relief, Izuku glances over his shoulder and frowns at them. Over the years, Izuku had only groomed his feathers a measly handful of times, causing them to look unruly and unkempt and, quite sadly, looking broken. He knew they looked hideous, but despite that, he couldn't help but feel the pain in his chest at how he had let this happen. Now shirtless and numbing a bit to the breeze, Izuku steps up towards the edge indefinitely and admires the orange hues fading behind the other buildings around him. Lights around him began twinkling, lighting up the city as if welcoming the night. Izuku couldn't help but fall back into the thoughts of what Bakugo had said. Maybe he was right, his dream was hopeless, and as someone who was quirkless, highly unachievable. At least in his words. The idea of jumping off the roof has plagued him all through his walk to the tallest building he could find. And Izuku is now substantially positive in the fact that he would be following along with the advice. Shaking, Izuku stumbles over the railing and feels amused to think of how these could even prevent a death. Placing his hands on the bars behind him, Izuku leans over a little to look at the pavement. A fall from this height would be sure to kill anyone, quirkless or not. Briefly, he acknowledges that his wings will try to catch him on instinct, but they are flimsy and weak. The years of neglect had finally caught up to him. He frowns, knowing, with such sadness in his heart, that not even his own body is strong enough to save itself. A sudden thought to leave a note by his belongings crosses his mind, but he discards the thought just as quickly as he remembers no one would truly miss him that long that they'd need something as pivotal as a suicide note. Although it's usually in good conscience to write one, Izuku finds himself to not care. A sudden rush of his heartbeat thumps under his ears as he leans further forward, letting one hand go from the railing to swipe at the tears cascading down his cheeks. His lips tremble as he remembers the suffering he had endured due to the status of his quirk. Quirklessness, even. All those horrible things his mother tried drilling into his head, her ensuring that she loved him despite how she would check up on him hourly to make sure the bindings were still on. If you loved me, you wouldn't have hidden me the way you did. He remembers Bakugo's sweaty hand on his chest before the explosions pop in his face and charring his skin black. The harsh things yelled at him and the request to kill himself. It all comes flooding back as a sudden knock of wind slams into his wings, igniting a painful gasp. Izuku's fingers begin peeling off the bar as he leans forward more. Briefly, he thinks what Bakugo will think when his face is on the news about a suicide attempt. A sadness befalls Izuku, thinking that he wouldn't care, he would be unfazed by the death of his childhood friend caused by his own sparking hands. Swallowing the dryness in his throat, Izuku lets the last pump of adrenaline fill his body as he fully lets go of the railing. He drops over the ledge as if he was shot from the sky. The feeling of cold air feels exhilarating against his wings and skin, making the feathers fan out to slow his fall. But as weak as they were, they flail uselessly behind, and for a moment Izuku wants to think this is what flying feels like. Between his half-lidded eyes, he sees the pavement come closer. He hears the screams of people below. A sad, small smile covers his lips as closes his eyes and descends to the ground. The rushing in his ears deafens him, shaking the insides of his head and clogging it up. Screaming grows closer and closer, and Izuku knows he's close to his death. But in a sudden rush, the wind is knocked from his chest and his fall stops immutability. He heaved as he felt himself lowered to the ground gently. Voices calls out to him and hands are on his shoulder, holding him gently. Only after he catches his breath through choked sobs does he open his eyes. Something similar to a wobbled gasp passes through Izuku's lips as he sees who had prevented his fall. Because standing in front of him is no one other than the number 3 hero, Hawks. "All right everyone, step back please," Hawks says, glancing to his right at the crowd of civilians gathered to witness. Izuku couldn't help but sit there in stunned silence as he observed the hero before him. Crouching down, Hawks pulls Izuku closer to him and wraps his red wings around the two, a makeshift barrier to secure some sort of privacy. But in all honesty, Izuku was more comforted by the action. "Are you all right, kid?" the winged hero asks softly, grasping Izuku close with unconcealed concern. Izuku nodded dumbly, unable to form words. The shock of falling off a roof barely caught up to his sluggish brain as Hawks looked all over his body. He can't help but watch as the hero frowns at the state of his wings, a clear difference from the big red ones on his back. Izuku knows he must think how disgusting they look compared to his own. However, it might be his job to make sure he was all right. It still warmed his heart that someone had even thought to spare him a glance long enough to see if he was okay, even if they saw his ruined wings. His eyes begin to pool with more unshed tears, and a racked sob spill from his mouth as Izuku dips to the floor and grasps at the pavement. His chest shakes and his wings jitters to his sorrow. Hawks could only frown at Izuku, seeming to sense the deep-rooted pain radiating to the heavy cries falling from his lips. Hey, hey. It's okay, baby bird. Izuku hears Hawks whisper to him. Gloved hands cup at the sides of his face and wipe at the tears on his cheeks. Izuku couldn't help the tears streaming from his eyes, a trembling in his lips, and he tried to nod at the hero's words. The sudden guilt of attempting to kill himself hits full swing and his chest seizes in regret. It seems that the hero understood the implications of his fitful crying as his head was soon brought to Hawk's chest. A hand rests on hair as it is rubbed and soothed. Hawks begin to chitter softly at him, mimicking the comforting sounds of a mother bird. It takes a while for Izuku to calm himself to form a coherent sentence, but once he does he regrettably pulls away from the hero. The red wings get folded back to Hawk's back and only now Izuku realized that they were alone. Sorry. Is the first thing Izuku can muster to say. And he is shamelessly sorry. No need for that, baby bird. There's nothing to be sorry for. Hawk says as he pats Izuku's back a few times before standing. Izuku scrambles to his feet, suddenly feeling the cold of the night in his skin, so he wraps himself in his arms. There is an ambulance here for a mandatory checkup. Don't worry, it's only routine, okay? Izuku can't help but admire the soft way Hawks was talking to him. But he once again nods silently and follows the hero to those on standby. After the checkup and clear to go from the nurses in the ambulance, Izuku begins walking back over to the entrance of the building, preparing himself to climb another flight of stairs. However, Hawks beat him to it. Rest here a moment. I'll fetch your things from the rooftop. Izuku couldn't even ponder the fact that Hawks knew what he was going back up for before the hero returned with his bag, shirt, shoes and sadly, his wing binder. Hawks passed everything along to him except the binder and waited patiently for him to redress himself. The articles of his missing clothing made him feel a little warmer, but only slightly as the air was starting to chill more in the night. Izuku watches as Hawks visibly frowns at him as his wings are tucked halfway under the clothing instead of having customized wind slots in the shirt. Looking down in shame, Izuku clutches his bag in his hand loosely and waits to get scolded by the hero. But instead, he hears a soft, almost sad-sounding chirp. Baby bird, Hawk starts, holding out the binder in front of him as if getting too close it'll burn him. Why do you have this? Izuku didn't need to look up to know what Hawks was referencing. It's dangerous for wings to be bound, you know? Hawks said softly. Placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder, he asked again. Who gave this to you? Barely containing a sniffle, he looks up at the concerned hero and stutters out his response. My mother. He whispers. Nothing can stop the small gasp that comes from the hero. But Izuku just hunches in on himself, conscious of the way it makes his mother sound. She does it to protect me. He hears Hawks grunt in disagreement. Do you know why? He asks gently. Before Izuku can say too much, he snatches the binder from the hero's hand and runs down the path. It had gotten late after all and his mother would go frantic if he wasn't back soon. Izuku hears Hawks calling after him, but with relief, he does not hear the sound of wings following behind him. The run back home exhausted Izuku, even if he wasn't bound with the black fabric he held in his hands. He is standing at the front door, breathing shallowly as he takes off his shirt to put the binder back on. He would rather not deal with the consequences of being caught without it on outside of the house. After readjusting his appearance, Izuku unlocks the front door with his keys, steps inside and closes it behind him with a soft click. There is a soft glow down the hall where the kitchen is, and as Izuku steps into the room, he sees his mother standing at the stovetop preparing a meal. She turns around as soon as she hears his footsteps. Izu, honey. Where have you been? She asks softly, but Izuku it's not nearly as comforted by it compared to when Hawks softly spoke to him. Got distracted by another villain attack. You know how I am with heroes, I just got too ahead of myself and forgot to text you. Izuku chuckles nervously and grasps at the side of his head. Inko giggled along too, scraping at something in a pan. She looks over her shoulder at Izuku and asks, did anyone see? You know you aren't allowed to take them out of the bindings. Izuku shakes his head silently and neglects to tell her that someone did saw, multiple people in fact, specifically one of them being a pro-hero nonetheless. He watched Inko smile at him, but her eyes still held that warning to him about the condition of his wings. He tries to smile back the best he can, but he finds it hard to pull off a decent one after the events of the day. Well, I'll go shower before dinner is ready, Izuku says and walks out of the kitchen. He hears his mother tell him to make it quick as the food will be ready soon. Discarding most things onto his bedroom floor, Izuku makes his way to the bathroom and takes off the restriction of the clothes and binding. The small mirror above the sink is barely low enough for Izuku to catch his wings in the mirror, but he tries anyway and he frowns at how they look. He could feel the ache teetering into the muscles of his wings after the strenuous attempt to stop his fall earlier. Izuku can already feel the long night of pain ahead. Quickly washing, drying and clothing himself again, Izuku steps out of the bathroom and back to the kitchen. His mother is just serving dinner as he seats himself at the table. She brings it over to him and sits across from him. At home he lets his wings out of the binding, however with no help from his mother as all the shirts she's bought him were for people without wings. He has to cut holes in the back with a pair of scissors, refusing to hide them away in the comfort of his home. Izuku can tell his mother is still visibly disturbed by his wings being out of the bindings. A twitch in her brow as she looks at him to indicate that fact. He can tell she's trying to not get bothered by it, but yet she's still making it obvious that she is. Sighing, Izuku eats in silence as if his mother's disgust towards him doesn't hurt. After dinner, he goes upstairs to his room and shuts the door for privacy. The moment he's alone he can feel the urge to sob once again resurface. It had been somewhat of a miracle that his mother hadn't noticed his red, puffy eyes. Or maybe she had but didn't care to bring it up. Izuku doesn't know what hurts the most out of those two possibilities. Flopping onto his bed, Izuku lays on his stomach and grasps at his face as shameful dread washes over him. He tried to kill himself today. Was it because of what Bakugo had said? Or was everything piling up overall? Izuku isn't quite sure what has caused him to snap the way he did, and he regrets it immensely either way. If Hawks hadn't been there to save him, Izuku would be dead. Seeing his mother now just makes the guilt worse. Even if she pushes the binding on his wings, disgusted by them, he knows deep down that she still loves him. That he loves her. Izuku would also like to think he and Bakugo were still friends or still had small reminders of their friendship. Although it had broken up due to him being quirkless, Izuku likes to remember the hero dream they had shared. But it seems that time had eroded that, taking Izuku with it. But seeing Hawks tonight lit a small fire in Izuku. He reminded him that it is still possible for him to be a hero, even if it begins with saving himself first. A few weeks went by since the incident, as Izuku wanted to remember it. Nothing more than an incident. His mother still enforced the binding on his wings and it felt as if the aches in his wings were growing considerably worse with each passing day. But Izuku still obeys her wishes. A part of him still held that love for her to trust her words despite the physical pain it brought him. He wants to have trust in something. Bakugo's bullying doesn't cease any less than the day he told Izuku to kill himself. It's still once a week he'd get a burn from the blonde, and it sits uncomfortably alongside his wings throughout the early stages of getting it as it slowly heals itself. He was refused treatment by the school's nurse. Being quirkless had no advantages. It has been excruciating, but nothing worse than what he feels daily from binding his wings. His suicide had not been broadcasted on live television, much to his comfort as he wasn't sure he wouldn't be able to lie his way out of that one with his mother. And he especially didn't want to feel her anger at him taking his bindings off in public. The first and only time it happened he was forced to wear it all the time, even sleeping, and it had caused him immense back problems early on in his childhood, seeming to stunt his growth a bit. He knew better than to take it off if he knew she'd find out about it. It was towards the end of the 5th week when Izuku saw the Hawks again. This time from a bystander's view as he caught him stopping low-ranked villains trying to rob a grocery store. With any regulation to the bag of shopping outside the store on the floor, it was safe for Izuku to assume that Hawks had been inside when they first tried. Unfortunately for them. After it was over and the police took away the criminals, Hawks was immediately flooded by the civilians asking for autographs and pictures. Izuku took that moment to slip away unnoticed, itching to make the rest of his way home to write theories of what he observed with Hawks' fighting style. It was undoubtedly interesting to theorize about all the possibilities regarding his wings and feathers. What is the extent he could do with them? Can he see and hear through them, or was it just a feeling? Izuku has so many questions and so few answers. Yes, baby bird. To answer your question, it's more of a feeling with my feathers. A voice behind him says. Izuku jumps a few feet in the air and whips around to see Hawks behind him, carrying the groceries Izuku had initially suspected to be his. Don't do that. Izuku cries, turning to face the hero full on, his face going red. He sees Hawks smile at him and relax his wings behind him. Izuku suddenly finds himself to be a little jealous. Were you following me? Hawks chirps a light laugh at him. Nah, more like trying to catch up to you. You're slippery, you know? I blinked and you were gone from the crowd. Izuku regards him with a half-amused stare, but also internally freaking out because Hawks was talking to him, seeking him out no less and acting as if they were best friends. Izuku would think he'd be super busy being an upcoming hero and all. He's surprised he had the time to approach Izuku like this. He guesses he's glad that he caught Izuku in a more secluded part of his neighborhood. But then again, come to think of it, why was Hawks in his Muzutafu? He's not originally from here. Had he come looking for him? Izuku doesn't quite know, so instead he raises his eyebrows as Hawks stops to step in front of him. How have you been, baby bird? Hawks asks, his smile forming into something more like a look of concern. Izuku couldn't help but notice how Hawks looked behind him for his wings, noticing how they were not visible like his own red ones. Fine? Izuku replies, almost hesitantly. But, if you don't mind me asking? Why are you here, Hawks? This isn't your usual patrol route. Izuku instantly covers his mouth with his hands when he realizes what he had said. Fierce sweat drops from his brows, thinking that now the number 3 hero will think he's a weirdly obsessed fan or something, not that he is denying it or anything. Just having your inspirations know that is embarrassing, to him at least. Amused by his response, Hawks chuckled at him. Just hanging around, I suppose. Unsatisfied with that answer, Izuku gives him a shy, pointed look. Hawks held up his free hand in a guilty motion. Shoot, got me again, huh? He smiles at Izuku, reaching over to grip his neck. Well, actually, I was hoping I could see you again. Izuku watches as his smile drops after his response. And he didn't dare ask why. I noticed your wings are bound again, baby bird. When was the last time you flew with them? Hawks asks. Face heating up, Izuku looks at his red shoes, thinking how they are a similar color to Hawk's wings before he looks back up at the hero. I've never tried. Flying, I mean. He whispers out. Izuku manages to see Hawk's shocked expression before he ducks his head back down. Shame fills him again and the hero must think he's weak. Izuku can tell by the silence that he's connecting the dots to his unique condition with his wings. The binding and lack of flying are obvious. He doesn't move as he feels a hand rest on top of his head, ruffling it a bit and then sitting still there. I guess we should change that, then? Hawk says, smiling at him as Izuku dares to sneak a look up at the hero. But I've never learned, Izuku says meekly as Hawk's smile turns into one more fond. The hero chirps lightly at him and ruffles his hair one last time before pulling away. My W-wings, they're frail and weak. There's no hope. He said sadly. It's okay, baby bird. I'll teach you. Train you, too. And then I'll help you get enrolled in UA. How does that sound? Hawk says and Izuku couldn't help but see how his jaw falls to the floor. His face is a bright red mess and he's so shocked he can't even respond. Hawks chitters at him in excitement before reaching into his pocket and handing him a piece of paper. My contact details. Hawk supplies before he can even understand what it is. Izuku looks up at the hero in a mix of shock and admiration. I'll text you when and where, baby bird. I'll see you soon. Izuku watches as Hawks unfurls his wings, crouches his knees and takes off into the sky. He watches until he can't see the hero anymore and just stands there, internally thrilled that Hawks wanted to help him. His walk home was one of enclosed joy. He tries to hide his gleaming face from his mother after their routine greeting and check up on his binding. But Izuku didn't dare care for that at the most as he took off the cloth constricting his wings. Hope bubbles under his skin as he lays on his back, staring at the ceiling. Maybe I can be a hero, too. A few days have passed since seeing Hawks when Izuku gets an anonymous message on his phone. How the hero had even gotten his number remains lost to him, but Izuku was thrilled nonetheless. 9 p.m. at the Takoba beach is all that it reads and Izuku can feel himself bubbling with nerves. He's at school right now, it's lunchtime and he's sitting on top of the roof by himself. The teachers don't monitor up there and his bullies don't know that he sits up there. Granted, Izuku felt lonely, but it was really the only place he could go between classes without being burned or yelled at. Rubbing at his face to massage his smile from it, Izuku can't help but feel genuinely excited for the first time in a while. No one ever had offered to help him. Though that notion alone makes him feel a twinge of sadness, Izuku however still couldn't stop the bubbling of adoration he has to the number 3 hero. Opening up his bag, Izuku takes out his bento, sighing audibly as he picks at the small lunch his mother made him. The apple had browned by the time he could eat it, but he was glad to have gotten something from her. Some days his mother didn't bother to prepare him lunch, not that it bothered Izuku much, it's just that those days meant he had no food at all until dinner. Granted, he was old enough to prepare himself something, but he just didn't know how. Instead of teaching him and bonding with him, his mother would rather belittle and hover, ensuring that the bindings were still on and drilling into his head the dangers of taking them off. Izuku wanted to believe her, truly, but the reaction he had seen from Hawks that he hadn't flown before was starting to make him second-guess himself. Thinking back, Izuku wonders if Hawks is scared of people trying to take his wings, but he brushes the thoughts off after witnessing his overzealous confidence. Jealousy ripples under his skin for a moment as Izuku takes another bite from the apple slice. He can feel it in his chest as he fans his wings against the bindings under his uniform. The yearning to fly, just as hawks can. For a long time, Izuku had watched hawks through the screen of his phone, hoping, praying that he too one day could soar the skies as the hero does. Never once in his life had he wanted something more. The sudden bell of the ending of lunch rings out and knocks Izuku out of his stupor. Blinking open his eyes, not even having realized he had closed them, he packs up the box and bag and makes his way to class. Although he was excited about tonight, that constant state of fear still lingered as he sat back down in his classroom and hunched his shoulders, hoping to be little enough that he remained unbothered. Sitting down at the firm desk and chair made his back and wings ache dully, a constant thumping down his spine. Trying to breathe through it, Izuku takes out his notebook and wills his hands to even write something down on the pages. Peering outside, Izuku sees the dark hues of the night sky. Eternally grateful his mother went to bed early tonight, Izuku pulls on his red shoes and leaves through the window in his bedroom. Making his way to the footpath, Izuku walks down to the beach a few minutes from his house. Why hawks picked that specific one was suspicious to Izuku. Did the hero know he lived close? Overhead the sounds of owls call from the canopies of the trees, and a sudden instinct to call back emerges, but Izuku bites down his tongue to stop himself. Izuku knows he's close to the beach due to the obscuring views of the trash. A quick check from his phone tells him it was almost the time hawks asked to meet. Making his way over to the steps, Izuku nervously waits for the hero to arrive. The evening breeze was a bit cold on his skin and ruffled the feathers on his back lightly. Izuku had chosen to wear a shirt with wing slits in it, assuming that hawks wanted to see them as well as the safety of knowing he wouldn't get recognized easily in the dark. If someone were to tell his mother what he was doing, he could only frown at the implications of punishment he may receive. A quiet thud lands behind him and Izuku looks over his shoulder to see the red-winged hero approach him, plastic bag in his hand. He smiles at Hawks as he approaches him, waving a hand in greeting. "Yo," Hawks says, smiling at him as he notices his wings out of the binder. Izuku tries not to fidget from his nerves as he turns around and returns a timid wave to Hawks. Hello. The smell of food wafted through the air as Hawks got closer and Izuku couldn't help but stare at the bag he had brought with him. "I hope you don't mind, but I bought dinner with me." Hawks grips at his neck and smiles sheepishly. "I didn't have much time to eat before I left." Waving his hands out in front of his face, Izuku tries his best to grin at him. "And no. Please, I don't mind." Izuku knows he must have been busy all day, being a new hero and all. He wonders if Hawks had gotten a break at all today. "Sweet," Hawks says and walks over to the seat by the entrance and sits down. Patting the spot next to him, Izuku hurried to follow and rest beside him. Opening the bag, Hawks takes out a takeaway container, and then another and hands it to Izuku. Oh, no I couldn't," Izuku fumbled nervously and went to hand it back to the hero. Hawks chuckles at his antics and shakes his head in amusement. "I got it for you, baby bird." Izuku can feel the way his jaw parts slightly in shock, before looking down at the food in his hands. No one besides his mother had gotten him something before, at least not since he was little when the Bakugas had invited him for dinner while his mother worked late one night. Trying to blink back tears, he draws out a wobbly, "Thank you," and opens up the container. The smell of freshly cooked pork and vegetables fills his nose as he looks down at the katsudon. His favorite. Izuku knows that Hawks doesn't know it was, but his chest swells with joy as he begins to eat it with the chopsticks the hero handed him a moment later. They both eat in silence and enjoy the evening and their food. Shifting a few times to be comfortable, Izuku couldn't help but try to gaze at the hero next to him without it seeming too obvious. He looked relaxed, content even, and Izuku couldn't help but go teary-eyed at the level of comfort and generosity he was showing him. Trying to choke back a sob, Izuku fills his mouth with some of the rice in the tray, turning his eyes to his shoes. His wings felt itchy on his back and seemed to be twitching uncomfortably on the seat. He just couldn't sit them right without them bothering Izuku. Hawk seemed to take notice as he turned to look at Izuku because of his needless movement. "You okay, baby bird?" Nodding, Izuku tries to occupy his answer with a mouthful of food, trying to ignore the intense, but concerned look from Hawks. Humming at his response, seemingly unconvinced, Hawks finishes his meal, setting the empty box on the floor. Izuku is soon to mimic the action once he is too full to eat anymore. A silence befalls itself over them once more as Izuku tries to avoid Hawks trying to catch his eyes. Hunching his shoulders again, he hopes that acting small would work for less attention from the hero just as it does with his bullies. Izuku knows he's acting rather rudely, but he was just so nervous and shy that quite honestly, he didn't even know why Hawks was bothering with him in the first place. He got if the hero was concerned after the night of his attempt, but it had been over a month since then and honestly, Izuku felt better. Yeah, the helplessness from Bakugo and his mother's words and actions still plagued him each day, but he didn't want to try and stop the pain. Each day has been bad since he first met Hawks, but bearable enough to do it all over again the next day. The guilt of leaving his mother behind was too strong, even if at times she was the source of his torment. He felt rather weak that he wasn't doing anything to stop what was happening, that he was tucking in his wings so easily like a frightened animal. He knows he wants to fly, wants to be free, but those frail feathers couldn't even hold himself up on a chair. Sniffling suddenly, Izuku asks the floor, "Why are you helping me?" Kneading at the bottom hem of his shirt, Izuku hunches in further on himself as he listens to the shuffling of Hawks next to him. A stray tear pools at his lashes as he waits for the anger to spill out of the hero, the disappointment and fear of his appearance to come from his mouth. Izuku doesn't let Hawks reply as he continues mumbling into his chest. "Why you don't even know me? I'm just some weak kid you were obligated to rescue that night." Squeezing his eyes, Izuku avoids the chance of seeing the disappointment on the hero's face. He's shaking slightly, feathers whispering out behind him in their own, broken way, and suddenly all Izuku wants to do is go home. Feeling immense guilt from wasting Hawk's time, Izuku goes to stand, trying to muffle out a, "I should go," from his mouth, but finds himself stunted as a light hand touches on his shoulder. Looking up at Hawks, despite the fear instilled in his chest, Izuku couldn't help his eyes widen at the sad pinch on the hero's face. A breath comes out of Hawk's mouth, a frown on his lips as he regards Izuku delicately. "Baby bird," Hawk softly says, giving Izuku's shoulder an encouraging squeeze. "I'm not here because I'm obliged to, I'm here because I care about you." Wiping at his nose, Izuku tries sitting up as he looks at Hawks in unconcealed confusion. "You don't even know me." Hawks tried to smile at that, and it felt so soft and genuine Izuku couldn't stop that same feeling of adoration for the hero. The hero's next words stump Izuku, stills him as he lets go of the tightened grip he has on his shirt. A small sob bubbles from his throat as he feels his chest throb. "I don't need to know someone to see that they need to be saved." Wide-eyed, Izuku watched as Hawks moved his hand from his shoulder to the top of his head. He ruffles his hair lightly and grins at Izuku as if nothing in the world mattered. Nodding slightly at his words, Izuku felt rather embarrassed by how he had just acted. Looking away again, he felt the warmth from his head disappear as Hawks rustled in the plastic bag again. He can hear the hero pull something out and a slight tap on his shoulder alerts Izuku of his required attention. Looking at what was in Hawks' hands, he saw a tub of something and a pair of gloves in the other. Recognizing the confusion on Izuku's face, Hawks smiles at him. "It's for grooming your feathers," he says. "It's what I use for mine, but I can tell yours haven't been done for a while. Turn around for me please, baby bird." Izuku hums and complies with what Hawks asked and turns his body so his wings are fanned out in front of Hawks, instead of against the backrest of the seat. He feels self-conscious knowing someone was so close to the unnatural look of his wings. He knows his mother thinks they are hideous, and sometimes he thinks they are too. But deep down Izuku knows Hawks won't judge how they look, even offering to groom them for him. He must know that Izuku struggles, just by a first glance at how they look. Jumping slightly to the touch of Hawk's hand on one of the wings, Izuku tries not to pull out of it as he wasn't used to having them cared for, or touched, for that instance. He can feel Hawks run his hand up and down the feathers, never pulling at them but picking at the loose ones that pull out as he brushes over the surface of his wings. Izuku wouldn't deny it, but that feeling of someone petting him was nice and he found himself relaxing in the touch of the hero. Sighing, he closes his eyes as he focuses on the warm and gentle hands. After Hawks had finished pulling out the loose feathers on his wings and brushing out the feathers lightly with his fingers, he lifted the lid off the small tub and dipped his finger into what he could smell as some form of feather oil. "I put this on my wings after pruning them. It's just to restore the oils I rubbed off by accident and ensure structure and protection for my feathers." Hawks explains as something cold is being rubbed into his wings. Izuku feels himself nodding loosely at the explanation, sighing quietly into the night. The cool air snips at his drying eyes uncomfortably and he has to wipe at them every now and again, but he feels less worried and confused than before. The thought that someone seemed to genuinely care for his well-being, despite not having to, makes Izuku feel warm in his chest. Not used to being pampered and looked after, fondness bubbles in his heart as he allows Hawks to groom his wings for him. "I know you want to learn to fly, baby bird, but your wings need to be checked over first," Hawks says after a moment of silence. He feels his wings being stretched open and closed as if Hawks were testing its movement. Fingers run over the long feathers at the tips of his wings and he's glad to hear the satisfied hum coming from the hero. Hawks does this to both wings while inching forward and shifting the slits of his shirt to see the base of them. Izuku can almost see Hawks nodding to himself as he inspects them closely. After a while, he hears the hero close the lid of the jar and take off the single-use gloves before packing the rubbish away back into the plastic bag. Slowly Izuku turned around to face the hero as he sensed that his wings didn't need further inspection. They seem physically okay, Hawks explains to him. And I say that very lightly, knowing that they have little to no muscle mass. They are very frail, just as you said. Okay, Izuku mumbles as he chews on his lips. The cool breeze on his feathers makes him shiver slightly, but he tries to not let it get to him. See, can I still learn to fly? He asks shyly. A smile breaks out on Hawk's face, and that alone is his answer. Hope once again warms his body. Hawks can't help but grin at Izuku's contagious smile. Yes, but not tonight, baby bird. Izuku deflates a little at that but nods. He passes Hawks the rubbish from his food and the hero puts it in the plastic bag. 10 months, Hawks randomly says, as the thought arose just at that moment. Looking into the hero's eyes, Izuku squints his in slight confusion to the statement. Blinking and turning his head almost like a bird, he waits for the further explanation to come from Hawks. Hawks looks almost amused at the bird-like action, chirping lightly in response as he smiles down at him. We have 10 months until the UA entrance exam. Lips parting slightly, Izuku tries not to freak out at the implication of what Hawks is trying to say. Was he seriously going to apply to the hero course? Just as he had always dreamt of? He couldn't help but wobbly smile at the hero. Placing his hand on his heart, Izuku says in the most confident way he could muster, I'll do my best. Chuckling softly at him, Hawks reaches out to ruffle his head once again. That's the spirit, baby bird. One last pat to the head, Hawks pulls away and stands up from the seat, plastic bag once again in his hand. It'll be hard, considering you've never really used your wings before, but I know you can do it. Enthusiastically, Izuku nods and goes to stand. His wings flutter behind him in their sort of excitement and he sees as Hawk's wings do the same. Grateful that the hero had also yet to question more about the binding, Izuku is glad that the conversation was for a later day. He stammers out another, thank you, and bows his head. He looks back up and sees a red flush of embarrassment on Hawk's face as he struggles to reply. Waving his hands out in front of him, Hawks grins back at Izuku. Don't worry about it, baby bird. Soon Hawks flicks a goodbye with 2 fingers and takes off into the night, and Izuku once again watches him until he disappears into the stars. And Izuku couldn't help but grin back, feeling that just maybe he could fly after him and be a hero as he's always dreamt of. He and Hawks met 4 nights a week, usually around the same time. From 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. as the older one of the two argued that Izuku should still get at least a few hours of sleep for school the next day. Although Izuku protested the imposed bedtime Hawks put on him, he still saw the logic of it nonetheless. The first few days Hawks had him complete numerous warm-up activities for his wings, both knowing they are nowhere near a strength ready for attempting to at least hover for a few seconds. Hawks had him stretch his wings, flapping them up and down on the spot. Even as Izuku walked, he was told to continue the movement even though he was tired. Progress was slow, as it would be in any training, especially because he still had to bind his wings daily, a fact that Hawks was not impressed to hear about, but there was nothing either could do about it, only because Hawks still doesn't know why. Soon Izuku found he could continuously flap his wings longer and longer each night. After the first month of just simple warm-ups and light strength-building activities, Hawks had Izuku try to mimic the movement of his body before taking off, not his wings as he prepared to fly. Bend your knees, don't look at the ground, give your wings a little leverage before flying off. Make sure to jump off whatever surface you are on so your wings have something to work with and some momentum. Flying from the ground without assistance from your body is a bad idea, it could put too much strain on the wings. Hawks told Izuku the fundamentals of body language before flight. And as 1 month bled into 2, Hawks had Izuku try a slight hover. It had taken a few nights to make progress on it, but as his muscles began to build, Izuku was able to jump off the ground and hold something akin to a hover for almost 2 seconds. Both of them had been ecstatic, of course, Hawks even taking Izuku out for a late-night victory meal, which did regrettably consist of convenience store mochi, but who was there to judge? Hawks had ruffled his hair playfully and smiled at Izuku before telling him to go home for the rest of the night. It had all been going according to their plan. His mother had picked up later shifts at her job, meaning she was more inclined to get to bed before their meeting time, meaning that sneaking out unnoticed was more than a cinch for Izuku. Though lately whenever Izuku did see his mother, she would be fretting over him with more insistent pestering about the wing binder. It felt as if they never really had many moments of content, at least to Izuku, as the only time they would talk would be when she was reminding him about his wings. You know what will happen if someone sees you with wings, Izuku, dear? They'll take you and cut them off. You don't want that, do you? Listen to me, sweetheart, and you will be safe. Nobody saw your wings today? Right? You didn't tell anybody? I'll be upset if you did, Izuku, dear. Avoid an eyes. Even if he has begun to tuck them closer to his back at dinner times to be really cautious as she might pick up on their different appearance, Izuku is safe to believe she wouldn't, not that she would willingly admire them anyway. He knows she's disgusted by them. Izuku can feel his wings grow bigger with muscle and he's scared to realize that he might need a new binder soon. His feathers seem to droop longer even if he tucks the wings as close to his back as he can. It was all just the efforts of the training with hawks. It was beginning to show after a few months, and the fear of his mother finding out sits heavy in the back of his mind. You don't want to be in trouble again, right, Izuku? Not like when you were little. Oh, you had been terribly upset. Don't break the rules and I won't have to punish you, hun. He has felt himself nod each time, the excitement and confidence grown from Hawks dwindling and being snuffed out like a flame. What Izuku obtained from his mentor would be shoved back away behind the words of his mother and the thoughts in his head. But he supposes it was better this way. A drastic behavior change would make his mother suspicious, and that is the last thing he wanted. If she found out what he was doing while she was in bed asleep, he doesn't know what he would do. He would have to somehow convince his mother that he got into UA without his wings, on the small chance he did. But Izuku knows that this is an issue for the future. Alone in his room, binding off and shirt off, Izuku admires the life seeming to be brought back into his wings. Vibrant forest green feathers, although still a little misshapen due to being binded, feels less thin and frail than they once had been. Once a month Hawks would groom his wings for him. He had tried teaching Izuku, even bought him a second set of products to take home with him, but he just couldn't get a hang of it the same as the hero did. Especially not on nights such as this one. Izuku could tell it would be bad during the last hour of his school day. A constant twinge between his shoulder blades had plagued him all day. It felt that whenever Izuku breathed a wave of cramping threatened his back. It had only gotten worse towards their meeting time for training. Izuku had to text Hawks to cancel last minute as my mother is insistent on bothering me tonight, so they moved tomorrow's break into a session instead. He could tell Hawks didn't buy the excuse very well, but Izuku couldn't quite find it in himself to care at that moment as he tossed and turned in his sheets. Usually, he would sleep with a shirt on, but he was sweating from the aching in his wings and back. Laying on his side he sees the feathers droop over him like a shadow, left side as it was the most comfortable position he could find himself in until his arms started to go numb from him laying on it. Sighing out in frustration, Izuku slowly slinks off the bed and into the cool wooden floor of his room. Momentarily he felt relief from the pain as he laid his stomach down on the cool surface. It was short-lived though, as another, more harsh wave of cramping instilled itself all down his spines and even into the tips of his wings. Crying out quietly, Izuku curls up and bites down harshly on his knuckles. The last thing he needed was his mother walking into his room and seeing him on the floor in pain like this. Izuku wasn't quite sure what caused his quirked wings and back to play up. It hasn't since a few weeks before his attempt, and that was almost 3 months ago. A cultivation of reasons played in his mind as he tried to think through his shaky breaths and tears. One of them is the possibility of quirk overuse, but that would be unlikely as he hasn't been doing anything more than stretching his wings and attempting to hover off the ground. He wasn't even that far into considering it a real use of his wings. But then again, it might be the additional binding of his wings, and it was putting too much stress on the appendages as his body didn't seem to be able to understand what he was doing. The switching between no use at all to sudden use seemed to play up with the chronic pain he had after the punishment his mother enforced onto him as a child. A fresh wave of pain ebbed over his body, beginning to travel to his arms and legs, and Izuku had to try and choke back a sob on his leaden tongue. Izuku immediately knew he would be getting next to no sleep. Soon the pain will travel to his fingers and feet and he would essentially not be able to move for a few hours. This had only happened a handful of times, pain this serious, but it seemed the stress on his back and wings had become too much the past few days, and now Izuku has to suffer through the consequences of it. Dread fills his gut as the pain thumps under his skin like a heartbeat, knowing he'll have to bind his wings sometime in the next few hours for school. Whimpering and chittering softly into the darkness of his room, Izuku didn't want the hero with him any more than he did now. Sobbing something muffled against his hand, Izuku had truly wished he was as quirkless as he said he was. The time of morning when Izuku had to get up for school came around slowly. Throughout the whole night, he felt as if he had gotten next to no sleep, the stabbing pain dulling into a lull in his body. It had felt like he had been running all night, but Izuku could only wish his body was painless enough to do so. Steadily peeling himself off his bedroom floor, Izuku took extra care packing his rucksack for school. Although annoying, he was glad for the distraction of looking for the textbooks and notebooks. It made him forget about the pain momentarily. Putting his binder on was a different challenge. He found it discarded by the side of his bed, and Izuku could already feel the dread forming in his chest at being forced to wear it again. But deciding to slip on a sleep shirt instead, Izuku planned to stall on putting it on as late as he could. Taking a step out of his room, Izuku walks to the kitchen and sees his mother on the bench, nursing a cup of tea. She turns to bid him good morning, but Izuku can immediately see a frown on her face as she sees him still out of his uniform with his wings unbinded. Trying to not look hurt from her reaction, but as well as to not show the leftover wisps of his suffering earlier that day, Izuku walks to the fridge to take out the carton of milk. He planned to have a glass, not feeling much for tea at the moment as his mother was. "Good morning, Izuku," she says to him, and Izuku can tell how strained it was. He knows she'll say something about his wings before he can leave the kitchen. But at the moment, he opts to mumble out his good morning while facing the sink, away from her. He just didn't want to see the disgusted look on her face, at least not this morning. Izuku makes sure to take time to drink his glass, drawing out the minutes until he's forced to put on the wing binder. Rinsing the cup and setting it in the sink once he was done, he returned the carton to the fridge, still intentionally trying not to look at her. He could feel the glare burning the back of his head, knowing that it wasn't like for him to come downstairs without it on in the morning, or more like it was unlike for her to see his wings in the morning. Almost feeling like luck was at his side, Izuku freezes in the doorway as his mother's voice cuts him from retreating to his room. "Why don't you have your binder on, hun?" Chills travel up his spine, in coercion to the pain in it. Izuku dares to look over his shoulder at his mother. Her lips are drawn straight. And she has a crick in her eyebrow. Fumbling, Izuku says, "I just thought to put it on before I left." He can feel the sweat drops going down his forehead as his mother eyes him with a calculated look. Sorry, mother. I won't do it again." Izuku curses himself for stuttering, his tongue feeling like it is lead in his mouth. "All right," she replies. But Izuku can tell alone that it was a warning. There was a silent "do it again and see what happens" in the air, but Izuku doesn't stick around long enough to swallow that fear down. Going back to his room as if he was chased there, he was quick to put the binder back on and get dressed for school. He puts his shoes on with shaky hands and walks right out the front door, throwing a goodbye over his shoulder. He knows his mother is mad at him for having his wings out in the morning. He didn't even bother to grab his lunch because he knew there was no lunch to grab. Not when she looked so angry and disgusted at him. At his wings. Shivering and chittering lowly to himself, he wonders how worse the morning could get. The deep throbbing pain of his back still insisted its presence in his body, the taut binding suffocating his chest. He can feel the restriction in his throat as he tries to calm himself. He can feel it as he tries to talk and nothing but strangled noises come out. Feeling pitiful and weak, Izuku hid until it was homeroom, coming in a few minutes late, and ignored the scolding of his teacher as he sat down at his seat. Ignoring the eyes burning a hole into the side of his head, Izuku folds his wings tighter and wishes he could disappear into the floor. He sees Hawks later that night, deciding not to skip out the last second like he thought he would. Izuku's back was still aching, but if he wanted to be strong he'd have to work through the pain. Even each time he moved the pain struck down his spine in constant waves. Izuku used his stiff tongue to subdue the hisses that threatened to spill past his lips. He knew his face must have looked drawn and taut to Hawks, but he couldn't find himself worrying much about it as he continued to try and lift objects off the ground and try to fly over to make new piles. One for scrapped and one for thrown. Hawks had someone come and pick up the pile they deemed as still usable every few days, and slowly the beach was beginning to clear. Sweat beats down the side of Izuku's face as he tries lifting a microwave, the beating of his wings shaking from overuse as he steadies a few seconds and glides down the mountain of landfill. Hawks was standing at the bottom, hand over his chin as he seemed to be deeply in thought about something. Eyes following Izuku as he worked, he never strayed far from him in case of any danger. It initially warmed his heart, but then again set Izuku on edge because he knows for sure that Hawks suspects something is wrong. He hasn't asked why he skipped on him last night, not that Izuku was quite ready to explain, but he could also tell Hawks was contemplating speaking. Izuku knows it must be something to do with his wings, it always is with anyone. Since this morning Izuku had stifled, sparse words. He just couldn't seem to speak through the lump in his throat, and he hoped Hawks didn't see him as rude for it. He tried before he left his home, but it just seemed like he couldn't speak. It happened to him sometimes. Words could be hard, especially when no one particularly wanted to listen to them, so sometimes his throat would clog up and he wouldn't speak for hours or days on end. Izuku doesn't know why it happens, but sometimes he thinks having no one to talk to leaves him to be in his own company. Talking to yourself was weird, wasn't it? Feeling his wings shake, Izuku places down the microwave before making his way over to the bottle of water Hawks had brought for him. He appreciated the gesture as his body felt warm and sweaty due to him working it for the past 2 hours. Hawks is standing almost beside him when he finishes taking a mouthful of the water. Izuku can tell by the firm look on his face that Hawks seemed to find it in himself to talk to Izuku, as in really talk. It scared Izuku and he couldn't find the words to make an excuse as he stood against the hero. Trying to avoid lasting eye contact, Izuku looks away and begins fiddling with the cap of the bottle. He knows what it must look like to Hawks, but Izuku just wanted to shy away from him and everyone around him. He has come tonight to train in hopes it would distract his mind from his mother's anger and the glares he has received from Bakugo all day. Izuku wasn't too lucky to walk away free from the blonde. A few nasty words and a sparking of hands later and he had a new burn on his shoulder. He had purposely worn a longer-sleeved shirt, not that it hurt much, but just to hide it from Hawks. Snapping Izuku out of his stupor of thoughts, Hawks suddenly says, "Is everything okay, baby bird? You've been quieter than usual." Izuku immediately nods to his response, smiling a strained-lipped reassurance to the hero. Hawks can only frown at him, quiet but with thoughts louder than words. It said, "I know you are lying," but Izuku didn't want to elaborate on his response, or lack thereof. Feeling that his wings had rested enough to return to a few more attempts of floating, but really, it was an excuse, Izuku is quick to bound off again. He knows his silence and avoidance spoke volumes, but really, what can Hawks do without knowing the history of his quirklessness? He hoped it was nothing. You can't build something without the correct materials. At least that's what Izuku likes to think. Izuku is thankful that Hawks was trying to help him, but sometimes that fear of his mother steals his voice. Even if he wanted to tell Hawks, he couldn't. Last night he had wanted to, so desperately. The pain had been excruciating and he would have given anything to have Hawks by his side, nursing him as if he was his child. But after what happened with his mother, Izuku thinks that maybe being tight-lipped on his problems would be for the better. No one liked to bother with quirkless people, after all. The simple thought of that made Izuku feel a sense of sadness in his heart, because when has a person's life suddenly been determined by their quirk? Someone made a mistake, and it cost Izuku immensely. Sometimes he wants to blame his mother for his wings, who had done her so wrong that the wings made her frown at her son in disgust? But then, sometimes in the darkness of his room, Izuku blames himself. It was well past midnight when Hawks called Izuku down to head home for the night. Izuku agrees hastily, feeling the throb all over his body as he waves goodbye to the hero and begins walking down the path. Izuku feels it's going to be another one of those nights where he doesn't sleep much, even despite how exhausted he feels. By the halfway mark before the entrance exam, Izuku could now hold himself up with his wings and remain airborne for almost a full 10 seconds. Hawks and himself had celebrated, of course, this time with late-night ice cream and a walk to the park, but Izuku had still felt his training was feeling rather slow. He may even call his wings useless with how little he could fly for, but then Izuku also knows it takes time to go from no use to full use. Hawks had told him he was proud, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and squeezing Izuku into something akin to a side hug. During their walk, Hawks told Izuku that he would be teaching him basic techniques and skills for combat. Explaining to Izuku to not fall so reliant on his wings, a few days later he had Izuku learn basic blocks and punches. Not that Izuku was very good at it, to begin with, but the rush after successfully pulling one off amounted to the worth of learning. The 7th month came by just as fast and Izuku was able to fly up onto ledges and higher mountains of trash. The beach had come to be almost done despite the 3 months remaining. His wings and back hadn't had another attack in a while, but Izuku just assumed that was because of his body's newly formed muscles. However, this led to Izuku needing to ask his mother for a larger wing binder. They had simply just grown too large to fit in his old one due to the strength built in them. Thankfully, his mother didn't question it, rather seemed thrilled in fact to Izuku asking for one. It was sick, but he could tell his mother felt proud of him. It made him feel awful. Now with his wings growing from barely longer than his legs, thin and fragile into almost floor length and growing in thickness, Izuku himself felt a mixture of hope and disgust. It had hurt to stuff his wings into the small binder, it had hurt to see that sickly fake smile on his mother's face, and it had hurt to see Hawks, happy for him despite that he knew Izuku was keeping things from him. How the hero hasn't given up on Izuku was beyond him, but his presence in his life had almost caused a complete turnaround in his acceptance of his quirk. Legally, known by most that he was quirkless, the similarities he found in Hawks had almost made him come to like the big appendages on his back. Almost. The entrance exam was coming up faster than anticipated. Izuku could feel it in the atmosphere while he was at school. Every room or place that had Bakugo in it, the air felt tense and the glares he had received seemed doubled. Some days all Izuku would get was the burning of eyes, staring him down as if he was something to kill. Those days Izuku longed for the most when he attended school. It meant that Bakugo played more passive in his bullying. It was easier to get through the day when he was like this. However, while those rare days occurred, it just seemed to Izuku that it made Bakugo more relentless in his argument that stupid, quirkless Deku had no chance of getting into a hero course, and sometimes though it wasn't legally true, Izuku felt it to be the likelihood. But then he'd speak with Hawks about it, about feeling that worthlessness he so often did, the same drive and hope of his training and his quirk seemed to reignite the desire to prove Bakugo wrong. Because even if he was scared, quirkless people can become heroes. "Hey," a loud voice says in front of him. Izuku peers his eyes out from underneath his hair, seeing Bakugo. Before he could get a word in, the blonde grabbed the notebook off his desk, the one he had been nose-deep in writing in. Izuku can already feel himself shrink into his chair as he watches him flick through the pages. The previous one had been finished and he was on to the next one, with only a few heroes catalogued. He watches Bakugo sneer at the words, trying to make sense of the illegible scribble he knew was on the paper. Wringing his hands nervously, Izuku feels his bound wings twitch at the suspense. Almost chittering softly to soothe himself, an action he had to forcefully stop him from doing, Izuku sees Bakugo click his tongue and glare at him. "Still think note-taking will get you into UA, nerd?" Bakugo grunts out, his words mixing into the laughter of the classroom around him. Suddenly feeling very small, he tries to shake his head. Tongue stiff in his mouth, he tries to explain, "It's just a hobby, Kaken." Izuku can visibly see Bakugo get angry at the nickname. "I told you to stop calling me that stupid sheet," he says, narrowing his eyes down at him. He knows he should have grown out of it by now. It's not like Bakugo and himself were friends or anything anymore, at least not since he got his quirk. But Izuku supposes he still grips onto a small form of hope with Bakugo, that maybe their dream can still be true. Sorry," Izuku mumbles out. Bakugo clicks his tongue at him, slamming the book down onto the table before leveling him with a stare that felt as if he was biting holes into his eyes. "You're weak, Deku. Don't even bother trying for UA, they don't accept quirkless weaklings like you," he says, and turns to walk back to his seat. Izuku just tries to ignore how hurtful those words were despite that when they were kids, applying to the hero course together was all they could think about. The remainder of school is rather uneventful. His walk home is even more so. His mother was already home when he got back, which Izuku thought to be strange as usually she would work a little later. However, he didn't pay much mind to it as he greeted her at the doorway before going up to his room. Once the door closed, Izuku took his wings out of the binder and gave them a stretch. Instant relief washed over and he hunched forward as the stiff strain on his back had been removed. Going to sit at his desk after putting on different clothes, Izuku gingerly opens up the drawer and takes out a notebook. He brushes the cover lightly as if dust had collected over it before opening it up. Inside were the words, "Personal Quirk Analysis," with an update from a few months ago of his quirk's development. He had originally bought the notebook to write about the spotlight heroes he saw, but inside Izuku found himself writing about his wings. Although technically his wings were more of a mutation than a quirk, Izuku wanted to believe that there was more to it than just having wings. Izuku only suspected this because of observations he made on Hawk's wings. Although it was wings, the hero could manipulate the use of his feathers. Briefly Izuku wondered if he could do the same, but then he remembered that every quirk is unique to its own individual and he definitely wouldn't have the same ability as his winged mentor. Izuku wrote down his notes and logged his progress with his wings. He had been a bit slack on it lately, but his last entry was only a few months ago so it wasn't completely outdated like he'd assumed. Quick to scribble down the new developments of his wings' endurance, as well as the increase in size and mass, Izuku catalogued further theories on what else his wings could do in the future, besides allowing him to fly around. It fell short as really, they were all just theories, and Izuku couldn't possibly know after he gained more experience when using his wings. But he did hope it would be something. Tonight was Izuku's rest night, so he didn't have to worry about meeting Hawks, which he supposed was good timing as his mother wouldn't be in bed before their meeting time. Later, after his dinner and shower, Izuku came back into his room to relax. He was now wearing a white singlet, wings pulled through the slits in the back and they swayed slightly as he walked over to his window. Looking out, Izuku admired the night sky. The slight breeze that came through the crack in his window kissed his face, a cool but welcome comfort. With the stars and moon gleaming, Izuku wished he could experience it truly when flying. He knows he would reach his hand out and try to touch the darkness, only to find it just out of his reach. Sighing, he pulled away and walked over to the center part of the clear space in his bedroom. His ceiling wasn't super high, a fan dangling in the middle, but Izuku felt that maybe he could practice his flying just a little bit more. Spreading out his wings as far as he could, Izuku couldn't help but notice how they were reasonably growing close to touching the sides of his room. Though his room was a rectangle, he couldn't think of it as not a possibility. Maybe once he was an adult, he could. Feeling his feathers ripple out in glee, he gives them a test flap. The piece of paper resting on his desk shudders as the unexpected wave of air rushes through the room. Smiling, Izuku bends his knees, just as Hawks told him to do, and just a slight jump. Not too high that he's hit his head, but enough leverage to give his wings something to work with as he tested his ability to fly. His wings pump out large gusts as he tries to hold himself off the ground. Izuku counts 10 seconds, surprised that he doesn't feel his wings tire. That 10 turned into 20. Then 30, and Izuku couldn't help how a smile broke across his face. It was the longest he had even been off the ground before. And at exactly 42 seconds, his wings gave out and he dropped to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Quickly scrambling up off the floor, Izuku grabs his phone and sends an excited, "I can hover in the air for 42 seconds." to Hawks before falling over the sheets in his bed. The appendages were now aching just a little, but Izuku was far too ecstatic at his accomplishment to notice the dull throb. It doesn't seem to take the number 3 hero long to reply, as said in his response, "Good job baby bird. Machi run tomorrow night before training?" Izuku couldn't stop the smile that spread over his mouth as he read the message. He eagerly replied with his enthusiasm for the treat, before setting his phone onto the pillow beside him. He knows his mother wouldn't be impressed with him if she found out he had been flying in his room, but his door was closed and he could still hear the soft murmur of the television in the other room, so Izuku couldn't find it in himself to care. That night Izuku managed to get a full night's worth of sleep. The first one he had in a week or so. As another month passed, just 2 before the entrance exam, Izuku flew for the first time. Though he couldn't quite call it that, it was the first time he used his wings for speed, rather than just staying limited to small side-to-side movements and only up and down flexibility. Hawks had him chasing him through the remainder of the Trash Mountains in a sort of game of tag. Although Izuku didn't win at all, he found himself more confident in the use of his wings and he wasn't doing too bad at keeping up with the hero, but he knew that Hawks had been going easy on him. Izuku thought it was fun, like they were playing, and he couldn't help the chirp of excitement that came out of his mouth once they came back together to discuss his progress. Although he had been embarrassed, Hawks was quick to chirp his sentiment back to him. It warmed his heart. Eventually, after almost 10 months of training his wings, Izuku was able to fly. The beach was cleaned, he could fly properly for almost 10 minutes, and Hawks had even promised him an evening flight a few days before the entrance exam. Izuku was beyond thrilled, and he could not help but how he barreled into Hawks, chittering his happiness and gratitude into the hero's chest. He knew it might have been inappropriate of him to do so, but he couldn't help but be drawn into hugging his mentor. Over almost a year, Izuku had gone from the weak, small wings into powerful tools that would no doubt help him get points easily in the exam. Thank you so much, Hawks." Izuku almost cried out, gripping the older bird's jacket. It might have seemed childish, to others at least, but he has grown fond of Hawks. If asked, Izuku wouldn't be super shy about announcing the hero as his older brother. And when Izuku told him that one night, Hawks had all but flushed in embarrassment, though still adoring a grin that rivaled the number 1 hero's. It was small, but a little family nonetheless. Hawks, his mentor, but now seemingly his brother, had brought him purpose. A few days before the entrance exam, Izuku met with Hawks to go on the night fly, which his mentor had promised him. It was a cool night, the moon bright in the sky and its glow was cascading down his face as he admired it while he walked to the beach. It was clear, save for a few clouds and stars, a breeze brushing against his wings and arms as if beckoning him further. Izuku had been bubbling with excitement all day. He felt it in his feet, almost wanting to run there with his wings bouncing behind him in their own enthusiasm. Izuku couldn't help the chittering he was making from his mouth, body responding to the eagerness, the yearning to fly. Hawks had sent him a message that morning saying, "Wanna have that flight together tonight, baby bird?" And Izuku giggled at the little emoji before replying. Smiling lightly to himself, he approached the stairs that descended to the beach below. It was easy to see the shoreline from where he was walking, the sand now clear of the wasteland it was a few months prior. Izuku spotted Hawks waiting by the entrance, a hand resting on his hip as he leaned sideways against the railing. He stood up straight as he saw he was approaching, waving a salute by his head in greeting. Speeding up, almost tripping on his feet in excitement, Izuku bounded his way over with a wave and a grin. "You ready, baby bird?" Hawks asks him once he is close enough, grinning as Izuku nods eagerly, bouncing on his knees and wringing his hands. After getting the understanding to stick by me at all times, and leave at any sign of danger, into his head, Izuku flexed his wings, curling the feathers as he prepared to follow the hero. Grinning at his enthusiasm, Hawks walks off and leaps into the air, flying up and waiting for Izuku to join him. Spreading his wings and jumping up, Izuku allowed his wings to catch himself as he caught up with Hawks. They start slowly, gliding over the city and letting the night bask into their bodies. Izuku's eyes had been darting around, looking at all the life in the streets below him. Grin on his face and tears in his eyes, Izuku couldn't help the happy chirping spilling from his lips as he flew side by side with Hawks. Looking up briefly at the hero, Izuku saw a glance of fondness in Hawk's expression as he watched Izuku. He glided just a little in front of him, turning his head back as Izuku cried out happily. The cool breeze from earlier was brushing up against his body, a feeling of lightness under his wings as it took him over to the rooftop of a building. The sensation rattled in his chest, but one of adoration. Not once had Izuku felt the physical sense of freedom. He had longed for it for so many years, it being just out of his reach, but now as he took another push with his wings as he trailed behind Hawks, he hadn't felt more alive. Izuku watched the cars below gleam brightly. Lights of buildings, lamps and stores illuminated the ground like earthbound stars. Lifting his hand in front of his face, Izuku reaches out for it, as if he could grasp it into the palm of his hand. Instead, the wave of the night blew between his fingertips, making them tingle. Closing his eyes, Izuku allows himself to fall into the embrace of the sky. A sense of peace washes over him as the smells of the world around him fill him with contentment. The gentle lulling of flapping wings, his own and Hawks. After a while, he could feel his wings beginning to tire at the 10-minute mark. Hawks followed him down onto a rooftop and they both landed softly with a thud. After Izuku rested for a while, they leapt off the building again. He watched with a look of awe as Hawks folded his wings close as he dived down to gain speed. It wasn't something Izuku knew how to do well, but he tried it as well and the feeling of the wind flying past his body was liberating. Childlike laughter spewed from his mouth as he weaved between structures behind Hawks. Trying to catch up, Izuku couldn't stop the massive grin on his face as they played an unannounced game of air tag. He could hear Hawk's own laughs of joy as Izuku tugged his arm, ducking away from being tapped again and taking off down behind a ledge. Izuku could hear the sound of Hawks calling his name playfully, and his wings twitched. Just as he was about to move from his spot, something smooth brushed against his face and a red feather soothingly rubbed his cheek. A feather. Moments later Hawks appeared next to him, smiling brightly as they took off again. For almost 2 hours, despite the constant 10-minute resting, Izuku's body had worn out by the time he landed at the front of his house. His wings ached slightly after the strain of using them, but Izuku didn't mind. The feeling of flying had been worth the backlash of using them. Izuku could see the curiosity in Hawk's posture as he looked around the neighborhood. During his excitement, he had forgotten to take the detour to the beach, leading the hero straight to his home. Hawks paced around the front of the apartment complexes. The hero finds himself mumbling out to Izuku as he turns to look at him, "Is this where you live?" He dumbly nodded at Hawks and gripped his neck nervously, embarrassment flushing his cheeks red. "Why yeah, I didn't mean to bring you here." He replies, feeling upset that he was too caught up in the evening that he'd revealed to the hero where he lived. "Sweet," is all Hawks says as he walks over to Izuku. He tries nodding back but finds himself stumped. The moment Hawks got close he reached over to ruffle his hair. Izuku couldn't help but wonder how he leaned into the affection, and that made his blush grow darker. A few beats of silence pass before Hawks fills it. "I'm proud of you, baby bird," he chirps softly. Izuku couldn't stop the movement of his wings flicking in happiness to hear those words. Ducking his head to look at his shoes again, feeling a sense of déjà vu, he wrings his hands anxiously. It's I, Izuku." He mumbles to Hawks, looking up slowly to gauge the reaction of the hero. He sees his mouth part slowly before his eyes crinkle and he smiles down at him. That same feeling of fondness bubbles in his chest, long after Hawks retracts his arm to reach for something from his pocket. Pulling out a case, he hands it to Izuku and he can't help but feel the way his mouth falls open. "And no, I couldn't, Hawks," he stutters, rolling around the case in his hands. Shaking his head, Hawks says, "Open it up, Izuku. It's for you." Nodding, despite the almost stupor he found himself in, he unlatched the small case and opened it. Tears pool on his lashes as he digs out a similar pair of shades, almost rivaling the ones on Hawk's face. Although his was tinted a dark shade of green, Izuku couldn't stop himself from holding it to his chest as if it were fragile, priceless. Looking up at the hero, he tries to speak through the clog on his tongue as Hawk smiles at him. "I had my agency make a pair for you. I just thought it would be cool to get a head start for your hero costume." Dropping his eyes from him to his hands, he thumbs the side of it before nodding, lips wobbling. "Thank you, Hawks." "Kigo," Hawks says right after and smiles. Izuku couldn't help but grin back at the hero. He puts the shades on, noticing how the green obscures the colors around him but smiles, nonetheless. "Thank you, Kigo." When the day of the entrance exam came around, Izuku had been a pit full of nerves. He found himself constantly wringing his hands and gripping the bottom of his shirt. The fluttering in his chest had his throat close up and Izuku knew he wouldn't be able to talk much today. During the written test he had all but flown through the questions. He wasn't sure if it was because of the bubbling of anxiety in his chest or the pressure to perform well, but he had managed to finish well before the rest of the participants in the room. As he waited for the other individuals to finish, he made himself take a step outside to calm the rapid pumping in his heart. Rereading the good luck message from Hawks, Izuku was able to dial down his panicking enough to feel the clogging in his throat dissolve. Currently, his wings are bound. At the entrance gate to the school, Izuku had nervously wondered if he was going to use them at all. But he ended up deciding that he'd take them out just before the practical exam. He wasn't sure he'd be able to withstand the constriction all day. Izuku could feel the flutter in wings as he began walking over to the group of students. The right side of the binding pressed another ache into his back as he stood rigid. As the day went on and the practical started, Izuku made sure to have taken the binder off, pulling a half mask over his mouth. Giving his wings a test flex and stretch, he swallowed down the lump at the base of his tongue and unclenched his fingers from his side. The sun was beating down heavily on his back, a warm blanket resting on his shoulders and wings. At the time it had felt comforting, like the earth had given him a sense of content before the alarm sounded. Flying over the people below him, Izuku took ahead of the lead as he tried spotting the mechanical point between the rubble and buildings. Practicing techniques taught to him by Hawks, Izuku managed to earn himself a handful of broken robots. And towards the end of the exam, Izuku hesitantly wanted to admit that he had done good. His wings ached dully as he landed back down, dreadfully wrapping himself back up into the binder he left by the door. The wait for his results left him more nervous than he went for the actual test. At some point during the week, Hawks had taken him out again for another flight, burning off the pent-up anxiety that had run its course through his body. Hawks had told him not to stress so much on it, saying in almost a knowing tone that he had gotten in. Izuku smiled something strained and went home that night. He was grateful to the hero for attempting to cheer him up, but the minimal sleep and nervous wreck he became hindered him from being able to wind down. By the end of the week, after he had come home from school, his mother had greeted him early at the door, waving an envelope and grinning broadly at her son. They opened it up together at the bench, celebrating with his favorite, Katsudon, for dinner to the acceptance letter from the school. He was quick to tell Hawks that night, and they had flown off together and spent the late evening lounging on a roof with a soda they had gotten from the convenience store a few streets from his house. Hawks had started to make an effort to meet him at the beach still. Izuku had told him to not come to his place unless it was dire. He didn't want to explain to his mother why the red-winged hero was at their front door, so keeping them at a distance was the safest thing he could do. The hero never asked why, just seemed to accept that Izuku wouldn't open up until he was ready, and truly, he was grateful. After his graduation and the break before the fresh school year started, Izuku continued to train with Hawks. Over the duration of the few weeks of training, sometimes 5 or 6 nights a week, Izuku could say he was almost ready for the hero course. He had been put into the top class for the first years, but if he wanted to feel as if he earned it, he kept working on his combat and flying skills. On his first day at UA, Izuku found that he wasn't as nervous as he had been for the exam. Words found him a little easier, although not up to normal speech. He was able to speak through the tightness in his throat if he had to. The only thing Izuku was most worried about was seeing Bakugo again. He knows that he had, without a doubt, gotten into the hero course, and Izuku wouldn't be surprised that he had gotten into his class as well. Although it made him nervous to see his bully again, Izuku had reminded himself that this was his fresh start, his chance at accomplishing the dream he held dear to him since he was young. He knew he wasn't going to let the blonde bother him anymore. He wasn't the same quirkless weakling he had been a year ago, and he has Hawks to thank for that. Before he left for school, his mother had pampered him with affection. While she was doting on his success in applying for UA, she had also been extra needy on Izuku and binding his wings. All throughout that morning she had checked on him to make sure he was wearing it, and that just because it's a different school, doesn't mean the rules have changed. Izuku knew his mother was under the assumption that he had applied to the school registered quirkless, as well as took the exam with his wings binded. It wasn't the case. Anyone could tell him that, as he knew someone had to connect his wings to his face, even if it was half hidden by the black mask. It would be hard to keep the secret from his classmates, especially now because he knows pro heroes work throughout the entirety of the school. Izuku knows that someone might catch on, but as long as the truth of his quirk didn't come to light, then everything should be fine. He planned to wear the binder per his mother's instructions, just like in Aldera, as that lingering fear remained in his chest as his mother glared a look of disgust every night. He knew that at some point he'd start believing her words about him, that he'd feel it come from his mouth as his mirrored self would stare at him in his bathroom. Izuku knew his wings were hideous to look at, and despite that they were being well maintained by Hawks, it was all he saw when he took off the binding. Even now he knows they are still a bit crooked, misshapen, and unlike the ones of his mentor, so really, hiding them might also be for himself, and not his mother. Even if it saddened him and lulled aches throughout his body, Izuku couldn't think of anything worse than seeing the reactions of not just his mother, but everyone around him if he were to let them out of the confines of his binding. Walking into the classroom, chest tightly squeezed and hands gripping the straps of his bag, Izuku takes a few seconds to admire the atmosphere before finding a seat at the back of the room. He had come in just a little bit before homeroom, not wanting to draw any attention to himself as he sat his belongings on the floor. The people around him were loud, talkative and unlike what he was used to in school. It seemed that no one had qualms about speaking to each other, save for the handful of strays in the back. Excluding himself, what he could see was a dual-haired boy and another one with a bird mutation. On the other side of the room was the popping of explosions and a glare he had forgotten he was familiar with. Bakugo was staring at him with a firm line on his lips and an angry, arched brow. He knows the blonde would be absolutely seething at seeing him here because he wouldn't have expected the little quirkless loser to get into the hero course. Izuku knew he was being less aggressive, Bakugo was smart like that. Until he established his place of authority with the classmates around him, he would be tight-lipped on the bullying towards him, or really, he would be subtle about it. If people were scared of him, no one would stop him. No one ever helped the quirkless kids. Sneering at him in disgust, Bakugo turns away from glaring harshly at Izuku in favor of leveling the boy in front of him, who seemed to be scolding the blonde, a stare of utter boredom. Soon a rather gravely man rises off the floor of the classroom, had he been there the whole time, and announces himself to the class, although later than desired as these people did not stop talking. Everyone gawks at his appearance, mouth ajar as he unzips himself from a sleeping bag and dumps it onto the floor. It took you all 8 seconds to shut up. That's not going to work, time is precious, rational students would understand that. Pushing his long, black hair from his face, the man then says, "My name is Shoyuta Aizawa, your teacher." After telling everyone to be dressed in their gym uniform found in the drawer of their desks and to meet him outside in 2 minutes, he turned around and walked out of the room, leaving the class behind in a little stupor of their own. "I'll be assessing you on your limits. Throw this ball with your quirks, anything goes, just stay in the circle." Izuku couldn't help but how his shoulders sunk in at that. He didn't have a quirk, at least to them, but he could feel the binder pressing deep into his ribs uncomfortably and squeezing his chest all the same. A painful reminder he did have one, but if he used it, his mother would punish him. That fear sent him walking up almost last to the field, ball in his hand. He could feel the eyes of his teacher and his classmates burn a hole into the side of his head as he stepped inside the circle. He knows they are curious about what his quirk could be, his potential, but Izuku just bites down on his lips at knowing how disappointed they'll be when he can only throw the ball a measly few meters or so. Just as he was drawing his arm back, he heard Bakugo behind him click his tongue loudly. Holding a hand up at Izuku to wait, Aizawa turned to face the blonde, a glare in his eyes at the interruption. "Have something to say, Bakugo?" His teacher's tired voice asked, half buried in the scarf around his neck. Bakugo looks past Aizawa and sneers at him before crossing his arms over his chest. "You'll all be disappointed to know that his performance will excite none of you," the blonde says. A murmur rolls around the class, then a quiet voice Izuku remembers to be Uraraka, asks, "Why is that?" Bakugo couldn't help but bark a quick laugh at him as he lowered his eyes in warning. "You see, Deku here, he's quirkless." A few gasps waft through his class and he feels his shoulders hunch in as he holds the ball near his chest. Words suddenly dying in his mouth, he ashamedly looks down at the dirt field. He wasn't quirkless, he just wasn't allowed to use it. But Bakugo didn't know that. "All right, that's enough." His teacher's voice calls out, almost annoyed. "Midoriya, it's your turn." Nodding his head, he swings his arm back and throws the machine in Aizawa's hand beeps, reading out 40 meters to the classroom. Embarrassed and feeling rather dejected, Izuku goes back to standing with everyone, holding himself as he waits for the rest of everyone's turns. He knows talking will be hard for the rest of the day. The next few days Izuku kept to himself. In school, at some point, his classmate had tried to come up to him and talk to him, but he struggled to get any words out and it always left him being looked at strangely before being left alone. Because of this, Izuku internally snuffed down on his confidence as the week went along. When the day of the unforeseen simulation joint came by, Izuku had tried to feel excitement for it, but while he sat alone on the bus, he couldn't see himself smiling as widely as those around him. Walking inside, Izuku however, couldn't not to admire the building. Inside were a selection of different zones purposely designed to mimic possible scenarios during hero work. He could tell it was made with common factors in mind. Stepping over to peer down the large staircases with his class, they listened to Aizawa as he introduces the hero, 13, who had come along to aid in teaching the class. All Might had been unable to attend, due to circumstances that none of the students knew, much to their dismay. But just as 13 was explaining the fundamentals of the functions of the facility, Izuku glanced away and down to the center where he felt his feathers bristle under his hero costume. Just as the sensation subsided, purple warps began appearing around and came through were people. As explained to the class by Aizawa, they were villains and the students were to evacuate. It was not a test. Pulling on his goggles, Izuku watched in horror as his teacher jumped down and began fighting the lowly villains. He knew that Aizawa's quirk was not built well for direct attack, and his worry began to bubble in his heart as he watched. This is what led to the separation of Aizawa, as well as the distribution of everyone throughout the place as his teacher was too distracted to use his quirk on the warping villain. Izuku has been thrown in the water with two of his classmates. One he learned was Tsuyu, who had an animal quirk, a frog, and Mineta, who Izuku just wondered how he even got into the hero course with all his crying. With a plan to wound the approaching villains up into one area and attack, they somehow successfully pulled it off with nothing short of a miracle. When the three made their way back up the top, Ida had apparently ran off to find help from the school. Pro-heroes littered the room, putting an end to what he overheard was the League of Villains' plan to kill the number one hero. Izuku had been concerned for his teacher's well-being, feeling useless as he went home that afternoon, knowing that he got seriously injured while protecting everyone. Izuku couldn't help but feel immense guilt as he was unable to even save anyone. If he used his wings, he could have carried Aizawa to safety and he wouldn't have gotten so hurt. Feeling like a failure as he walked inside his house, his mother greeted him outside of his room, worried half to death after watching the news on the attack. He all but mumbled that he was all right and he just wanted to be alone for a bit. Laying down on his bed after taking his wings out of the bindings, he rested there for a while. He felt so much guilt for his teacher. If he had been stronger, not quirkless. Texting Hawks if they could meet that night, he distracted his worries with the heroes fretting, who also in fact saw the news as well. His teacher returned to school a few days later, heavily bandaged and limping. Izuku frowned at him all morning until it seemed Aizawa had noticed. Asking him to stay behind after class, he beckoned Izuku over. "What is it, Midoriya?" he asks, shifting the bandages around his eyes. Izuku could tell by his voice alone that he was exhausted. Gnawing on his lips as he shifts his eyes to look down at his shoes, he mumbles out, "Sorry. That you got hurt saving us." With the way the wrapping around his forehead moved, Izuku assumed that Aizawa had raised his eyebrows at him. Clasping his hands at the side of his shirt, he does not stray his eyes long at the hero. A silence befalls them for a moment until it is broken by the hearty sigh of his teacher. Rustling from gear, Izuku then feels a hand drop onto his shoulder, giving it an encouraging squeeze. "I don't know what you're apologizing for, kid. But whatever it is, stop beating yourself up over it," his teacher says, not leaving the contact long as he pulls away. The action warmed him slightly, finding it similar to Hawks, but then Izuku also had a suspicion that Aizawa was not used to comforting someone, let alone a teenager. But he couldn't help but smile lightly at him regardless. It's a teacher's job to protect his students, don't think that you were obligated to step in. The situation was dangerous, you do the right thing. He tries nodding, but the motion seizes up his back for a moment. The pain goes down his spine and he pulls a taut expression on his face. He tries not to cry out as he feels his wings cramping underneath the bindings. "Midoriya?" Aizawa asks, looking as if he is about to reach out for Izuku again but falls short of it as he takes a step back from his teacher. "I'm fine," he squeaks out between a hiss. "Thank you." The answer does not stop the look of concern on his teacher's face, but Izuku just gives him a wobbly smile as he walks over to the door, heading out down the hall to the direction of the bathrooms. He'd have to be even more cautious around his teacher. Following the week of the attack from the League of Villains, the media had been in what Izuku thought to be a state of uproar. It wasn't one day after the infiltration that Izuku hadn't been bothered walking into school. There had been arms grabbing at him, and people screaming, and it all but made Izuku's wings bristle and his throat close up. In class he would sit quietly to himself, shoulders hunched, and he would make small talk with those around him. His classmates hadn't acted too differently despite knowing he was quirkless, but that didn't mean he hadn't caught curious glances during training. Izuku knows they must wonder how he was accepted into the hero course. How did a quirkless wimp like him rack up enough points without the assistance of a quirk? He knew it had been a burning question in their minds, on the top of their tongues as he walked by to hide in the stairwell, apple in hand. Their curiosity had been challenging his ability to lie, to deceive, and to mislead answers. Izuku had been surprised he could even get the words out of his mouth between the lengthy breaths from his binding. It had felt like he'd been double short on breath lately. "Are you really quirkless?" "Yes, but not because I want to be." "Did you cheat?" "No, I took the exams like everyone else." "Do you think you can become a hero without one?" I want to believe I can. His chest seized uncomfortably as he felt his classmates crowd him around his desk. He had tried sinking his shoulders in, scribbling in his notebook, ignoring them, but they were just as constant as his mother was about his binding. Izuku knows he must look strange, he can see it in their eyes, feel it in their stares, and he wishes the floor would open up to swallow him so they would just stop asking him about his quirklessness. On occasions, his teacher had been a participant in the probing of his condition. Though silent, wrapped in the sleeping bag by the door, Izuku knew he was always listening. What other reason than for himself or his mother, but for a pro-hero, than to be silent about it all? The last thing Izuku needed was for his teacher to know. He'd be expelled for lying about his quirk's nature. He's registered legally as quirkless, and if they find out he had been lying for years, his chance at passing the hero course was as good as over. It was a prospect he had wondered about overnight since starting at UA. Izuku wanted to trust them, truly, but he couldn't take the chances without something retaliating. So all Izuku could do was keep to himself and hope it would blow over. Aizawa had announced to the class one morning that despite what happened with the villains, they would be proceeding with the sports festival. Izuku and his classmates were told that they considered canceling for their protection as the dangers of another possible attack could be high, but they later disregarded that fear in order to show that UA's security and perseverance were reliable. During the whole conversation, Izuku couldn't help but see how his teacher's eyes kept drifting to him as he told the class that it was an excellent opportunity to showcase their quirks and draw out potential work-study offers. His classroom had been ecstatic to hear that they could show off their abilities, but Izuku had all but wilted in on himself as he sat at his seat, tapping his foot on the floor while he willed the class to move on from the subject. He hoped no one would say anything to him, he was barely holding himself together to begin with. When he got home, Izuku had told Hawks all about it over the phone during the hero's brief break. He had heard the high static of wind through the speakers of the phone, and he giggled lightly at Hawks as he shushed him playfully. That night they met up at the beach, deciding to relax on the shore and watch the waves lull over each other. He asked Hawks if he should use his wings in the festival, telling him that he felt like he was an anomaly in his class. They don't understand, Izuku, and they won't unless you tell them the truth. Izuku just nodded and sniffled, making shapes in the sand as his wings relaxed on his back, falling on top of the cool, grainy surface. I know. He whispers, of course, he knows. I just can't. Hawks gave him a look, almost as if he was pouting. Reaching his hand over, he rests it on Izuku's knee. Why can't you, baby bird? He shakes his head and runs at his nose. He can feel himself physically deflate at the question, a heavy feeling in his chest as he blinks away angry, frustrated tears. A hand rubs soothingly up and down his leg. He knows Hawks won't push for him to respond, he hasn't in the whole time he'd known him. It is what really made Izuku appreciate him. Not once did he pry for anything, and it made him feel more understood and cared for than he let on to the hero. I just can't. Not now, and not ever. I'll get in trouble if I do. He swipes at his nose again, chirping slowly under his breath. He can hear Hawks respond, before giving his knee an encouraging sneeze. Izuku knows he should tell Hawks about his mother, what she's done to him and his wings, and what she continues to do, but just as he willed himself, the words die on his tongue. Clamping his jaw shut, he whispers again. At least not now. The festival came up fast as the weeks progressed. It was a sunny day, clouds barely littering the horizon as he made his way into the large stadium. He was instructed to change into his practical uniform, not his hero costume, as he was led out to meet with the other participants. Sticking close by to his classmates, but no one really in particular, Izuku waited for the announcements by Present Mic to commence. Subtly shifting his binder through his shirt, Izuku huffs a shaky breath as he tries to calm himself through the constraints on his chest. Izuku knows today will be painful for his binded wings. He suspects at some point there might be sparring, and he wasn't looking forward to it at all. Though Hawks had taught him how, through many nights of combat and defensive training, Izuku knew his wings would hinder him. It's hard enough to stand in it, let alone fight in it. Izuku dreads the day as he folds his arms over his chest and waits for the announcements to be done. Bakugo had been invited on stage to present a speech, but on all honestly made a fool of his class. Izuku audibly sighed at him, trying hard not to smile at the whole thing. Trying hard because he's not meant to like Bakugo, especially not after Aldera. The first round was declared to be a race, though filled with multiple obstacles to overcome. Lining up at the doors, he waits, then takes off down the hallway. His classmate, who he came to know was Todoroki, has frozen the flooring, slowing down others behind him as he was first to run out the doors. Somewhere in his mind, Izuku knew he would have flown over everyone and got himself out of the mess the two-tone boy made, but a harsh reminder to his back reminds him of the fact that he's quirkless right now, he doesn't have wings. Finally piling out, he takes off as fast as his stiff body can. Throughout the race, multiple issues arose to challenge him, and he dishearteningly thinks how a lot of them could have been avoided if he had his wings out. Simply by running and strategically taking himself through the course, he had placed somewhere in the 30s, ranking himself high enough to proceed to the next event. The cavalry battles had been stress-inducing to his body. He had been in a team where he was on the bottom of the pyramid, holding up his teammate. By the end of the round, his shoulders and back ached fiercely. They had managed to pass, barely, but it hadn't been worth it on Izuku's body. Willing himself to walk over to the break room and outside, Izuku slid down a wall, heaving quietly. No matter the amount of time he relaxed before the duels, his breath never came back to a steady pace. Leaning his head against the wall and closing his eyes, Izuku wished he was at home in his room, not a stiff, cramping mess. Am I interrupting?" someone said suddenly, and Izuku snapped his eyes open unexpectedly at his newfound company. Standing in front of him was Todoroki. He had a bottle of water in his hand, the other hand resting by his side, and Izuku barely had time to respond before he sat down beside him and leaned his head back against the wall. Trying not to show his turmoil, Izuku tried sitting up more straight against the wall. He had to try and bite down a hiss that wanted to come from his mouth, but it sounded more like a strangled cough. Looking at his classmates next to him, he wondered what had brought him over here to begin with. Saying the first thing that came to his mind, Izuku asked, "Is everything okay, Todoroki?" From looking at the ceiling to now looking at Izuku dead on, he has to fight back the urge to shrink in on himself. As if not expecting the question, Todoroki shrugs his shoulders at him before opening the cap of the plastic water and having a sip. As he put it down, still open in his palm, Todoroki asked, "Do you know what it's like to be looked down upon because of your quirk?" Immediately nodding his head, without even thinking, he listened to what his classmate was saying. He hoped Todoroki didn't notice his slip-up by slightly admitting to having any understanding about being hated on by his quirk. Yes, he was bullied for not having one, but he knew that even that was different to what it felt like to be trapped in his own body. Glaring down at the water, Todoroki mumbles something to Izuku that makes his mouth fall open in shock. "My mother is what gave me this scar, you know?" Todoroki says, lifting a hand to delicately touch it as if it were still fresh. In relation, Izuku feels his wings press tightly against his bindings. Yes, he did know the feeling. "I wanted to use my mother's quirk only, to win the festival and prove to my old man that his half was dead to me. His power." Izuku frowns at his classmate before staring at his left palm. "Why, are you telling me this?" Izuku finally says, looking up into the eyes of Todoroki next to him. He frowned at Izuku. "I just felt like you might have been the only one to understand." Izuku knows they aren't friends, barely mutual in his class, but a warmth spreads in his chest as he realized that Todoroki had noticed him, and trusted him even on something he can only think that he knew about. He wondered for a moment if Todoroki had fallen pity on his quirklessness, but then he stuffed that back down his head as the boy's eyes could only be anything but searching for acceptance, from someone. He had felt the same and decided to smile back at Todoroki. "Yeah, I can know what it's like. To be looked down upon." Todoroki's lips quirked a bit at the corner before he offered some water to Izuku. He takes it, mumbling a thanks, and has a few mouthfuls before handing it back. His classmate next to him raised an expectant eyebrow. Patient, looking understanding of his stutter, even. "I think it's why your power. Not his. It's a part of why you, and you shouldn't have to hide it." His mouth parted for a moment before something fond fell across Todoroki's face. He said his own thank you before standing and helping Izuku off the floor. The jostle of his wings sent pain down his spine, but he tried to ignore it in favor of walking back inside the stadium, side by side. Izuku hadn't made it past his second round in the duels. He had been able to out-combat this purple-haired guy, but he had been taken out within minutes of his second round. Not that he minded as he joined his classmates at their stand and watched the rest of the festival. His back and wings were starting to pulse in waves of pain. Sitting against anything had become too excruciating, so he found himself hunched forward on his seat. He knows he must have looked weird to his classmates, but he couldn't find the will to care as he closed his eyes and tried breathing out the cramping in his wings. It has traveled down to his legs now and he wasn't quite sure he'd be able to walk. Scrunching his face up, Izuku had barely seen the flames of Todoroki, to which he smiled, as he dueled Bakugo. It was the last match of the day and he was thrilled that within the hour he'd be home and out of his wing binder. Once it was over and the awards were given out, his friend placing second, Izuku was quick to call his mother to pick him up. He knew he wouldn't be able to handle sitting in public transport on the way home. At some point, he felt his head go light, mouth running dry. He had to lean against the school's gate to steady his swaying. Once he was home, Izuku went upstairs as fast as he could and peeled himself out of the binder. Almost an instant wave of relief washed off his body as his wings unfurled and fanned themselves out of the tight confines. A few feathers fall to the floor as his mangled appendages stretch out behind him. Izuku thought he might have to get Hawks to check them the next night they saw each other. Over the days Aizawa had asked his students to decide on hero code names, which he decided to be Deku because really, he didn't find it insulting anymore, after handing out lists to those who had agencies apply to give them work-study internships. To Izuku's surprise, he had gotten one who asked for him, and he couldn't help but break out into a grin when reading Hawk's name at the top of the paper. Izuku wasn't surprised when he found out that Bakugo and Todoroki and hundreds of people on their papers, and Izuku even shot a shy smile towards his dual-colored classmates who returned the sentiment. That night he had asked Hawks to meet at the beach again. It was later than normal as he had to wait longer for his mother to retire for the evening, but it had been worth it as he ran over to Hawks and crashed into him with a hug. Stunned for a moment, before relaxing and resting his hand in Izuku's hair and ruffling it, Hawks asked, "Why the excitement, baby bird?" Izuku looked at him and grinned. His wings had flickered their happiness as he chirped back. "I got my R recommendation slip today. I should have known you'd put your name down for me." Hawks smiled at him, chirping back. "Of course, I would, Izuku." His mother had been wary of Izuku after he told her about the internship that was going to happen at Hawks' agency. After searching up who the hero was, and seeing his red wings, skepticism pinched at her brow as she looked between her phone and the wings on his own back. Izuku could already see the dissatisfied curve of her lips as her eyes turned into a glare, one of disgust at the similarities they both shared. "You won't have your wings out, will you, Izuku dear?" It was a statement, not a question. He had nodded fast at her words, already feeling the tightness wound its way back into his throat. "I'll be in the bee-binder all week." He whispers back and wrings his hands in his shirt again. He knew it must have looked childish to her, but he couldn't find himself to worry as it didn't seem to matter how he acted. All she ever saw was his wings. "And you know what will happen if I find out you did otherwise?" she asked, almost sweetly, and the tone made him want to run up into his room and hide from her bitter voice. Nodding, not even daring to trust words to come out, Izuku stands there with his shoulders hunched slightly. Since the festival, his wings seemed to feel stiffer and more worn out than usual. He wanted to give them a few days' rest since he had overworked them in the binder, but it seemed they hadn't gotten a good enough chance to rest properly. Especially not with the way his mother had almost started to watch him in the mornings. He knew it was only to put the binding on, but he thought why each time she did it. "You know how upset I'll be if you did, hun, you don't want to upset me, do you?" He shook his head again and thanked her for allowing him to go out to do an internship. Of course, he had known this would happen, it always did, but that had felt good because he knew Hawks could protect him. Back in his room he sprawled himself on his bed and texted Hawks the good news, that his mother didn't trap him in his home as he initially thought she would. But the week hadn't started yet, so he knew he'd have to play it carefully. Risking this opportunity to use his wings in real hero experiences would be bad, but worth it all the same. He doesn't know how to use them for anything but carrying himself around. But he knew Hawks would teach him, just as he did all the months ago. Although the internship didn't start for a few weeks, Izuku was excited to spend it with his brother. When the week began for the internships, Izuku took the public transport down to Hawks' agency, happy to see he was the only one who had chosen him. When he arrived he waited out in the lobby for Hawks, who later joined up with him and had him take his belongings upstairs temporarily. Hawks told him to change into his hero gear, though this one was adorned with a hood to hide his hair and darker colors unlike the green on his other one, and out of his wing binder. He put on his shades and half mask, not wanting anyone he knew to recognize his face. The week was rather uneventful in terms of hero work for Izuku. He had watched Hawks in the professional light of his job and he had truly forgotten that he was the number 3 hero. Izuku had been in awe of his mentor, smiling along behind him and aiding in all the necessary precautionary measures and rescue missions. However, towards the end of the week, the two of them were emergency called in for a situation in the Hosu district. Both had been in the sky surveying the streets, but had made the detour quickly. Izuku had gotten better at flying and could hold out for at least half an hour now, which made it so much easier for the two to make the distance to the commotion. As they approached they had to lower their distance to the ground as clouds of ash, smoke and fire lit up the night sky, obscuring their view. Hawks asked him to stick close as they landed down on a street. Screams could be heard, as well as roars intermingling with it, and Izuku couldn't stop the growing pit in his stomach that something was wrong about it all. Running down the street, trailing behind his mentor, Izuku could only gasp at the extent of the situation. The monsters from the USJ littered the streets dead and alive, chasing civilians and heroes, blood splattered more than he could see the road. Hawks calmly told him to go and find the nearest emergency service and aid the injured. He wasn't allowed to use his quirk in combat situations. Izuku nodded and flew off. But just as he had made the distance between Hawks and himself, a location ping went off from his phone from Todoroki, who, as he checked, was a few streets away. Dread filled his chest as he pushed his wings to move faster. As he neared the end of the block, Izuku saw the bright lights of flame. He followed it to its source even after it had died down. Pocketing his phone, he stepped into the start of an alley and his eyes widened. On the ground was a pro hero, as well as two of his classmates lying limply, unmoving. Izuku hesitated. His foot shifted as if he wanted to run down there, but his thoughts stumped him. This was dangerous, too risky. He knows what he was wearing made him quite unrecognizable, but what would happen if they somehow found out? It made his chest seize in fear. Izuku's jaw shook as he stood frozen, planted in his place. He shouldn't be here, not with his wings, not with a villain. He knows his arms and hands are shaking. He can feel his wings twitching in nerves as the feeling of fear claws its way into his chest. However, something snapped him to inch forward. It glints in the night, long and bright. A katana hovering over the neck of Todoroki, who remained unresponsive, eyes glazed up into the sky as if he was daydreaming. Izuku didn't hesitate. His mother's voice rings in his head as he folds his wings out, going into the air before barreling down, fist first. He sent a kick into the head of the villain, who went straight to the ground as if he had been forcibly tugged on. The villain had smirked and wiped the blood off his chin. He introduced himself as Stain as he stood back up off the floor, leaving Izuku a harsh glare. Placing himself between the Stain and his classmates, he fanned out his wings, a display to look bigger than he was. The man had laughed at him. "Is that all you got, kid?" He didn't speak, but instead turned around. He saw that Todoroki was still conscious, eyes wide and mouth moving to form words to him, but Izuku didn't hear. His ears were ringing and the next few minutes were a blur of his unconcealed rage. Izuku felt himself get hit, a blade slashing up in his skin when he didn't pull away fast enough. At his feet, the words blood, quirk, and taste came back to him as Stain stuck his tongue to lap up what was on his katana. Just as he was about to, heat seared down the alley and past him, directly burning the movements out of Stain. Glancing over his shoulder in shock, clutching at his arm, was Todoroki's hand, raised as the last wisps of fire spurt from it. The sounds of sirens blared out just as the villain's burnt body struggled to move, eyes widening with his wings shaking. Izuku couldn't stop his heavy breathing intermingled with it. Endeavor had shown up moments later and apprehended Stain, who Izuku had stalled long enough despite the cut on his leg. Apparently, his quirk had been blood-activated after consuming it, but lucky for him, Todoroki had been fast, and just held out long enough to use his flames until backup arrived. Nerves bubbling in his chest, Izuku was quick to regain a proper function out of his stupor. Taking off before he can get questioned, but only once he found out his friends would be okay. Izuku didn't spare them a glance even as Todoroki tried to catch his eye under the shades he wore, hoping for an answer for the who and how. He knew he'd have to be tight-lipped about this, pretend he wasn't there and didn't know what happened. No one could link him back to this. They'd all find out about his wings, they'd know he lied. And they couldn't know, not after he worked so hard to hide it all. Izuku had been wary of his classmates since Hosu. It has occurred to him that neither mentioned the situation, most likely sworn under an oath. Izuku had been glad as neither approached him about it, not that they would've, at least he hoped, because he did ensure his face and hair were hidden. It had been a little daunting to Izuku for the first few days after what happened, that he had shown his wings to his classmates. Although they seemed to not recognize him, it was still frightening to Izuku as he replayed the possibilities that could have arisen. If his mother had somehow found out, well, Izuku knew he wouldn't be as painless as he was, not that he wasn't in pain to begin with. The binder is still on and all. However, the minimal calm he had found after those days of intense came short-lived as he sat himself down on the bus. Early year exams over, in which he thought he did all right, the time for the training camp fell onto Izuku. He had been dreading it when Aizawa first told his class about it. Nothing short but an anxious pit in his stomach had bubbled at the news. It meant that while he was attending, he would be in his binder majorly for the entire time. His teacher had told the class it would be hard, that the training in their quirks would be testing to the limits. Izuku didn't believe it until after their first day there. Trudging through the woods being chased by dirt monsters was not what he had expected, but as the sunset fell over the horizon as his class made it to the camp, he had truly understood that what his teacher said was entirely true. That night after their meal, everyone gathered in the respective gendered hot springs for relaxation and to clean themselves for the next day. Even by the night, having his binder on for the longest time in a while, and despite how desperately he wanted to take it off, he couldn't take his wings out. The sound of relaxing in hot waters and steam made Izuku almost chase after his class, but the sudden reminder that he was quirkless and he couldn't risk having his wings out. He sighed and hid out in the temporary sleeping dorms. He had been the only one in there, so he took to lying down on his stomach to try to lessen the pain straining his body. Izuku could already feel the beginnings of his wings cramping as he tried his best to shift them under the tight binding. It would be painful to make it through the days they were there for, but he knew he'd have to endure it regardless. But maybe he could sneak out later that evening once everyone was asleep. But discarding it moments later, the risk of running into one of the teachers was far too high, and having a pro, at least right now, know of his situation was not a good idea. When he was ready and when the time was right, Izuku had pretended to be sleeping when all the boys came back inside the room. He remembered briefly hearing a murmur of concern from Todoroki as his friend sat on the futon beside his own, but didn't take any actions to clarify those suspicions. Eventually, as everyone had been exhausted from the day, they had all fallen asleep. Izuku wished as he tried relaxing against the strain in his back, that the sound of soft breaths and snoring would lull him into rest as well. Later that morning, after breakfast, Aizawa had taken the group all out to the base of a hill where he had everyone undo individual tasks invoking the growth of their quirks and abilities. Standing there awkwardly, waiting to be signed off to do something, Izuku had wished he wasn't as quirkless than he made it out to be. After the last of his classmates went off with one of the wild pussycats, Izuku was left with his teacher. Aizawa, quick to beckon Izuku over with a curl of his finger, told him to follow him over towards a clearer area, away from his class. "I'll be training you today, Midoriya," Aizawa had said. Trying to swallow his nerves through a mouthful of spit, Izuku nodded and wrung his hands anxiously as he waited. Aizawa took him over to a grassed clearing. His teacher rolled up his sleeves as he regarded Izuku in curiosity. "He knows his back and shoulders." We hunched a bit, and that there was a crick in his brow as the PRD of what he had his wing bindings on grew. Izuku could only dread the night. "Do you have any experience in sparring, at least outside of our classes?" his teacher asked, placing his hand on his hip as he waited. Izuku nodded his head slightly, explaining to Aizawa that he used to spar with his older brother. "I know a few offensive and defensive techniques too." His teacher bows his head slightly at him, as sort of a half nod. "Good. Since you don't have a quirk to train on, I decided that you could do some combat training with me. Regardless of having one or not, you should never rely on a quirk too much, it's illogical." Trying not to smile at his teacher's words, at how Hawks had told him a similar thing before, he steps back from his teacher and holds his arms up in front of him, just as his mentor had taught him all those months ago. Izuku thought he could almost see his teacher smirk at him as he took his position across from him. Silent moments beat by as they level each other a look. "Show me what you've got, kid." Nodding, he leaps forward at his teacher, trying to ignore the pain that flared up in his back at the movement. He goes for a hit at his teacher's throat, a weak point for most. However, just as his fist crossed the distance, Aizawa had already altered his movements to avoid the attack. Gripping Izuku's forearm, he swings him to the side and throws him away, making space between himself and Izuku. Realigning his stance, going to swipe at his brow, Izuku dashes forward again. Falsing another swing with his arm, Izuku changes his footing at the last second to throw a kick at his teacher's side. Aizawa brings his right arm to block the blow before shoving Izuku off and throwing a punch of his own. Izuku barely reacts fast enough to shield his face, the blow sending tremors down his arms. His back seized in pain as his body absorbed the shock. Wincing, he takes a step back from his teacher, whose lips quirked up as if he was having fun. "Not bad," he says to Izuku. "Not good either. You'll need a lot more training to be competent enough to be a hero." Wiping sweat from his brow, again, while trying to straighten his back, Izuku nods in understanding. He knew what he lacked in a quirk he needed to make it up in combat abilities. Maybe he could talk to someone about getting a support item. "All right, Midoriya, let's try again." He and Aizawa sparred for a good majority of the day, taking small breaks between the hours. At some point his teacher had discarded his binding cloth by the base of a tree, hair tied back as he matched Izuku's exhausted demeanor. The sun had started falling into the orange hues of the afternoon by the time they finished up, and Izuku was happy to say that he had given his teacher a run for his money a few times. Though never for too long, the fact that it did happen made him swell in pride for both himself and his mentor. He had been the one to teach him after all. Having a large mouth of lukewarm water, Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning around he saw Todoroki, not looking too great himself but with a soft look on his face. "How did your training go today, Todoroki?" Izuku asked as he gathered his things and began walking with his friend back to camp. They'd have to hurry though in time to catch dinner. He can hear the two-toned boy audibly sigh in exhaustion at the question. "Awful. I had to alternate between using my fire and ice to train my body to get used to the cold temperatures, as well as try and use my sides at the same time. Now that Izuku thinks about it, he can see that Todoroki's clothes are drenched in water. I had to spar Mr. Aizawa. As they made it back to the kitchen at the camp, Izuku struggled to help in preparing a meal. At some point, he had put his hands on the bench and leaned on it to lessen the pain, even if it was short-lived. It was getting bad. He could feel the ache go up and down his spine, making it leaden and stiff as he milled around the room. Since his training with Aizawa, it has gotten so bad at one point that Izuku needed to make the excuse of running out of water to drink. He has gone to fetch a new bottle, walking impossibly slowly as he tries blinking the tears from his eyes. He knew that Aizawa could sense something was up, but when he was asked he tried to chalk it down to not sleeping comfortably the night prior. It was a really bad and flimsy excuse, but it had gotten his teacher off his case for the time being. Though Izuku knew it wouldn't last long, they still had a few days left at the camp, and really, how long can someone go without showering unnoticed by his classmates and teachers? Not the fact that he was particularly good at hiding the pain, as there is only so much you can physically handle before you become desperate to release the suffering. Soon his wings will start cramping, and he might have difficulty getting the last one of those nights of chronic pain. Izuku could already see it coming, but having to deal with it while still binded had him dreading the rest of the excursion. The next day's training was just as it had been the day before. Izuku sparred with Aizawa all day while the rest of his teammates worked on enhancing their quirks. At times Izuku couldn't help but feel jealous of his classmates. If things had been different, he could have been flying right now. After the day ended, dinner was served and the night sky had well past appeared over the horizon. The Pussycats had announced a game, the test of courage, between 1A and 1B, and it sort of reminded Izuku of a haunted house, in all honesty. The other class was to hide in the woods and scare his class with their quirks, and in groups of 2, he was to walk the course of it and out without getting scared and with a card with his name on it. Simple, really, if he hasn't been put by himself. He'd have to thank his classmates for that one, having an odd number due to those who failed the writing exam and had night tutoring by Aizawa. And what was even worse was that Izuku was the last to go. Izuku wanted to think it was the work of someone else to be put last, knowing no one was behind him, a small, quirkless boy. And alone, Izuku sure felt the kicker in that. It had been dark and eerie in the forest. He could feel eyes all over him the moment he started walking down the trail. Even from how far away he was from his classmates, he could have sworn he heard Bakugo bark a loud laugh at his turmoil from his place in front of him. Shoulders hunching in and bringing his arms to cover his chest, Izuku wearily walks down the dirt path. He couldn't see much of anything around him or in front of him, but the sounds of twigs snapping and owls howling sent shivers all over his body. After a while Izuku felt suspicious of his surroundings. Something just didn't feel right. He was sure to be almost to the halfway turnaround point and nothing had come to scare him. Even so, it felt like it had fallen silent for a while, that is until an ear-shattering scream ran his blood cold. But this wasn't one to scare, that felt real. Whipping his head around, he tried to decipher where it had come from. But the density of the forest limited his ability to. Deciding to turn around and go back to where he came from, despite the pounding in his muscles, Izuku ran back down the path. As he retraced his steps, the smell of burning wood and flora filled the air around him. Almost choking on it as he attempted to pass through the smog. Only a few steps in and he was running out of it. The smoke was too thick to walk through without his throat burning and eyes watering. Izuku knew the course was oval, that if he followed it out he was sure to leave the forest eventually. He takes off in a run as fast as his binded wings allow. The sound of screaming echoed in his ears. Izuku's heart was beating rapidly in his chest, a constant drumming in his head as he ran the course. A nervousness crawled under his skin as ran, knowing that some of his classmates were up ahead, possibly in danger even. He knew he wasn't particularly close with any of them, but then again he didn't want to see them get hurt. Finally, in the distance, Izuku could spot one of his classmates, Shoji. He had learned of the situation with Tokoyami and his quirk. Quick to escape him, Izuku searches for others. From his understanding, the training camp has been breached by villains after his classmate told how he and Tokoyami were ambushed, which initially let the reins of Dark Shadow go loose. The situation was dire as they continued running down the path. He could hear the cries of the avian and he had to smush the feeling of calling back. Shards of ice began picking up on the floor and Izuku could only know it to be Todoroki. It seemed he had caught up with him and Bakugo, but at the cost of running headfirst into a villain. Izuku's breaths were labored and heavy. He could feel his wings press hard against the inside of his bindings as he leaned forward trying to breathe through the pain in his body. The loud thundering of the out-of-control quirk sounded as it ran through the woods, straight into the villain who had blades in his mouth. Both were fighting, and once it was safe to do so, Izuku saw Bakugo and Todoroki light up the area, shrinking Dark Shadow back into a more controllable state. No one knew of the villain's intentions, or what they were after, but sticking together seemed the safest, even if Bakugo had mumbled out how he would kill anyone who tried crossing him. His group continued moving for a while, trying to get out of the forest safely. Bakugo was behind him, Izuku knew that, but just as he looked over his shoulder, he saw he was gone. Eyes widening, he asked the group to stop, seeing how two of his classmates were missing. Where did they go? He asked, particularly petrified. I took them with my magic. A gravelly voice sounded above his head. Looking up, he saw a man standing on a branch, juggling 2 marbles in his hand. Bakugo's potential is of no use in the hero's work. I'm just taking him to a stage where he can shine more. Eyes widening, without a thought, Izuku said, You can't take him. The man laughs at him, throwing the green ball in the air before putting them in his pocket. And just try to take them from me. A moment later, the man is leaping through the branches of the trees, already out of sight. Izuku could feel his heart seize tightly in his chest, his wings almost begging to be out. No one there was equipped to chase after the man, none of them had wings. Trying to swallow the lump in his mouth, Izuku doesn't take time to begin pulling off the shirt from his head. He knows this is bad, that he should be calm and remain quirkless, but the sight of the villain taking Bakugo made him burn with unconcealed, desperate anger. Midoriya, what are you doing? He hears Todoroki say, almost exasperated by what was happening around him. Izuku trailed his eyes onto the ground as he threw his shirt over his head, dropping it by his feet. With shaking hands and thoughts of his mother, his classmates and of Bakugo, in the hands of what he assumes is the League of Villains, his binder is clipped from his torso. It falls to the floor, his wings instantly unfurling themselves out behind him as if they were mighty. He can feel them ripple in tension as he flexes them a few times to try and get rid of the tingling needles. Looking up at his classmates, whose eyes were wide and most definitely awed by seeing that quirkless Deku wasn't so quirkless after all. He tried to ignore the way his words were dying in his mouth before he could say them. He wanted to forget the look on their face as he crouched his knees. He wished to never have to feel the tears pricking his eyes as pure terror of what he did overcame him. Izuku wanted to beg that he was sorry for lying, for not telling the truth about the nature of his quirk, his past, and his fear. He hears Shoji mutter, "Wings?" at him, stunted to the dirt path as if it had gripped at him. Trying to not look at Todoroki's face of hurt, Izuku spreads his wings and takes off into the sky, chasing after the one who was trying to steal his classmate from him, trying to steal his childhood friend. The feeling of being out of the bindings felt amazing on his feathers. He feels them curl in delight as he wills himself to fly faster. In the distance, he sees the slender figure of the one he was after. They were faster, he noticed, seemingly familiar with the scaling of the forest. Izuku knew his wings were too big to fly properly under the leaves and branches of the trees, so he maintained his height, out of sight. Even if it made his wings feel like they were burning, sizzling pain erupting down his back and legs, he pushed to go faster. He couldn't let them get away, even if it tore his wings off. He couldn't let them hurt Tokoyami and Bakugo. Izuku could tell he wasn't moving fast enough. He was already exceeding his limits as being binded seemed to lower them immensely. Tears pricked his eyes. He was feeling desperate. The distance between himself and the villain wasn't closing fast enough. His wings were too tired after being clamped shut under his clothes for 2 days. Briefly, he wonders for a moment what was to happen to him, what his mother will do, what his school and class will do. He tries not to dwell on it as he forces his wings to push through the severe pain alternating its way between his feathers. He was running on pure adrenaline to ignore the emotions leaking out of him. They are approaching the base of a mountain. Izuku can see it even during the smoke and the dark night. The sense of urgency washes through him as his wings jitter to something unusual in his quirk. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku sees the green sparking dancing along the tips of his feathers. His speed drastically picks up as he hurtles his way towards the villain. Izuku couldn't think about the strange situation going around his wings, and he didn't care to think. All he was set on was saving his classmates. Barreling into the back of the man, bringing them down to the forest floor, Izuku is quick to pin him to the dirt. He feels and hears the snap of his wing as the white-hot pain surges through the appendage. He tries not to cry out as tears pool at his eyelashes. Feeling his right wing fall loosely at his back, Izuku tries to ignore the burning pain it is causing him. Saying between clenched teeth, he cries, "Give him be back." His body is jittering, or was it his voice calling and clicking in distress, as he tries to force all his weight onto the back of the villain. Izuku hears him chuckle as he is thrown off, making him unbalanced as his wing remains limp behind him. He was sure to think it was broken. Quick to recover from being thrown, he takes a stance, arms thrown up as Hawks, Aizawa, had practiced with him. They shake harshly, but they are up despite that. A fighting spirit, how touching. The man almost barks another laugh. Trying not to physically bristle, he quickly dashed forward, feeling the surge of green sparks in his legs. It must have taken the villain by surprise as the force of his punch sent him flailing onto the ground harshly. Izuku tried to ignore the resounding crack it had made. Though surprised by his sudden strength, Izuku is however not slow to search the pockets of the man as he fights consciousness. Picking out 2 marbles, Izuku gently holds them in his hand, as if they were the most fragile thing he had laid his hands on. Clutching them to his chest, while tucking in his left wing, Izuku follows the trail back to the main path, as he had been taken largely off route. Although the floor was mostly littered with sticks and leaves, he had found no problem in finding the path again. He feels his back ache as limps towards the distant clear opening of the forest. His head pounds heavily as he thinks he must have hit it while barreling out of the sky. What mere minutes felt like light hours, Izuku could barely register the sounds of footsteps behind him. His ears were fuzzing, arms and wings shaking drastically to the significance of what he had done, and is currently doing. It had all severed the promise he had made to his mother, the efforts he sustained to keep it a secret. A hand grabs him at his shoulder tightly and Izuku doesn't seize the effort to whip around and catch the forearm with his free hands. Shocked by the reaction, Izuku sees Todoroki drop his hand as he stops walking. Midoriya. Stopping his own movement, he turns to face Todoroki, trying to ignore the way it made his legs sway and feel numb. A sickness in his gut flared up as he tried blinking past the tears floating down his cheeks, the tingling in his ears and the blinding pain in his back. He wants to say something and tries to, but the words fall out of his mouth as incoherent murmurs. The thought of saying "I'm so sorry" crossed his mind for a moment, but he struggled to think of it as his world began swaying, and he was in the arms of Todoroki, vision falling black. When he came next, the sheets below him felt soft under his palm. There was a sound of whispering, something clasping his hand and rustling of sheets. Izuku tries blinking his eyes open, but the harshness of the lights makes him chirp softly in discomfort. He feels that he is on his stomach, a blanket loosely hanging around his waist as he tries focusing on the sound around him. Slowly blinking his eyes open a second time, Izuku recognizes the shape of someone sitting beside him. It took a moment for him to realize who it was. The two-tone boy immediately caught his eyes as he looked up at him. Izuku sees his mouth fall open as he stands up out of his view. Just as he does, Izuku can feel the loss of warmth around his hand. He feels his left wing flitter lightly as he tries sitting up on his arms to understand the situation around him. Immediately the walls of the school's infirmary were recognized, almost gasping he remembers in flickers of pain, wings broken, villains, Bakugo. Throwing himself up into the thin bed in the room, he throws his legs out of the cover and goes to stand. The movement however stuns him as his right wing aches something horrible. Blighting back a stifled whimper, he hears footsteps running back over to him from the door. Todoroki drops in front of him, grasping his arms as he goes to stand again. "Calm down, Midoriya. Bakugo is fine. Everyone is fine, thanks to you," he says to him, catching his eyes to portray his honesty. Biting back the pain and quick breath spewing from his lips, Izuku tries nodding at his words. He's glad, really, but the sudden memory that someone knew about his quirk made him chew on a wave of nerves. He looked down ashamed as he pulled his non-broken wings close to his back. Tears prick from his eyes as a sob tries to make its way through his clenched teeth. Something racks in his chest as he cries, holding his face in his hands. He can tell that Todoroki was trying to soothe him, though awkwardly as he didn't seem prone to that type of stuff. "It's okay," he runs a hand over Izuku's arm. The warmth of his palm made him feel like his throat was going to close up, but he willed himself not to succumb to it as his mouth opened to take a shallow breath. Between wobbly breaths, he says, "I am so sorry." He can hear Todoroki grunt at his words, sounding reassuring and that really, he shouldn't be sorry. "I now know what you meant," the boy says, catching Izuku's eyes. "When you told me you knew how it felt to be looked down upon." Looking up, eyes raw with tears and with chirping lightly coming from his mouth, Izuku tries to make a curious face at him. "You are just like me, Midoriya," Todoroki says in complete confidence. Nodding at the sentiment, Izuku tries to cease his crying, willing the pain to stop ebbing all over his body. Just as he began calming himself, 2 people unexpectedly walked into the room. Aizawa and who he knew the old woman as, Recovery Girl, approached the end of the bed and leveled him a soft look, almost as if they understood the true complexities of the situation. "How are you feeling, hun?" Recovery Girl asks, smiling up at him. Sniffling, he looks over his shoulder at the casted wing. He knew it had been broken or sprained when he fell from the sky, but he didn't know the seriousness of it. Looking back at the pros he mumbled, "I'm okay." Catching his teacher's eyes, Izuku knew the burning of questions was under his skin. He knew his situation was strange, but he hoped he could push that time a little later. The words threatened to die at the tip of his tongue. Straining, through the spilled emotions he had bottled up for so long, he asked, "Could someone see contact Hawks for me?" Izuku had waited 2 hours before Hawks had come. It had been quiet, silent moments with his friend by his side and his teacher at the door. There had been a few times when conversation lasted, and those around him were too shocked and enamored by the fact that quirkless Izuku wasn't quirkless at all. He had caught Todoroki staring at the large green wing flared out on his back, the other one too hard to see under the wrappings of a sling. Izuku had noticed and tried not to shift uncomfortably to the gaze, but he ended up forfeiting that idea as he gently sat himself up from his stomach. He had originally been told to rest by Recovery Girl, but he didn't like his quirk being out in the open. Not at all. More than once Izuku would catch the calculating look Aizawa had on his face as the man grasped his chin and stared at the infirmary's floor. He could see the cogs turning about his situation. The question is, why did he never tell us? And truly, Izuku wanted to, many times on sleepless nights, but the fear his mother had stricken into his very bones is what held him back. But then again, maybe Izuku was just scared of what his classmates would think, what Bakugo would think. Izuku had been wondering about that for the past hour, a message from Hawks. He was almost there, but he had been too stuck on his remembering that they knew now. That Bakugo must know at the very least. It wouldn't take much for his classmates to find out. Eventually either. That idea alone sent a tremor of fear down his spine. Stifling the shudder that came from it, Izuku made a point to stare at his hands while he waited in the uncomfortable silence around him. Some time had slowly passed before Izuku could hear the sound of someone yelling down the hall. That voice intermingled with the fragile one of Recovery Girl, followed by hurried footsteps as the door swung open. Hawks almost barrels through the door and towards Izuku the moment they catch eyes. "Izuku, baby bird, what happened?" He sees his mentor's eyes fall over his body as the man reaches out to cup his face gently. Trying to shrug his shoulders and hang his head down as another way of tears pooling on his lower lashes, Izuku wishes that he didn't make the mistake of using his wings. "Your wings are unbinded, baby bird?" Hawks asks softly, trying to look into his eyes. Shaking his head against the hero's palms, Izuku reaches out and hugs Hawks, choosing not to currently reply to the questions, glad that no one made a comment about the nickname. He hears Hawks softly chirp at him as the embrace is welcomed. Doing a wobbly chitter back, Izuku tries to forget the past few days as he rests his head against Hawks' chest. Huge red wings draped over them both, the sound of the chair next to him scraping back as he knew Todoroki got up to give them some space. Feeling Hawks squeeze him tightly, the resounding voice humming over his back as the hero begins talking to those around him. "What happened?" Hawks asks the room, demands even as he holds Izuku closer. Aizawa spoke up almost immediately, seeing the need to defuse the unconcealed tension in the room. "Villains attacked the students' training camp. Midoriya saved a classmate, but used his wings to do so." Hawks hums in understanding, choosing to start running his hand up and down Izuku's arm soothingly as silent tears fall. The hero knew all too many of his emotions to know how to help deal with them. "And his wing?" Hawks says, clipping a look down at the appendage itself, frowning at the sling. "We don't know," Todoroki says quietly. "I found him like that after he stopped the villain from taking Bakugo." Izuku knows that Hawks is confused by the name before the gears clicked at his recognition. "The kid from the sports festival?" His teacher grunts in the form of a yes, kicking off the door. Izuku sees him do it as Hawks' wings begin to fall back behind him. Looking up from the hero's chest, he sees him already trying to catch his eye. "You okay, Izuku?" He tries to desperately nod at the question, not trusting the sudden tightness in his throat, but it falls short into something more akin to an action of being unsure. Izuku wants to say that yes, he's okay, but in actuality, he is most definitely the opposite. Understanding his quiet response, Hawks smiles down at him reassuringly and wipes the tears from his eyes softly. "Yeah, I feel like that sometimes too." Trying his attempt to pass a small smile back, Izuku decides to shift his attention to the room around him. His friend and teacher were still standing in the room, a few meters away from him. Recovery Girl, who Izuku didn't realize followed Hawks in, was by her workbench, hands clasped over her walker, and she frowned at him. "Midoriya, honey," she calls out to him. "I would like to discuss the issues regarding your broken wing. I waited so you would have the company of an individual you'd be most comfortable with. Is that all right?" Giving her a look he hoped seemed understanding, he waited for her to continue. "Your wing was badly injured in the attack, Midoriya. It was broken. However, in a few days, I'll be able to use my quirk to fix the extent of the injury. But honey, this means that you cannot put your wings back into the binder while it's still broken and after it's healed during its physical recovery. That'll only jostle the bones and worsen the injury, okay?" Izuku feels himself fall numb. He can already see the livid glare his mother will send him, the sneer of disgust and the anger at the fact that he is mandatory to attend school, that he will be leaving the house without the binder on. The slight tremor in his hands begins shaking its way up his arms and over his chest. It felt as if it was strangling him desperately. The sight of the moment fades as he closes his eyes tightly and starts shaking his head at the notion of his situation. Even if his throat felt clogged, he still heard himself choke out a few raspy no's. Hey, baby bird, it's okay. Hawk's voice sounded somewhere as he felt the waves of terror wash over his body. Shoulders shaking, he tries to slow his breath, it coming in and out too rapidly. I can't. Izuku cries between the bubbling of hiccups. Frustrated tears made their way down to his chin as he desperately tried to hold himself together. Chirping from his mouth, he tries to console himself. He knows it doesn't help to the extent he wanted, but the echoing sound of Hawks begins to teeter his breathing to a calmer pace. Midoriya, I'm sorry to ask you this right now, but we need to know why you didn't tell us about your wings. Aizawa softly asks. The man is no longer leaning against the wall, a few steps from him and Hawks in fact, and Izuku wonders when he had snuck up on them. Shaking his head, Izuku closes his eyes tightly again and tries to will away everything around him. Hawk's hand on his shoulder no longer feels like a comfort, but something keeping him in his place. Something stopping him from hiding. Why can't you tell us, baby bird? Hawks murmurs to him. I've known for a while something was off, but I was just never able to understand what. You told me your mother makes you bind your wings, is that true? Izuku wants to deny it, and wants to say he does it of his own will because really does he not? Yes, his mother enforces it, but he is the one that clips it on every morning, the one that follows the rules. But, instead of saying that, a choked sob bubbles its way up his throat, past the tightness. He knows that his mother would be mad if she found out what had happened, what is happening, but Izuku finally feels as if this is his means of being able to be free, even if the lingering sense of fear and dread sits heavy in his chest. This could be his escape. Why yes. He mumbles quietly. Bringing his arms to hug himself, Izuku lowers his eyes from the room to try and hide the trepidation he was feeling. For how long? Aizawa wished to know. Izuku can see his boots by the bed now, and he thinks that Aizawa might even reach for him as well. Wondering why they are even bothering with him, he still replies, since it am manifested when I was F4. An audible gasp from Recovery Girl is shuddered into the silent room of thoughts. Suddenly, Izuku wants to sink into the floor and disappear. Another hand reaches for the base of his neck and starts rubbing circles into it. Peering up from underneath his hair, he sees his teacher standing on the opposite side of Hawks, also comforting him in a way he wished he had back at home. Tears brim his red-rimmed eyes again, lips curled as he bites back another sob. Midoriya, his teacher crouches down to be eye level, less threatening. Do you know why your mother did this to you? A slight nod and through a strained, wobbly voice, he says, be because they are hideous. She was disgusted by the sight of them. Of your wings, baby bird? Hawks asked from the other side of him. Without looking up at his mentor, he nods his head. Izuku could feel his other wing deflate at his words. He hears his teacher click his tongue in what Izuku wanted to presume was annoyance. Tsukachi will not be happy to hear this. Standing up, Aizawa walks to the door, phone in hand as he waves a sloppy goodbye over his shoulder. I've just got to make a phone call, I'll be back soon. Once the door is gone, Izuku finally notices that Todoroki hasn't left the room at all. He sees the two-toned boy approach him with soft, almost deliberate footsteps. As if he didn't want to spook Izuku. Words weren't spoken between the two, but Todoroki sat down near the end of the bed and placed his hand on Izuku's. Nothing needed to be said for him to understand the silent support coming from the boy. It had seemed that Aizawa had contacted a detective friend of his, who later came to the school to speak with Izuku about his wings and the situation with his mother. He had learned that what his mother had forced him to do was quite illegal. Under the regulations told to Izuku by the detective, his mother was to be arrested later that evening. It had saddened Izuku initially because despite what she put him through, he still loved her dearly. He had prostrated the idea of the arrest to begin with, not wanting to cause trouble, but really he could feel the guilt chewing out his insides as he sat on the edge of the infirmary's bed as Recovery Girl checked on him again. Izuku knew when he saw his mother again that she would be livid at him. He knew he would be punished for having his wings out, for getting her arrested, and that thought alone sent fear striking down his spine as he tried shifting his broken wing. Wincing, he tries not to think about the possibility of what will happen. He doesn't want to. It scared him. He didn't want to feel trapped in that binder anymore, never again. But that sinking feeling that his mother will walk through that door any moment sets a tightness in his throat and a dryness in his mouth. Looking over at Hawks, who was in the chair beside his bed, sleeping, Izuku wondered if the heroes could really help in the way he wanted them to. He wanted to trust them, really, but the feeling of being cared for by someone was foreign to him, and truly, Izuku wished he could confidently say that it felt real. Eventually, Todoroki had been sent home for the night with a promise to see him tomorrow, as he would be cleared to attend class. For obvious reasons, the school was out for his classmates today due to the attack on their training camp, but it would resume tomorrow like usual. To say he wasn't feeling mortified by the whole idea, Izuku knew he'd be lying. Truly, he doesn't think he's ever felt such nerves in his body for the dread of facing his class tomorrow, wings out and everything. Despite Recovery Girl's better judgment, Izuku wanted nothing more than to tuck them back under his shirt and hide them. He could only suffer through the apprehension of it all. When morning came, Hawks was gone, left with a text that he had to leave to go back to his agency. It had saddened Izuku initially, but he remembered that his mentor couldn't be by him all the time. He was a pro hero, after all. A wave of nausea had settled in his gut as the time slowly passed. He was waiting outside the overlay large doors to his classroom, distant laughter and voices coming through the wall. He could feel his anxiety gnawing on his insides, his lone, healthy wing twitchy in discomfort. He knew it was nearing bell time. He could feel that time prickle his neck with uncertainty. Izuku wanted to be brave, to face everyone with a boast of confidence, but he really couldn't find it in himself. He doesn't think he ever has before. Izuku knows it must look odd to students around him that he was just standing at the door, hands shaking as he reached for the handle. Trying to swallow the dryness out of his mouth, Izuku hesitates again. Todoroki was meant to walk him this morning but texted Izuku that he fell ill over the night, meaning that he had to face his fears all alone. It had been the worst-case scenario, and it truly made him want to walk all the way back home even if it meant seeing his mother. He had the police drop some of his belongings earlier from the house, a regular shirt of his though, because he didn't currently own a uniform shirt tailored for his wings. But that was something Aizawa had talked to him about already. Chittering softly to himself, almost desperate to calm his nerves, Izuku wrings his hands. He knew he should bite down on his tongue and walk in, but his knees felt like jelly and really, he shouldn't be so afraid, but he was terrified even of what his classmates would think. They've only known him as quirkless Deku, not the being he was standing behind the door. Not this nervous, winged boy who couldn't even speak a word if he wanted to. It'd all just clog in his throat and they'd think he was strange, for sure. Izuku could already hear the onslaught of questions and pestering to come within the next few moments. Teetering closer to the handle, he chews on his lip and shrinks his body in, closing his wings tightly to his back regardless of how much it hurts to do so with the sling. Trying not to tear up in fear, he slowly pulls down on the handle and opens the door. The sound of voices completely dies down instantly as their eyes catch him standing nervously in the doorway. Izuku couldn't help but feel their curious glances trying to catch sight of his wings, but that was just further reason to tuck them small on his back. Through wobbly knees and the tension of silence, Izuku is quick to dash to his desk at the back of the room. He'd hoped Aizawa would come in soon to diffuse the reactions of awe and shock from his quirk. Gulping, trying not to look in the direction of Bakugo, he could feel that auburn glare burning the side of his head, piercing down his body and to his wings. Hunching his shoulders in, Izuku wished he looked small enough to remain unbothered, but really, in his situation, no matter where he went with his class, his green feathers would still fan out largely. Wow, he hears someone mumble, Uraraka, as she approaches the side of his desk. Deku, your wings are so much cooler in person. I've only heard stories from Shoji, but this. Izuku tries to not let the compliment get to his heart, despite the light brush of pink cheeks resting on his face. He's supposed to be fearful and worried, not whatever this was. Yeah, they are gorgeous. Ashido cries out, sending a warm smile his way. Trying not to smile at their compliments of his wings, because he knows they are mangled looking and they were probably lying, Izuku just nodded and mumbled stuff to their questions as they all gathered around his desk. The worry pit in his chest dissipated slowly, but not without the constant strain of his inner turmoil. A few minutes ago Izuku was almost letting his fear consume him, but now he wanted to think of himself as a little ridiculous because honestly, this feeling of being liked and noticed made him feel rather warm, even if he thought his wings to be hideous just as his mother says. It was very manly of you, Midoriya, to save Tokoyami and Bakugo. Kirishima bumps his shoulder with his fist, grinning at him from ear to ear. Others around him nod in their own enthusiasm about his heroics, even Tokoyami himself praised and thanked him for rescuing him. His wings began to fan out as the stress wafted off his body to leave him be. Almost he felt relaxed by those around him. He began chirping softly in his own happiness, because not once in his life had he felt this feeling of understanding and awe from anyone. It almost made him forget the spiky blonde silently fuming at his desk. But that deep-rooted hatred he felt coming out in waves from him was enough to ground Izuku into remembering that he still had to deal with that. But it seemed he had been in the clear, at least until break rolled around and people were trying to drag him to the lunchroom. Izuku had kindly declined, the crushing, overwhelmed sensation running all over his chest as he walked to the bathroom. After scoping out for privacy, he finds himself alone at the sinks as he runs the tap and splashes water all over his face. He feels the tension relax out of his muscles as he does so, barely hearing the sound of the door swinging open harshly. Izuku didn't know until a burning hand grasped his shoulder and spun him around violently to the face of a seething Bakugo. He could instantly feel how his wings and shoulders shrank in on themselves, wishing that being small still worked with the blonde. "How long?" Bakugo asked, jaw clenched, and Izuku could see the tightness ripple over his cheek. Feeling meek to the threatening palm on his chest, Izuku was barely able to mumble out, "Since I was 4," between his lead tongue and dry mouth. For a moment silence was the loudest thought in the room. It felt like hours until Bakugo had built up enough speculation to pursue his next list of questions. "Who did this to you?" He growled out lowly, not quite mad at Izuku, but that feeling of rage still sat dangerously underneath the blonde's palm. "And no one. It doesn't matter now, Bakugo," Izuku stuttered out. Izuku could almost see Bakugo physically bristling at the fact that he didn't call him his nickname, but really, many years of bullying would do that to someone. He didn't truly understand why Bakugo was asking in the first place. Had he not listened to his answers in class? Not that he dwelled deep into the explanation of what truly made up the situation regarding his wings with his classmates, but it was enough even for them. "Don't play stupid with me, Deku. All these years I knew you were hiding something. Just never thought it would be a quirk," Bakugo said, an almost frown crossing his lips. But the look was quick to be disguised under one's anger. "All these years, why? Why didn't you tell me?" Incoherent mumbles began falling from his mouth as he felt stumped into being unresponsive. For a moment Izuku wanted to think that maybe he cared, but he brushed that thought away just as quickly. Something sparked by his head as Bakugo's frustration began to boil over. "Fing, answer me, Deku." Flinching, he hunches in on himself further, his heel making contact with the wall, and hadn't even noticed he was timidly backing away from the aggression. Izuku fumbled his words as his eyes threaded to tear up. I couldn't. And not without Mother K knowing." He knows his words are barely coming out strung together, that the pressure of hiccups and the strain in his throat limiting the extent he could reply with. He could see Bakugo's eyebrows lose its pinch as he regarded Izuku with a look that would mimic that of confusion. The cogs began turning in the blonde's head, and as if a right click sounded, Bakugo's voice lowered considerably. "Deku, is Auntie Inko abusing you?" Those words made him want to shake his head and deny it with his whole heart. It sent a rattle of emotion down his spine, a shock of lightning, as really, Izuku had never considered the possibility of his mother abusing him. As the answer of no dies on his tongue, Izuku could only drop his head to the floor and bite back a chitter of distress. He tries, because honestly, Izuku wasn't sure if it was abuse. At the time it didn't feel like it, but maybe it was. "I don't know." He hears Bakugo sigh, the pressure from his chest lifted. "Alright." Izuku knew that it wasn't the end of the prodding, but he enjoyed the silence it brought for a few moments. Looking up, Izuku sees the blonde pacing around the bathroom, and rather in an uncharacteristic way. It wasn't particularly like Bakugo to get worked up over him, because to him he was useless Deku, but that anger pinched on his forehead might actually be for someone else instead of him. "Okay, look," Bakugo suddenly says to Izuku, stopping to level him a sort of glare. "You don't have to tell me, but I will find out regardless, Deku." Nodding, wiping at the stray few tears in his eyes, Izuku struggles to speak. "Alright. Not that I care for you, or your quirk. You're still that useless freak I knew back in Aldera." Bakugo says, and to others, the words might sound venomous, but to Izuku, it was almost comforting to be familiar with something he had known for years. He couldn't even find himself to be mad at Bakugo. Weeks passed, and Izuku was initially going to return home to his mother, but the police had informed him that he'd be placed under special supervision by a guardian of the foster care system as they investigated the possible abuse case they had on his mother. The police strictly forbade him from returning to the environment of his home, stating it wasn't safe. So for the first few weeks of his mother's arrest, Izuku spent most of his nights in an orphanage a few streets down from UA. He continued attending class as usual, and only just the day prior his wing was taken out of its sling, though with the instructions to be very delicate with its movement and use. Izuku wouldn't be able to fly for at least another round of healing and physical therapy. After the timespan of weeks, it was deemed that Izuku was able to safely return to his home. He was told his mother was subjected to strict procedures as there was no solid evidence regarding her enforcing the abuse. If she forced him to bind his wings under any circumstances, she was to be arrested under the reasonable grounds of suspicion, as currently there wasn't much to work with in terms of building a case. Although it hasn't made Izuku particularly comfortable coming home, it was nice to see that someone was trying for his safety, at least legally. During the first couple of days, his mother had avoided him like the plague. Nothing more than sharp snippets of conversation held between the two. It seemed that what Izuku had tried to abstain had already been washed away. The tension had been high until his mother began making subtle insults to him. It had begun with small whispers under her breath, but once at dinner, his mother had told him that those with wings should be treated like the disgusting animals they are. That had not been appreciated by him, and Izuku cried that night. He might have been physically free from the bindings, but the emotional hooks his mother had sunk deep into his heart made his soul feel trapped. It seemed that Aizawa had noticed his exhausted, quiet appearance in class just as the day was ending, a few weeks through the return to his home, as he called him to stay behind with a curl of his finger. They both waited for everyone to file out of the room, and Izuku couldn't help but capture the concerned look on Todoroki's face as he walked out to head home. "Midoriya," his teacher's voice asked him gently, drawing his eyes away from the door. Aizawa held his hand out, something white folded between his fingers. "This is my phone number." Looking at his teacher in shock, he meekly takes the slips and unfolds it to read it, and yes, a number was in fact detailed. "WY? I want you to call this number when anything, I mean anything, happens and you need help. I usually wouldn't do this for a student, but consider yourself an exemption." Izuku nods at Aizawa, putting the paper in his pocket. Reaching the straps on his bag, he grasps them and holds it close. "Oh, okay. Thank you, sir." A look that he almost considered as a smile from his teacher, he tried smiling back before bidding him goodbye, dreading the evening when he'd sit at his kitchen bench, listening to the sickening words of his mother. The following weeks consumed Izuku with his wings out of the binder. During class, he could feel the stares he was getting, but he desperately tried to ignore their prodding looks. At times, it made him feel small and looked down upon, and all Izuku wanted to do was commit to feeling that way, hunching his shoulders in, and dropping his head. Bakugo, Kaken, had been a present nagging to the questions about his quirk, although he only asked once a day in a gravely, rough voice. It had always set Izuku on edge. He knew that the blonde wouldn't stop asking until he got the answers he was satisfied with, but it seemed that he had stopped being physically harsh on him. Izuku only thought it was because of Bakugo's suspicion about his mother. Izuku wanted to believe that Bakugo might care for his well-being after all, but that was more of a wish he had. Although there was a recognizable slowdown in the bullying, the heavy feeling in his chest that it is all an act, he just wants to know about everything, he doesn't care, which sits painfully as a constant thumping. The feeling would pulse under his skin as he heard his bully's, classmate, friend, voice growl at someone across the room. His wings would twitch, now free from the sling, but in caution not to be used for flying until he had more extensive rehabilitation for them. This was the cause. It made Izuku feel exposed and weak, and some mornings he wanted to disobey those words and tuck himself into the binder where no one could see him, see his misshapen wings. It had been a concurrent thought, fueled by his mother's words and driven by his self-loathing. Izuku knew, deep down, that none of this would have happened the way it did if he had just stood by and let the villains take his classmates. If he has just been quirkless. Everyone seemed to fret over him like a child. At some point, Hawks had even knocked on his bedroom window and asked to come in after Izuku had been ignoring his messages for the duration of a few days. He told Hawks he couldn't show up like he did anymore, moving into school dorms in a few days' time after the events of the training camp. He was sick of himself, sick of the wings and his mother and those who surrounded him, caging him. Izuku knew they were just trying to help. That is why Aizawa had given his number, why Hawks visited him that night, and why Bakugo was constantly asking because, in their way, it was looking after him. But Izuku just wanted them to look away and forget that he had a quirk, forget that everything happened so he could go back to suffering in silence and enduring less hurtful abuse from his mother. Izuku wanted to believe it was easier this way, that maybe being alone and isolated from his class was the safest thing for him, but really, all he did want was to be saved. After Recovery Girl did her last round of healing on his broken wing, Izuku was cleared to fly with them again. He had felt relieved, that constant yearning in his stomach to take off into the sky and find solace in its breeze had been a presence he wanted to ignore. Izuku was almost excited about class tomorrow, despite that it would be the first time he flew in front of his classmates. He missed the feeling too much to be worried about his peers. When the following afternoon came, Izuku had wanted to bite back in his words as he followed the boys into the changing rooms and got dressed in his sports gear. He had made an effort to take his shirt off in a secluded corner, not quite ready to show anyone what he spent years trying to hide. Aizawa, earlier that day, had given Izuku a few new sets of uniforms that were properly tailored for his wings to sit comfortably. He had almost wanted to smile from the warm feeling in his chest, as instead of using scissors, someone took the time to actually think of him. Walking out onto the field of what they called ground beta, Izuku made sure to fall slowly behind everyone. The feeling of people looking at his exposed back made his arms ruffle with unwanted chills. There was still this pit of fear sitting at the back of his throat. He was still on edge even though his wing was healed and could go back into the binder. There was that frightening reminder that his mother would be angry. She had been instructed over the phone call with the police that if any evidence of her forcing binding on his wings, they would not deter her from arresting her on reasonable grounds. Izuku guessed that's why she had let him wear them out in public, because she knew his teachers would report her if he went to school with the quirk hidden. Izuku could tell she was almost mortified by the fact that people saw them daily, and yet he still didn't know why, but it had almost been a relief when she said he could stop using the binder, even through her clenched teeth and sharp look in her eyes said otherwise. It was more for her than him, if Izuku really wanted to remind himself of that. His teacher explained a simple training exercise in preparation for the license exam in a few days. Aizawa wasn't allowed to disclose what was to be expected, but he had everyone run through search and rescue operations. Izuku knew he wasn't being discreet about it. With this being the first time his classmates knew they'd see Izuku's quirk in action, he knew that it was expected when they started crowding him. "Ah, come on, bro. Show us how you fly," his peer, Denki, asks. By now Izuku could see almost everyone peeking up at the request with interest, even Aizawa. He felt embarrassed, cheeks brightening to the color of his shoes as he scrambled to say something. Tucking his wings in, Izuku wants to shake his head and go hide somewhere so they won't be looking at his wings, but a soft hand lands on his shoulder. Turning to look, he sees Todoroki, trying to smile something comforting at him. "Remember, Midoriya, it's your quirk." Todoroki encourages, squeezing a little. Izuku almost beams at him at how his friend repeated his words from a few months ago. Feeling the warmth bloom on his chest, Izuku nods, swallowing the dry lump in his throat. "Since you are all enthusiastic to see Midoriya fly, he will go first," Aizawa spoke up. Izuku couldn't help but spot his curiosity at the chance to see his quirk in action. Trying not to frown at his teacher, how he seemed to be smirking underneath his capture weapon, Izuku slowly stalks away from his class, stretching and fanning out his wings as he does so. He could feel all the eyes burning holes into his back as he made his way over to the starting line. All he had to do was find the ploy-trapped civilian and return with them safe under a time limit. Trying to snuff out the fear sitting on his tongue, Izuku does a few more stretches while purposely avoiding the pointed looks he is getting from everyone. It made his skin crawl, being stared at, but he supposed it was to be expected knowing everyone was itching to see him in action. Izuku knows they've only heard stories from Todoroki and Shoji. Bending his knees, flaring out his wings largely, Izuku waits for Aizawa to say he can start. Once the beep sounds out, he leaps into the air, slightly feeling the strain of no use as he pumps them to move faster. Izuku didn't dare to look over his shoulder at his classmates' reactions as he moved faster in the direction of a fallen building. He only had 10 minutes to complete the task successfully. It didn't take him long to find the fake civilian trapped under some rubble. Gliding down, and landing softly, he jogs over, asking the fake doll the routine list of "It's okay, I'm here to help, don't move, if only for good practice." He was able to remove the building off the legs of the trapped civilian and gently lift them into his arms. Quickly flying off again, back to where everyone was waiting for him, he silently thanked that it wasn't a real person. Izuku wasn't too sure if his wings would be able to hold the weight of both after not being used for a few weeks. Moments pass before the crowd of his class blurs out of the horizon, and he lands down in front of everyone. They all rush to crowd him as Aizawa reads out 5 minutes, and 7 seconds left, all almost hanging off him in enthusiasm to see him use his wings. They couldn't stop saying how cool his quirk was. Trying not to feel sick, he just nods with a tight-lipped smile. However, as he looked past those around him, Izuku couldn't help but catch how Bakugo's eyes seemed to light up, almost impressed, but it was gone as the blonde blinked and scowled at him, walking away. When the exam came around, the whole class had been a pit full of nerves, but all were able to pass except for Bakugo and Todoroki, much to Izuku's surprise. Non-cooperative actions and reckless behavior, his friend had told him. Luckily they could retake the exam. That night, Bakugo had stalked past him, whispering out a stern, "Meet me at ground beta in an hour," and all Izuku could do was worry. When he left, he saw Bakugo standing outside the gates of the meeting place, and Izuku had to swallow a mouthful of nerves as he followed mutely behind him. A few times Izuku had managed to muster up enough words to ask what Bakugo wanted, but each time he was met with silence, and it only set him further on edge. Deep into the ground, the blonde had finally stopped to look at Izuku. Leveling him with a look he only presumed to be one of almost unconcealed anger, Izuku tries to stop the shaking in his hands as he stuffs them into his pockets. What is it why you want, Bakugo? He meekly asked, stuttering, clogging up his words. With a look that almost rivals a glare, Bakugo crosses his arms over his chest and stares Izuku down, almost threateningly. Cut the sheet, Deku. I'm sick of your fake act. Tell me what the hell is going on. And don't you dare to skip on any details. Defiance sits on his tongue as he mumbles out, and nothing is wrong. And really, he wanted to believe those words, but it was hard. Bakugo takes a dangerous step forward, arm's length from Izuku. The action alone sent a wave of nerves prodding his skin. He knew it was a warning. Is she abusing you, Deku? He asks, voice devoid of warmth. Izuku knew he couldn't leave without Bakugo getting something out of him. And he also knew that the blonde wouldn't care if it took all night either. Shaking his head, and looking down at the floor, he tells Bakugo, and no. Fine. Why didn't you tell me about your wings? He asks instead, prying for something. I already told you, I see couldn't. Izuku murmurs, hunching his shoulders in. Bakugo brittles at the vague response. Because of Auntie? Shaking his head, all Izuku wants to do is leave the situation. He made a mistake following Bakugo out here. Turning around, trying to blink back tears because really, why did Bakugo need to know? Not even Hawks knew, so why should he know? The rushed sound of footsteps chase after him and Izuku goes to run but a hand snatches his arm and violently pulls him back. Now eye to eye with Bakugo, he could see the anger burning in the sharp look he was giving Izuku. Izuku. Quickly looking down to stop the tears pooling, all Izuku wanted was to crawl into his skin and hide away. He didn't ask for this, any of it. Sniffling, his wings snapped close to his back and he felt incredibly small where he stood. The hand on his wrist was taut, burning, pleading, stopping him from taking off again. Tell me. Biting back the dryness in his throat, he nods, helpless. He knows Bakugo won't let him leave. Trying to talk through the tightness stuffing his mouth like cotton, he stutters his best try at an explanation. I have to bind them, otherwise they'll get taken. They're valuable. He whispers, wishing the weight behind him wasn't there and that he was quirkless. That's what mother told me, but I knew she was just disgusted by them. Izuku felt the grip loosen, and he dared to look up at Bakugo. He was staring at him, a crick of confusion settling in his brow. What the F does that mean? Wiping at his eyes, worried that he was crying, Izuku tries to reply through his wobbly stuttering. If I didn't hide them, I would get in trouble. I had to wear my binder, for 2 weeks straight before she let me take it off. Finally pulling free from the blonde's grasp, he holds his arm close to his chest as if it had been burned by Bakugo. Why didn't you tell me? I could have told someone. Shaking his head feverishly, he casts his eyes to their shoes again, seeing the stark difference between them. I had to hide them from everyone. Even you, Kaken. I was scared she would punish me if I told you. I wanted to, so many times so you might stop making fun of me for being quirkless. Izuku could almost see Bakugo completely deflate from his words. His explosive demeanor being snuffed as he listened, remembered that while all this was happening, he was giving Izuku a hard time, bullying him. And for a moment, it looked like Bakugo was sorry. It doesn't matter now, it's been sorted. So just drop it. Izuku turns to leave, again, and he feels a small bubbling of sadness as Bakugo doesn't reach out again. He knows he didn't tell him everything, but Izuku didn't think he could. It was too heavy to say, too soon. He hoped that Bakugo would stop bothering him about his wings, he hoped everyone would. Hero work studies were quick to approach after the events of the license exam. Bakugo hadn't spoken to him since the confrontation a few weeks prior. Izuku wanted to find comfort in that, but not being bothered by the blonde just set him further on edge than he wanted. Izuku once again chose Hawk's agency, and he was permitted to legally use his wings throughout his studies. It had been refreshing to go out with his mentor. Flying side by side with the pro felt more comforting than he'd rather admit. The two had only dealt with a few minor incidents on the first day of the hero work, and honestly, Izuku wasn't relieved by that fact because he knew when they found time to relax, Hawks would be on his case about everything. Trying to ignore that bubbling in his guts at that thought, the sensation of dread forming in his limbs as his wings carried him over to a rooftop behind Hawks. They landed quietly and spent most of the quiet night in each other's company. Though it was silent, it was one filled with tension. Eventually, Hawks looked over to Izuku and he had purposely decided to watch the sunset to not acknowledge his mentor. Hands shaking, Izuku took another mouthful of food his mentor had bought him for dinner. He wished it distracted Hawks for longer than it did, as a hand was already reaching out and resting on top of his head, ruffling it. Baby bird, I'm sorry, Hawks says suddenly, almost sadly. Izuku looks at him out of the corner of his eye, frowning at him. Why? Izuku asks almost immediately, words dying in his mouth as he wills his heart to stop thumping so loudly in his ears. Hawks looked down, almost pitifully, and it was really the first time Izuku had seen him so small and anxious. He had always known his mentor to be overzealous and confident, but something must have been weighing heavily in the hero's heart, and Izuku suddenly felt useless being unable to tell sooner. I shouldn't have waited so long to do something about your mother. I had always known something wasn't right, but I wanted to wait for you to tell me. That was the mistake I made. I failed you, Izuku. Hawks says sadly, his wings drooping, and Izuku couldn't help but mimic the action with his own. For a moment he thought he could see Hawks tear up, but it was gone as he blinked and looked guilty at him. Izuku wanted to know why he was sorry. He had been the one to save him after all. It might have been his job that night, but it wasn't every day that followed after his attempt. He didn't have to stick around and help for the year he had. For the first time in Izuku's life, someone had looked in his direction and reached a hand out to help him up. He would forever be grateful for what Hawks did. And he did understand, to an extent, why. Hawks might have thought it was his fault about what was happening, what was continuing to happen with his mother. Suddenly feeling sorry for Hawks, Izuku leans over and pulls him into a hug. Both basically melt into it, and for once, Izuku brings his own wings to wrap around them both. Chirping softly, trying to sound as comforting as he had a year ago, he buries his head into the hero's chest, trying to breathe away the tears that threatened to fall. Izuku wanted to say, "You did save me, in more ways than you think, that was all I've ever wished for," but it gets murmured into Hawk's jacket. He could feel the hero sigh out against him. "Thank you," he says, pulling away. Izuku could tell it was one of relief as his mentor gave him a look of almost gratitude. Folding his wings against his back again, Izuku couldn't stop the feeling of fondness forming in his chest. However, it quickly dies down as Hawks gives him another gesture of concern, this time, with his hand on Izuku's shoulder. "How is everything holding up, baby bird?" The question makes Izuku want to tell the truth that really, he was struggling quite badly with his mother and the stares he got from his classmates, and that sometimes he wishes he could pull his wings off or stuff them back under the bindings because really, he had grown fond of its security. He had longed for freedom from his quirk, but some days Izuku started catching himself wanting to fall back into the old habits. But, he doesn't tell Hawks this and mumbles out, "It's been good, everyone is so accepting and mother hasn't bothered me at all," but really all Izuku wanted to do was say the truth. Those words however wither on the tip of his tongue, and Izuku doesn't know why, doesn't know who he's protecting anymore. Was it his mother, or himself? Those lines seem to blur recently. During the last few days of the hero studies, Izuku met a little girl. She had run into his arms in tears, clinging desperately to his costume, mumbling out words that sounded a lot like "help me." Hawks had been down the street at the convenience store, buying them lunch, so Izuku had been alone. Instinctively he wrapped his wings around the little girl and chirped soothingly at her, but a feeling of fear settled in his chest as he wondered what had the little girl so frightened. Eventually, footsteps had sounded from down the alley he was crouched in front of, a masked man claiming to be the girl's father. Something felt sickeningly wrong about that statement. Eri, he found the girl's name to be, was soaking his outfit through as she climbed onto him desperately, blubbering things he couldn't make out. Picking her up, frowning at the bandages and dirty rags she was wearing, Izuku knew he wasn't going to let this man take her away. There was obviously something so wrong. Izuku almost saw himself in his arms, begging for help just as he did once with Hawks. It was a pitiful sight, but it just made him want to help more. "Don't be causing trouble for the hero, Eri. Come along now," the man said. Those words had made him bristle. "Sir, why your daughter seems afraid?" He could see the masked man's eyes crinkle in an almost laugh. "That's because she just got a scolding. Always being too rough when she plays outside." Izuku knew he needed to stall for time. Hawks would be back any moment now, and he had no doubts that he would be able to read the situation quickly. She was trembling in his arms, spluttering something into his chest. Izuku felt weak in the knees, terrified of the implications of what was happening. Trying to swallow his dry throat, Izuku says, What are you doing to tea this girl?" The eyes above the man's mask seem to sharpen almost immediately. A heavy sigh fills the silence as the man beckons Izuku to follow him. Eri still in his arms, he remained standing outside of the alley. If he went in he would be out of sight from Hawks, and losing the protection from his mentor could end badly. "All right then. Well, you see, Eri here likes defying me, no matter what I say," the man says. Izuku could feel how the girl shifts at the words, almost uncomfortably. Trying not to be visibly angry at the reaction, one so similar to abuse, Izuku squeezes her closer to him, wings drawing more protectively. Chittering softly, he says, "That's not what IL looks like." The man hums at him, as if in thought. Still standing there, back turned, Izuku could barely see the movement of his hands. However, something in that action had Eri jump out of his arms and run back to the side of the man. "Finished with your tantrum?" he says. Eri nodded at him, shoulders hunched. Hold on." Izuku tries, but his words are stumped when a hand reaches for his shoulder. Blinking at the two walking into the darkness of the alley, he looks behind to see Hawks with a stone expression on his face. Izuku immediately knew he saw enough to determine what the situation was. Going to say something else, Hawks shushed him before pulling him out of the alley. "Not here, baby bird." In the following days, Izuku had learned of the Yakuza. It was an ongoing situation, but with the help from him and many pro-heroes, they were able to apprehend the masked man who was keeping the little girl. Although it would have been disastrous if his teacher, Aizawa, hadn't shown to use his quirk. Regardless, Eri was safe and at his school, rehabilitating into a more happy life. Izuku had fallen almost jealous of the girl as her life found to have a full turnaround after the performance from his class. It seemed that with the help of those around her, she was able to be set free from the abuse. At times Izuku felt envious, as well. He had seen himself in her actions, but now it seemed that Izuku wanted to be like her. He was still secluded to the self-loathing he had, never truly escaping what was haunting him, what his mind was making him think. He desperately wanted to move on, not desiring the binder as if it were a part of his skin. But the tight restriction has brought him balance, a reminder that his pain meant he was still alive. And really, there was nothing Izuku wanted more. It had been rather awkward as Izuku led his teacher down the hall to the living room where his mother would be. It was on Aizawa's own insistence to visit the parents of his students after the training camp, as well as to reinstate more confidence in the plan for the dorms. It was no surprise to Izuku that he had come alone. Having someone such as All Might in his home around the delicate situation of him and his mother wouldn't have been a very good idea. It was thoughtful of his teacher, but Izuku wished all the same that he hadn't come at all. As he wandered down deeper into his home, he could feel the calculated looks from Aizawa that were pinning his shoulders and the walls around him, possibly looking for something to incriminate his mother. It might have seemed wrong, but Izuku couldn't find it in himself to question the motives of the pro. However, with a light shiver in his spine, Izuku had a feeling that his teacher would have noticed the empty place devoid of him, as if he didn't really live in the house in the first place. He knew there weren't any pictures or treasures that would suggest to Aizawa that Inko actually had a son, and not that it bothered Izuku as much, he could still picture his teacher finding it all odd. Trying not to let his wings twitch in anxiety, Izuku dares to glance over his shoulder. Just as he does so, his teacher's eyes fall on him immediately with something akin to caution. Smiling sheepishly at Aizawa, Izuku swallows down on the nerves in his throat. The house didn't seem lived in by him, and Izuku only knew it'd cause more concern from his teacher. Determined to hide his inner turmoil, he nodded a little to himself as he faced forward, coming closer to the feeling of dread as he stepped around the doorway. When he leads them both into the room, Izuku sees his mother staring out the window by the couch, pointedly ignoring Izuku as she had been recently, unknowns to the other person in the room. Izuku tries not to feel hurt by the action as silent moments pass. Izuku knew better than to get her attention, but he couldn't help but feel the tension as she continued to ignore him indefinitely. Sneaking another glance to his teacher on the left, who Izuku had abandoned by the doorway in favor of stepping in further, he sees his teacher's eyes narrow at the rude display of his mother. Arms by his side respectively, he studies her some more before casting a look at Izuku again. Not sure what to say, he shrugs his shoulders lightly at Aizawa. Mother, I would like you to meet Dash. Afternoon Mrs. Midoriya, I am Shoyuta Aizawa, your son's teacher, and I'm hoping the letter found you well as to why I'm here? He says stiffly by the doorway. Almost startled by the voice, his mother looked up from the cup of tea she was nursing, a rather perplexed look washing over her face as she studied his teacher by the doorway. Oh, yes? She replies hesitantly, looking over to Izuku for help, who in return looks down at his shoes. I'm sorry, I must have forgotten. Aizawa hums at her with concealed tension all over his body. Izuku knew just as much as his teacher did that this was a delicate thing to go by. Laughing to herself, as if sensing his teacher's suspicions, she sets the tea down on the ledge and regards Aizawa with a soft smile. Izuku dear, would you give me and your teacher a few moments, please? Trying not to rub off the goosebumps crawling down his arms, Izuku nods and goes to step past his teacher. He didn't get one foot out the door as a hand clapped firmly on his shoulder. Tentatively looking up at Aizawa, he catches a stern, even annoyed expression on his face. Izuku wants to think nothing of it because his teacher usually adorns one similar to that on usual days. Midoriya will be staying for the discussion. He's as much part of this as you are, Mrs. Midoriya. Aizawa grunts out before he lets go to take a seat on the couch across from his mother. He tries, really, but a small part of himself thinks he recognizes that tone to be directed at him, and it makes him want to be small and unobtrusive so maybe he wouldn't be noticed. Izuku knew it was irrational to think this because it was his teacher, but that little stem of worry had already branched and he could feel sweat dripping down his head. Mutely he shuffled over to the two and forced himself to sit beside his mother, though as far away as he could get from her. At first, he hesitated and for a fleeting moment wanted to sit down beside Aizawa, but he had to bite back that urge as he settled himself next to her. Because of this, he had tucked his wings behind him as much as he could, pushing past that strain in his shoulder. He wasn't sure how she'd react to even feeling a feather brush her arm, so keeping his distance was probably the safest. Though, Izuku knew his teacher wouldn't let her do anything irrational. Izuku sees her trying not to twitch at his side because she knows she is still under surveillance by the police and she knows that Aizawa wouldn't hesitate to report her. And for a moment he wished that maybe she would do something irrational. "So, what is it you wanted to discuss?" his mother says softly, daubing a tight-lipped smile at his teacher in front of him. Izuku knew far better than anyone that it wasn't sincere in the slightest. Aizawa huffs a little as he leans forward to rest his elbows on his knees, looking too stiff to be seen as anything less than uncomfortable. "I won't beat around anything, but I'm here to talk about Midoriya, regarding his future within UA." His teacher says, reaching in and pulling out a folded piece of paper from his front pocket. Taking his time to unfurl it, Izuku can't help but feel his nerves simmer in his gut. He could already see where this was heading, and it just made him want to bolt from the room so he wouldn't have to hear. Coughing lightly before scanning the paper, his teacher says, "As you know, UA has formulated the idea of school dorms where Midoriya and his classmates will reside after classes and extracurricular activities. Though we have received written permission for this, I needed to come in person, as I have with all the other parents to ensure you understand what will proceed in the next few weeks." His mother hums at his words, trying to at least look like she was interested in what his teacher had to say. Aizawa only briefly looks up at them both before returning his eyes to the note. "Just know that no ill intent is to come from this as UA as a school, we are trying our hardest to keep the students safe. We understand if this isn't a place you'd want to have your son at, but if any issues around this arise, I want you to discuss them with me now, as it would be illogical to do so once he's moved in." Taking a few moments for the words to settle into the room, Aizawa once again regarded his mother with an impassive look that Izuku couldn't quite understand. "So, Mrs. Midoriya, do you have any concerns about what will come of this once Midoriya moves out into the dorms?" Shaking her head at Aizawa, she says almost immediately and without thought, "No, I have no concerns." His mother reaches over to Izuku and sits her hand on his knee, squeezing it almost threateningly. He tried not to flinch at the feeling, but couldn't help as his bones froze up, making him all rigid. "We all want what's best for Izuku. Isn't that right, honey?" Nodding, Izuku stares down at his legs, trying not to feel the sudden instilled fear swirling in his chest as his wings shrivel on his back. Izuku knew this was an act, but there was something dangerous in the way she was presenting herself to his teacher. Aizawa knew of the situation of his wings to a minimal level, not the deepest part of it, but the surface of what could be an issue. He knew his teacher saw it in front of his eyes where Izuku sat stiffly and far off the edge of the lounge next to his mother, gaunt and nervous as she rubbed her thumb up and down his leg in a facade of soothing. He knew what his teacher was seeing, what he tried hiding, and all it made Izuku want to do was run out of the room to somewhere, anywhere but in that house with his mother and the eyes looking down in shame. Izuku had wanted to, but nothing hated him more than himself as he sat rooted, nibbling his lips and picking at his nails. A few times Izuku even wanted to believe Aizawa was frowning at him, taping the note in his hand with his pointer as if in his own thoughts. He knew what it meant, that small reminder that Izuku does have a similar slip with a phone number scribbled on it. It was a question in its own mimicry, but he couldn't bear to look at it and the disappointment of him glancing away was clear on Aizawa's face. He was trying to help, and really Izuku wanted it, but this was his mother after all, and despite everything, she was still his family. It was wrong, but also so right. "Of course," Aizawa eventually mumbles out. "If there is no issue, I would like to move along to the next thing I wanted to talk about. Mrs. Midoriya, you are aware that you have registered Midoriya into the system as quirkless, correct?" Just at that word, Izuku felt his fingers around his knee tighten. "I'm aware." She grits out. "Did you also realize that it's actually illegal to do so?" Trying not to sound shocked, Izuku takes a brief glance at his mother's face, which had fallen quite pale. "I didn't know that," his mother says. "But, I haven't done anything illegal. Izuku is quirkless." The brief look Aizawa casts from him to his wings behind him speaks for itself. Confusion pinched in his brow, he says, "Mrs. Midoriya, I can assure you that your son does have a quirk." Shaking her head, ripping her hand from him as if burnt by the skin, she folds them in her lap and impassively glares at Aizawa. I think you're mistaken, Mr. Aizawa. My son is quirkless. Izuku can see his teacher trying not to frown at those words. Bouncing between his mother and himself, his teacher tries to make an understanding of the implications of what she truly meant. The cogs were turning behind his tired eyes and Izuku could only fear what he could be thinking, concluding. Sitting up, sensing the tension within the room, Aizawa coughs into his fist, scrunching the paper with the motion. Regardless of what you think, Mrs. Midoriya, your son is registered quirkless when he is not. That is illegal and I can have you arrested for that if you aren't willing to cooperate. By next week I want to see an update on the school system of his status, as well as the name of his quirk. Fail to do so, I'll have to contact the police. A few moments pass as the information settles into the room. Something stirs within Izuku as he thinks it almost sounds as if his teacher is standing up for him against his mother. And though his relationship with her was confusing, he still felt warm at the level of care Aizawa was showing him. Not many people had stood up for him like this, and a part of Izuku wishes he could feel this way more often. But then again, he blames himself for how things ended up, so maybe he wasn't very deserving of anything like that. Yes. Will that be all, Mr. Aizawa? His mother speaks eventually, laying down a light tone. If that's it, you're free to leave. Ah, just one other thing, Aizawa says, glancing at Izuku as he speaks. I'll be calling in a work friend to help you with your quirk training. This is to make sure you're given a fair chance compared to your classmates who are years ahead of control than you are, Midoriya. A work friend? Izuku whispers out, fiddling with his hands as he swallows past the lump in his throat. Yes, another pro-hero. I won't disclose much now as I'll talk to you privately when school starts again, but I'm just ensuring everyone is aware of what's happening. Nodding at his teacher's words, Izuku has to bite back the smile prodding at his lips. However, he snuffs that feeling down as his awareness of his mother beside him makes its presence known. No, she says, picking up her tea again as if to fill her mouth with something that'll stop her from saying what's on her mind. No? Aizawa says, shifting in his seat to sit up straighter. No. My son will not see any pro-heroes in his free time. Feeling the dread pool on his lashes as tears prickle, Izuku, for the first time this entire conversation, faces her with a wobble on his face. And mother, you see can't just dash. I can and I will. I am your mother and I don't give you permission. She bashed back, turning to glare at him. Something in her eyes settled a level of seriousness in those words, a warning, and Izuku had to clamp down on the inside of his cheek to stop him from arguing back. Feeling tears well in his eyes, he faces away from her, choosing to stare down at his lap again as he wills himself to keep it together. Crying in front of his teacher was the last thing he needed. Mrs. Midoriya, I'm afraid this decision rests entirely on Midoriya. No written permission is required as this pro has volunteered his aid for your son. His teacher tells her a bit gruffly, looking to defuse the fire burning in his mother's stomach. It was an ugly look on her, but Izuku knows that maybe she didn't find it in herself to care. Nothing she was doing was incriminating, and she's exploiting that fact as Aizawa can't do anything in this situation besides calm it. She says nothing, and Izuku decides to try out a wobbled, who? Hawks. That is all that Aizawa says, and just that name alone sends a small sob from his lips. Izuku knew no one would understand the level of emotion swirling from just hearing that his mentor was still looking out for him, but nonetheless, he couldn't feel more grateful. Almost growling out, his mother stands up from her seat to glare down, but I'm his mother. I should have a say. With all due respect, Mrs. Midoriya, this is your son's future, not your own. And maybe that had been the wrong thing to say because the second the words came out his mother was pointing a finger to the door. You should leave. Is all she could stoop in her anger, one that was unconcealed. Nodding, Aizawa looks up at her with a blank expression, trying to mask his own angered one. Thank you for your time and understanding. That is all he says. Sensing that he was no longer welcome, his teacher stood up to leave, making his way to the door. Walk me out, Midoriya? He asks softly, not even glancing over his shoulder as he moves out to the hall. Izuku feels the spitefulness dripping off his mother's glare as he nervously ignores it to follow his teacher out. He knows he'll get an earful once Aizawa leaves, and he can already feel himself becoming small and anxious because of it. Meeting his teacher at the front door, whose back is to him, he shifts on his feet. Chewing his lip, eyes to the floor, Izuku tries to not let his emotions get the best of him. It had been dying on his tongue for the past few minutes, drying out on his lashes, because really, it was harsh how she was acting, and during moments like this Izuku wondered if she truly did care for him as she said she did. Though for the most part, Izuku was embarrassed by it, by her and by everything that just happened. Just thinking about her ignorance of him stirs a lump in his throat, clogging it up. Something shifts in his mood and he has to hold his breath, hoping the sound of a sob doesn't escape his lips. He's not quite sure he'd be able to around his inability to speak properly. Is everything okay, problem child? He hears Izawa ask him. Not even realizing his teacher had turned around and been staring at him for how long, has more embarrassment settling in his chest. Barely whispering out around his leaden tongue, Izuku meekly says, I'm fine, Mr. Izawa. It's nothing I haven't heard before. Izuku goes to rub at his eyes, hoping the pressure of his palm stops the tears just under the surface. She really didn't want anyone knowing about them, especially the pros. Izawa hummed at him, sitting in his own anger, but Izuku could tell this time it wasn't directed at him. Something calloused and heavy rests on top of his head, carding through the curls of his hair. For a moment Izuku didn't realize it was a hand until after his teacher began to ruffle his head. I'm going to tell Tsukachi about what happened here, okay? Hopefully, it'll be able to build more of a case around your mother. Izawa says, pulling his hand away and to his side. I know I don't have to remind you that you have my phone number, but it won't be useful here as you'll be in the dorms soon, a floor below me. Nodding, Izuku looks up at his teacher, whose eyes seem to soften. I'll keep it on me just in case. Something akin to an almost smile crossed his teacher's face as he turned to reach for the door to leave. As he was stepping out, he said, just remember Midoriya, you have people in your corner now. And what a nice thought that would have been, if he hadn't hated the idea as much as he loved it. Izuku met Hawks on the first day back of his semester. He was essentially fully moved into his new dorm at this point and everything was coming into full swing. So he supposes that's why it was no great surprise to see him outside his classroom, resting against the wall, head slightly angled to look out the window. He was excited to know his mentor would be working closely with him and his wings. It was all he'd been thinking about since last week when his teacher had told him. Though that conversation hadn't ended too well with his mother, he had been a bubbly pool since then. That night he had even called Hawks with almost exasperation at the fact that he had even found time to train Izuku again, let alone during school. A few tears and thanks later, Hawks had promised him he'd try better to look out for him. Of course, Izuku knew he was guilty of what had happened with his wings, but it wasn't his fault, it was Izuku's. He hadn't told Hawks of his issues with his wings, so Izuku found it a little unfair that his mentor was pinning the blame on himself. But he supposes it did end up bringing them closer, especially since both weren't able to spend much time together between their new schedules. It had been so long since either were able to train like they did on the beach, so when he spotted the hero standing beside Izawa, he couldn't help but grin widely. It really was quite hard for him to contain his thrills when he bounded his way up to his mentor, calling out an excited, Kigo. When he made his way over, Izuku could see the smile forming on the hero's face as he spotted Izuku. Waving over to him in his signature salute, he replies, Yo, Zuku. How have you been? Trying to hide his inner turmoil, he flashes Izawa a small look before smiling up at Hawks. I've been good. Laughing lightly, Hawks reaches over to ruffle Izuku's hair. Always good to hear, baby bird. He couldn't help but notice how Hawks had glanced behind him at his wings, but a small feeling of pride wells in his chest as the hero let out a satisfied hum. Training with Hawks will start today during heroics class. I'll introduce him to the class as a teacher's aide, but realistically he'll be all yours, Midoriya. Izawa says, arms folding over his chest as he levels the two a look. Don't worry Eraser, I'll help you out with your kiddos. But Izuku here will be at the top of my list, he's my favorite and all. Though, anything you need, I'll be there the moment you blink. Hawks announces enthusiastically, putting a hand to his chest as if vowing the words. Huffing at him in something of amused annoyance, Izawa turns away from them to walk back down the hall. I'd rather you bother someone else. Ouch. So cold. Hawks laughs, feigning a fake look of hurt. You can't get rid of me that easily, you know. His teacher mumbles something that is drowned out by the sound of students making their way to class. Izuku notices them fawning at the look of Hawks standing there, gushing behind their hands with bright eyes. Though ignoring them completely, his mentor looks down at him and smiles. Man, we are going to have so much fun, I can already tell, baby bird. Hawks pulls Izuku into a side hug, squeezing his shoulders tightly. Trying not to blush at the man's antics, Izuku hides his face. Because Izuku had missed this. When their class came, Izuku had already fallen back to his stuttering, nervous self. With a promise from Hawks that he'll see him this afternoon, Izuku was quick to fall back and resume his usual schoolwork. And as classroom switched, Izuku couldn't help but feel he was being stared at. And this bothered him because just the feeling of being ogled made his skin crawl and stomach churn. He thinks he might not ever get used to the feeling, at least not for a long while. It didn't take Izuku long to figure out who was watching him. Todoroki was the one to eventually approach him during lunchtime, an hour before heroics class, asking if they could eat alone somewhere because they had to talk. Izuku wouldn't lie and say he wasn't anxious about it. Since the hospital, Todoroki had become rather distant from Izuku, and he thinks it might be because of the whole holding hands thing. When Izuku even thinks about it, his cheeks light up in embarrassment, but he just swallows that down and tries desperately to forget it even happened. So really, it should be much to Izuku's surprise as Todoroki grasped his wrist to drag him outside to sit underneath a tree with their lunch trays. He could definitely feel the flush all over his face now. For a few minutes, the two sit in silence and pick at their food mindlessly, hoping for someone to break the awkwardness of it all. Todoroki had let go of his arm the second he dragged him to the grass, but the feeling was still fresh in Izuku's mind and he tried not to make such a big deal about it. "Are you, Todoroki?" thankfully, begins after he sets his mostly untouched food to his side. As if struggling to find the words, the two-toned boy's face pinches as he looks over to Izuku. Are you and Hawks related?" he eventually asks. Shock pulls his eyebrows up as he gives Todoroki a look of almost disbelief. Of the many things Izuku was expecting to be said, this wasn't even one of them. Swallowing down the nerve sitting dangerously in his throat, Izuku tries to occupy his hands as he sifts through the rice of his curry. "And no. What makes you think that?" he mumbles to his lap as he looks away. Feeling his wings shift against the bark, Izuku then thinks that maybe their quirks were just too similar after all. And not that Izuku had thought of the idea of being related to the hero, being his almost adopted brother and all, really he was just more curious to know how Todoroki had even concluded something like that. They looked nothing alike except for their quirks. "It's just I saw you speaking with him and Mr. Aizawa this morning, and the whole thing in the hospital. That's all." The boy says, he too was fiddling around nervously. Cheeks still a little red, but more so out of embarrassment now. Izuku sighs as he sits up better to look at the sky. "If I tell you, would you promise to keep it a secret?" Izuku asks softly, risking a glance at Todoroki beside him who was also looking up through the branches. A moment passes as if the boy is pondering the request, but he assumes his own answer just as diligently. "All right, I promise." "Okay." Izuku huffs lightly again. He felt that his mouth had run a bit dry in his nerves, but he couldn't do much to sedate the tightness suddenly in his throat. He wasn't very good with words sometimes. Trying to figure out how to explain without revealing too much, Izuku finally settles with saying, "Hawks is my mentor." Confusion flitters over his face as he shifts his head and turns to look at Izuku. He takes his silent questioning to fill in the silence that followed his confession. He's the one who has been teaching me how to use my Q quirk. And that's as much Izuku will offer up? Because he would say over the months he and Todoroki had gotten closer, but he wasn't nearly at the stage to dwell deep into the details of himself. Not even Hawks knew everything. Running a hand through his hair, Izuku tries not to shift nervously as he waits for his friend to say something. Eventually, though, Todoroki tries his best version of a smile and nods. "Cool." That is all he replies with, and Izuku was just glad he didn't question more. When his class had come around, Izuku's excitement had started bubbling all over again when he spotted the two teachers once more waiting out on the field. This time trailing mutely behind his class, Izuku tries to sink into the crowd as his teacher introduces Hawks as an aide, spewing some half-truths around to convince his peers of the reason he was truly there. But Izuku catches Hawks' smile directed towards him, and only him, and he timid waves back as he tries to ignore the eyes of some of his classmates watching the interaction. "The F, is that all about, Deku?" he hears Katsuki say to his right. Izuku jumps a little at his gruff voice, not even realizing the blonde had made his way over to him while Aizawa was talking. "Are you and the shitty bird buddies or some sheet?" Grasping at his hair nervously, Izuku shakes his head. "Something like that." He stutters and doesn't further explain. He too is nowhere near a stage to know the truth. If Katsuki found out what happened to Izuku that night, well, he wouldn't know what he would do. He can feel Katsuki's eyes bore into the side of his head as his teacher finishes explaining the drills for that class, dismissing them to partner up. Slipping away wordlessly without casting a glance towards his classmate, friend, Izuku makes a beeline towards the winged hero in the hope of starting their training early. "All right, again." Wiping a dab of sweat pooling on his brow, Izuku fans out his wings in an almost embrace, gently allowing the feeling of the slight breeze to kiss the tips of his feathers. Hawks was in front of him, mimicking the action as he braced his knees into a squat, hands atop. "Ready?" Nodding without much thought behind it, Izuku set his eyes on the tree lining over Hawks' head. Digging around for that buzz, he twitches as he fights himself not to take off without the go-to. Set, and, go! Leaping out in front, he pushes his wings in a furious attempt to gain speed as he races to the forest and back. Chasing after that electrical feeling at the base of his shoulders, Izuku pushes his wings to move faster, trying to peel off that protective layer he'd unknowingly enforced. It was a few weeks into having Hawks as his mentor again. And it was obvious to even the blind that Hawks wasn't there as a teacher's aide as Aizawa had duly established in the beginning. The two had been inseparable during heroic training, and Izuku wanted to try to think of it as just them back on the beach, as it was all those months ago. But then again, things were so much different now. Though for Izuku, it was natural to rekindle the lost time between Hawks and himself. Yeah, they were still brothers, but time makes things difficult, though in this circumstance, it only brought them closer. Izuku knew they weren't separated or anything, they still tried hanging out as much as possible between school and hero work, but it was just easier like this. Almost familiar in its different scenery, but that sense of routine had brought him back to the comfort he felt when he was still living with his mother, almost as if he was still there. Izuku knew it was sick to want that, but it was all he had known. Yes. Keep pushing, baby bird. Hawks cries out to him as he does a sharp turn to rotate his body back on the trajectory of where he started. He sees his mentor waving the stopwatch in his hand, finger itching over the button, and it only makes him go faster. The idea was to push Izuku to his limits, hoping it would STMLT the electricity he felt at the training camp. Hawks had only known of it recently, and wasn't hesitant to jump in to encourage Izuku's quirk. His personal best for this specific exercise was roughly over 15 seconds, unbeaten for the past week, and it had only made him more determined despite the heavy pit resting just inside his rib cage. Flapping his wings harder, more erratically, Izuku visibly sees himself speeding up. He tries to ignore the wonder of his classmates' faces as they stood there and watched him, even after Aizawa sends a glare of get back to training in their direction. And for a moment he wondered how free he looked up there, but the thought instantly died on his tongue and rolled down the back of his throat heavily. Shivering, Izuku is nearing the starting point. He feels this might be his fastest speed, but just a few seconds before crossing that line, a jolt of electricity zapped down his back harshly. His wings seized violently, locking in place like a paralysis had spread down the nerves of his appendages and setting him straight as if he was in the stages of rigor mortis. Dropping fast, Izuku wasn't able to cooperate with his body and he landed harshly along the dirt floor, his hands scraping across the gravel pieces to slow his fall, kicking up dirt and rocks in the cracks of blood in his skin. Wincing, tears threatening to pool on his lashes, he rolls over and looks up at the slowly clouding sky, hearing Hawk's erratic footfalls crashing after him. "Izuku!" he yells, dropping beside him, hand hovering over his own with a panicked breath behind his words. "Are you okay?" Mumbling, Izuku looks at his mentor and just smiles. He hadn't flown as fast since the training camp, and that notion alone bubbled deep in his chest as his brother set his other hand in his hair. "I could feel it," Izuku says between his teeth, "that electric feeling. I saw it, just for a moment." A huge grin crosses the hero's face as he stands to help Izuku up, gently to mind his busted palms. Hawks, without fail, clipped him lightly on the shoulder before smiling down at him, almost proudly. He knew better than anyone how much he had come from that night, and just seeing it all over his mentor's grinning face had Izuku melting into the affection. He chittered and chirped lightly in response, pulling off his best version of a smile before he would grimace and head to the dorms for the evening. He had been trying for months, however, and this was all it showed for it. A sudden heaviness of dissatisfaction nestles its way under his neck, and he could almost feel his eyes watering at his slow progress. Izuku knows he should be proud of this victory, but he is still so far behind, even with Hawks as a guide. "I should get this checked out," he says around a tight throat, loosely lifting his arms in emphasis. A grim expression crossed Hawks' face, but it blinked away just as quickly. The implication of that unconcealed tautness rested heavily in his mouth once again, leaving words to strangle out of his lips. Not a day would pass that Izuku didn't see that tight pull of concern around his eyes. He'd shake it off and chalk it up to exhaustion to the hero, but he could tell by Hawk's posture alone he wasn't quite buying it. But Izuku couldn't find it in himself to worry. He knew Hawks wouldn't push, and he supposes that's one of the things he likes the most about the hero. Later that night, Izuku found himself across the cool surface of his hardwood floor, aching something fierce through his wings. Izuku could feel it in the tautness of them, and his feathers, rough to the touch, told him that he was long overdue to groom them. For a moment he had fished out his phone from his pocket, searching for Kigo's contact, but his thumb hovered over the call button. Realistically, he would love for his mentor to groom his wings for him, but he duly remembers how strange that would be for his classmates to see the top 3 hero in their dorms so late into the evening. So objectively he pockets the idea and sets up what he needs at his desk. Bringing his right wing around as far as he could, he began pulling at the loose feathers. He was clumsily slow at the process, and it was undoubtedly starting to annoy Izuku. Some feathers threatened to pull out but didn't do much more than that, so after half an hour of struggling and blaming the cramped space of his dorm as well as his inexperienced attempts, he packs up his supplies and sneaks out into the common area. It was late-ish and most, if not all of his classmates would be asleep by now. He just had to be quiet in case Aizawa heard him walking around past curfew, though Izuku had a suspicion his homeroom teacher wouldn't particularly care about him doing so. Sitting himself down across the large couch and coffee table, he tips out the stuff from his plastic bag and gets back to attempting to pull free the loose feathers. With the extra space to stretch out, it was only slightly easier to pick at his wings. He had more room, but he was still struggling regardless. For a moment Izuku wondered how Kigo even does this by himself, but a small flash of jealousy and sadness set its ugly head in his ribs once again, jabbing at him in a way that reminds Izuku that he could have known how to do this if it wasn't for the actions of his mother. His own negligence was beginning to frustrate him. He starts to get more frantic, erratic in his weak attempts at grooming his wings, and a defeated cry slips from between his lips. Abandoning his right wing in favor of his left, Izuku hopes he'll have an easier time with that one as he starts plucking at the loose ones with angry tears pooling in his lap. Izuku started tugging harshly at his wing, just pulling, tearing, ripping them out of place. I hate you. So much. I hate you. Feathers bunch around his fingers, like another hand was holding his, and Izuku can feel the crunch between the sections of his coarse skin. Heaving what felt like the world out of his mouth, Izuku sits and just muses quietly into the dark room, glowering at the wing that looks more mangled than he had walked in with. Dropping his wings in defeat, Izuku hunched over and held his arms instead, fighting the urge to just walk to the kitchen drawer for a knife to cut off the weight on his shoulders. A cry slips out, and then a sob, and then Izuku has to palm his eyes to stop the flood from chipping away at the wall he had spent so many weeks carefully putting together. Izuku stews, sits too long in the silence and grief, and he's mourning the clog in his head that he was feeling. He had never felt so far, yet so close to his mother in all of his life, and a sick part of him yearns for the abuse for a second, just a single moment. The thought alone makes him feel sick, and between the crushing pressure on his chest and the burn in his eyes, Izuku once again, as he's done so many times before, imagines himself home on the cold floor tightly binded as he had been so accustomed to. It was sick, he was sick. Izuku was sick and weak and pathetic. You can't even take care of yourself. It's not hard. Why is it so hard to want to be looked after, to be taken care of? Why is it so hard to move on? A light turns on down the hall, startling Izuku enough to stop his movements and muffle down the whine and chitter of distress. There was a tall silhouette in the doorway, looking right at him. Ducking down out of fear and embarrassment, Izuku pressed himself against the short cushion of the lounge and chirped slowly to himself out of discomfort. He squeezed his eyes shut and hopes prays the person didn't see him. His ears begin to ring as he folds his wings over himself, trying to find the comfort he desperately wanted and needed in that moment. Izuku brought his arms around himself and sat so still that he could have blended into the dimly lit room. Eyes closed so harshly it began to hurt, he waited for movement, for something to happen between the awkward and tense moment. Izuku knows his measly attempts to hide were not in favor as an exaggerated and almost intentionally loud huff sounds his way. "The hell are you doing, Deku?" Bakugo says. Biting his lip he peeks over the couch, startled at the chest that's suddenly in his face. Jumping back, the blonde levels him a look of pointed confusion, concern even, and it stirs something strange in Izuku. Turning away from him fast, Izuku starts packing up his belongings back into his bag hastily. Just trying to groom my W-wings. He stutters past a harsh breath and a few tears, choosing to ignore the feeling of eyes boring into the back of his head. "I'm sorry, I'll go now." A simmering hand sets itself tight on his shoulder, Izuku's body freezes on impact, becoming rigid and leaden instantly. For a moment he thinks he can feel the simmering of Bakugo's palm on his skin, but maybe he was burning up just as Todoroki said earlier that day. "Sit down, Deku." He grunts, coming around the side of him and standing almost flush against his arm. "Let me have a look." Something uncertain slips audibly from his lips, igniting a glare from Bakugo. Stiffly complying, scared to say otherwise, Izuku shakingly sits himself back down and hesitates when he holds out the wing he was attempting to groom, trying not to jump at the feeling of the blonde's hands reaching over to brush over his wings with a sense of care Izuku had never seen before. Another blush creeps on his face again, feeling somewhat exposed, vulnerable even. No one had even been so close to them, touching and grooming them. It had only been Kigo, always, and the feeling of nakedness to it made his skin crawl. Trying to relax under Bakugo's dangerous, but soft and gentle touch, Izuku lets the blonde pick out the rest of the loose straws he had in complete silence. He does this to both wings while pointedly ignoring the curious looks Izuku was trying to give him from the corner of his eyes. Bakugo had even smoothed out his rage-fitted self-harm he had done to his wings, with a touch no lighter than a ghost kissing him. 10 minutes of tense silence go by. Izuku finally tugs away from his friend and tucks his wings tightly against his back. Chewing and worrying his dried lips between his front teeth, Izuku makes it a point to keep his eyes trained on the ground now, staring at the small pile of feathers that had gathered there. Meekly he tells Bakugo, "It's fine. I can do the rest now." There was a brief moment of nothing, just his nervous heartbeat thumping behind his ears. But the boy in front of him chose to fill those peaceful few seconds with a loud click of his tongue. "Like hell you would. You did such a shitty job at it the first time, it makes me want to gouge my eyes from their sockets. It's pathetic watching you, Deku, so at least let someone who knows what they are doing, do it for you." Bakugo gruffs, reaching to pull the hidden wing away from Izuku's back. He flinches at the action, and he couldn't help but miss the same pull of concern everyone had been wearing around him. Though it was gone as he blinked, he tensed up and just let Bakugo do as he pleased. It was always easier just to curl up as small as he could and hope the blonde would be quick. Bakugo doesn't, however, and glares brightly at him when he tries resisting the touch against his wings. "Deku, quit your moving. Fing hell." The harshness of his voice stills him. He dares to move even a hair while he waits for the blonde to open up the restoring oils and glove his hands. But gently, besides his heavy warning, Bakugo makes sure to take care in his movements, sensing how skittish Izuku was. He was always in his line of sight, hands always out in the open, brushing along his wings in almost a sense of delicacy and warmth. His fingers trail up the length of the feathers, to the base of the wings joints under his shoulder blades. It causes Izuku to shiver, feeling the hesitation to touch just shy of his back. Fingers cascade across and around the stunts, massaging in the oils. It was nice, nicer than how Kigo does it. Closing his eyes, Izuku tries to pretend that it's not Bakugo grooming his wings, and just enjoys the closeness and care of someone else. He starts to chitter a purr in his throat, forgetting the company he was in for the slightest second. This was the tenderness Izuku was crazing over. Every movement the blonde did was deliberate but filled with such care it had set him back a few pegs of confusion. For a moment Izuku wonders if this is Bakugo's way of making up. An unspoken sorry, an action that describes his regrets and desire to try again. It's wishful for Izuku, wanting something so simple and so hard to find at the same time, but that's what he feels. The Bakugo from before was never this gentle with him, nor concerned. Something had changed these past few months, something shifted unexpectedly, but both knew they'd never actually talk about it. Understanding has found it hard with them lately. But for now, Izuku hopes the darkness of the room hides his sudden blush, as Bakugo's last soothing touch falls off the tips of his feathers, leaving that cold bite instead. Bakugo avoidly ignores his stares, walking over to the bin and disposing of the gloves into it. He grabs a glass of water, probably what he originally walked out here for, and leaves without a word or a glance over his shoulder. Izuku sits there in silence, he too trying to snuff out that fondness across his chest and wiping the blush off his face. Not once had the blonde ever been so gentle to him, and Izuku finds that he misses it already. The provisional hero license exams came and went faster than Izuku would have liked. He had passed, much to his surprise, but he knew he had no one else to thank but Hawks. His mentor had beamed loudly at him that night, after rapping against his window to be let in. Izuku was more than enthusiastic to let him in, crashing into a hug and crying out so many thank yous he thought his tongue would fall out. They celebrated with their traditional convenience store mochi and took a flight across the city. When the date of the school festival finally crept by, Izuku found himself begging Hawks to attend. He had tried to sound casual at first with a simple mention that his class was performing, that it might be fun, that it wasn't a big deal, but the words kept tripping over each other, urgency bleeding through no matter how he framed them. In the end, Hawks had agreed with a text more enthusiastic than he felt. The past few months had been a whirlwind of adjustment after being moved into a life where his quirk was no longer a secret, no longer the last thing people discovered about him, but the very first, and where every introduction began with his wings. Every glance lingered because of them, every whisper in the hallways carried the weight of speculation, awe, or quiet unease of his circumstance and situation. Keeping up academically had felt like flying upwards against winds strong enough to knock houses over, while the ache in his body was firmly sitting in his skin and forcing him back to the ground. For weeks, his classmates had orbited him like wary satellites, acknowledging him only when necessary, unsure whether to treat him as a peer, a freak, or something else entirely. But time, as harsh and gentle it was for Izuku, had softened their stance of weariness. Small conversations had grown into longer ones, with study sessions becoming a common occurrence in the dorms and every break turned into shared lunches with Todoroki and others. That gradual thaw, that fragile, hard-won acceptance settled into Izuku's chest like a low, steady warmth, chipping away at that hatred deeply rooted in his existence. For the first time in a long while, he didn't feel like an outsider looking in, hoping, begging to be helped. He felt seen. So when preparations for the festival ramped up, he threw himself into them without hesitation. He volunteered for every task, stayed late to help decorate, and even offered ideas even when his voice trembled and stuttered something fierce. If he was being completely honest with himself, he was happy simply to be asked. Happy to be included in something so simple, something so normal. That was why, when Mina waved him over with an apologetic grin and asked if he could make a quick supply run, Izuku agreed before she even finished explaining. The errand itself was to get a simple rope from the hardware store a few blocks away after the one they used for practice had been rubbed thin. Before Mina sent Izuku off, she'd added almost offhandedly that he could fly there and back faster than anyone else could. It shouldn't have meant so much, it shouldn't have brought such a grin to his face, but it did. As he left campus with a teacher's permission slip tucked carefully into his pocket, a lightness filled his limbs even though they were taut from all the training he had been doing with his mentor. There was a spring in his step, a smile tugging uncontrollably at his mouth, and he told himself it was just the festival excitement finally hitting his chest, but deeper down there was a quieter and more vulnerable truth to his newfound happiness. He had been chosen for something, and it wasn't out of obligation or pity as he had seen from his mother or his bullies, it was something more real. For a fleeting, uncomfortable moment, Izuku wondered if it was pathetic to feel this buoyant over something so small, to trip up over a mundane errand like it was something important. Izuku wanted it to be important. He wanted nothing more for so many years. The hardware store smelled faintly of dust and machine oil. The transaction took less than 5 minutes. Rope acquired, receipt folded neatly into his pocket, Izuku stepped back onto the sidewalk and rolled his shoulders, preparing to stretch his wings for the first time in public. He shifted into a half-squat, muscles coiling, the familiar hum of power gathering beneath his skin as he tried to reach the electricity again, feeling disappointed when he couldn't. Just as he went to leave, something heavy and dense radiated around him in a harsh screech. It echoed off the buildings in uneven waves, not loud but piercing in the way true distress always is: impossible to mistake, impossible to ignore. Izuku froze, head snapping toward the direction of the noise. Without hesitation, he looped the rope around his torso, knotting it securely across his midsection. Another sob carried through the air, weaker this time, and Izuku couldn't think, he just moved without any regard. Air rushed past his ears as he surged forward, scanning frantically, following the broken trail of sound through side streets and narrow alleys. The city blurred into streaks of gray and color until he rounded a corner a block away from where he'd first heard it, and then saw her. A little girl, no older than 7, sat collapsed in the muddy edge of the pavement as if her legs had simply given out below her. Her dress was smeared with dirt, stockings torn at one knee, and her small hands were pressed to her face, trying and failing to stifle the sobs that shook her. Tear tracks carved clean lines down her dust-streaked cheeks, catching the light like fragile glass beads before dripping from her chin. She looked impossibly small against the wide and indifferent street. Crouching down slowly, Izuku reaches over to brush the shoulder of the girl. His own tentative "Are you okay?" ushers out from the worried line of his mouth. At first, the girl says nothing, staring up at him in a sense of awe as she nods stiffly to the question. The sudden quietness of the alley seemed to settle into Izuku. She wasn't crying anymore, just staring, and it was setting off alarms in Izuku's mind. Standing up, but then reaching down to scoop up the girl to take her somewhere, anywhere, a shuffle above him cracks down the walls on each side, and Izuku just realized that it was too confined to fan out his wings wide enough to fly upwards. A deep pit of worry and just danger elided down his neck and back, and it sent him sprinting out the other end onto the busy street he sees through the slit in front of him. Just as he takes his foot out from the shadow behind him, something harsh wraps up his legs and throws him back to the sewage ground. His head violently smashes against the concrete, losing the little girl in his arms, wings smushed under the sudden weight of him, and he feels the second it pulls too taut under him and strains. Crying out, Izuku tries to recollect what had happened, rolling over to his side and bracing his fingers on the mud, reaching for something. Laughs begin mocking around him, hauntingly and so very close. Something sizzled at the back of his neck, and for a small moment of hope, he wanted to believe that it was Bakugo coming to help him. But that inkling burned out the second he was ripped back onto his agitating wing. Through clouded, tilted eyes Izuku could see a familiar green blending into the wall of shadows, the girl nowhere to be seen, and the gaps between his cries were filled with that soft but dangerous voice, reminding him that he never escaped, that he was never free of the bindings in the first place. In a sudden twitch, Izuku pats the phone number in his pocket, as inconspicuously as he could as he mutters up the strongest glare at the woman standing over him. "It's okay, Izuku, honey, it'll all be okay," she says, bending over to his twitching form. Izuku desperately tries to sit up, but his wings and back seize at the movement and he cries out desperately for her to just stop and leave him alone. She puts a finger to her lips and gently coaxes him to quiet down. "It'll all be okay." A chorus of no whisper past his chittering teeth as her hand plants firmly on his shoulder, holding him still and placing something cool against his neck. Izuku kicks at her with an action akin to desperation as he fights off the beginning of haze fogging up the back of his head. Between tears pooling down his neck and jittering, nervous teeth, Izuku pleads why. He pleads for help, pleads for someone to come and save him. He couldn't go back, he had only just started fitting in at school, and he couldn't lose it all. Feeling his arms fall numb, Izuku helplessly lies there, looking at the clouds above, holding him captive in darkness. A hand brushes over the curls on his forehead in a mimicry of love, soothing the twitch of his muscles as he spasms a little on the floor and howls. And despite the pain sizzling up his back, wreathing on the floor and just begging her, Izuku feels his heart sear with darkness as she whispers in his ear, "People who look like animals should be treated like animals." And with the sudden memory of Bakugo gently brushing his wings, Izuku tries to plant that feeling to replace that of his mother's coarse skin soothing him to sleep. Then he thinks that he had been so close. And then it was quiet. The feeling of being awoken felt unwelcoming into his bones, like something alive had crawled into his ear in his sleep and nestled its way deep down into the center of his chest. It was something heavier and relentless, a harsh pressure strangling at the base of his neck and down his spine in a way that it was bordering on being painful. Izuku could feel his head lolling on a high atop of the cool surface he found himself on, rolling on his shoulders like they weren't even attached. He could also feel a sickness in his throat that made him believe one wrong inhale could have him suffocating in his own fluids. It was quiet, alarmingly so that even his own breath felt out of place, that his grunt of confusion felt like an intrusion on the silence that had befell in the room. He had been unmoving for minutes now, unable to, his body felt uncoordinated and just missing, like he had no limbs at all. For a moment he thought he didn't, there was no light where he was, just a black wall in front of him like he had lost vision over the course of his time unconscious. He couldn't see if he had his arms and legs, his wings, too. Izuku was nothing but immobile in a place where his senses seemed stripped away. Between the light pressure he could just make out along his spine, as well as the ache in his shoulders, Izuku wanted to believe he was tied down. He could feel it at the base of his wings in the beginnings of a throb, akin to what he felt when he wore his bindings. It was almost familiar enough to give him comfort, the same one he had been digging away at for so long, but the sudden realness of his situation dragged its face in front of his own rather too quickly to be able to feel such relief. The sensation of numbness in his fingers began to thaw out, as if he was ebbing away from the high of whatever had been put into his system. It was excruciating, but Izuku could lift the feather resting atop of his hand, in a slow and delicate movement. Panic was already seeping into his skin infectiously, however. He felt riddled with it as he desperately tried to regain control of his limbs, fighting off the urge to release his guts across the cemented floor. Breath fastening when he managed himself onto his knees, Izuku attempted to crawl forward, hoping for a wall to hold onto to steady himself upright, but found himself falling short of just that. A rattle that was rich and heavy ignited the room as the only sound. Izuku hadn't realized the difference between the chains and his weak body to be independent of each other. The tug against them that Izuku managed confirmed he was bolted to the floor by his neck, a thick metal collar and leash resting on his body as if he was embedded into it, like it was normal for such a thing to be there. Mouth running dry, Izuku scrambled across the floor of the dark room, clawing at anything his fingers ran across with screams cascading from his mouth. Tears pooled at his lashes as he thrashed around, ripping at the restraint holding him down like an animal. Help me. Izuku wailed into the depths of the dim room. Someone please help me. Let me out. Please let me go, please, I'm sorry. Wetness trickled down his cheeks in large clumps, staining marks across his arms and hands as he wedged his fingers between the gap of the collar and his neck. For a moment Izuku felt as if he was suffocating. From the choking on his cries to the tightness on his body, he raked his nails across his skin, trying desperately to carve the metal out. Behind him his wings jittered erratically to his panic. As if alive completely on their own, they lifted Izuku from the ground and threw him around the room as far as the chain's length let him, in their own desperation for escape. His limbs suffered, enduring the brunt force of the coarse ceiling and dragged his skin along it. The pain was simmering across his entire body, but he couldn't stop the panic. He had to get out. There were people relying on him. They wouldn't anymore if he didn't return with the rope. He has to get it to them. He has to prove himself. A sob burst from his lips as he rammed the wall again, fingers still etched into the skin of his neck, tearing and ripping desperately. His chest ached something fierce as he dropped himself to the ground with no manner to slow his fall. The second he found himself on the floor, Izuku crawled to the nearest wall he could navigate in the dark of the room and curled up, despite the fact that the short chain didn't actually allow him something to rest on. His tired, disfigured wings attempted in their own way to drape over his shoulders in silent comfort. Izuku wept, begging for someone to help him, begging for so long his eyes hurt to rub and his throat was so strained not even his chittering sounded like his own. For a while he remained unmoving, his head nestled in his knees and he perched himself on his feet as if he was a bird. His wings felt like little reassurance to him, they weren't nearly as big and powerful as his counterpart mentor. In a desperate moment of weakness he tried imagining his wings were as red and welcoming like Kigo's, mourning the feeling of safety they had. Izuku wanted nothing more than to be wrapped up in them in a sea of warmth, seeing the bright and confident grin of his family holding him close. Izuku sits and ruminates about it for as long as he could think to and he wonders if anyone was looking for him, realizing he never did return from the errand that rested so heavily on the sake of the festival. He fears for just a fleeting moment that they won't realize he's missing, that everyone he had been trying so hard to be friends with would move on with their lives so casually as if his world really hadn't been as big as he was trying to make it. The thought saddens Izuku for a moment and he tries desperately to hold out on the hope that someone will come. The overhead light suddenly whirred to life above his head in desperate pants and flickers and Izuku was quick to cover his eyes from the harsh light shining down on his exhausted body. Nothing happens after, and Izuku chooses the moment of absence to observe the current predicament of his situation. Doing so between squinted eyes and the parting of his fingers, Izuku notes that the chain attached to the collar on his neck was welded, as if the intention was to keep whoever is here permanently. Swallowing past that realization, Izuku also notices there is nothing in the room but himself. The room was smaller than it felt in the dark and was decorated with walls the color of bones and concrete that was smooth and cold under his bare feet. It only took Izuku now to realize his shirt had been removed and he was in nothing but pants, as if it was intentional for his wings to be exposed as they were. As that thought crossed his mind, he gave them a once-over and deduced they weren't much different since he had last seen them. They were ruffled and unkempt, but nothing seemed to be broken. Though, his once-over was short-lived as the door to his far left rattled and creaked open. A familiar wave of green peeked through the entrance of the door with a smile too bright and eyes too curved. "Izuku, honey, you're awake. That's good. Very good, dear," his mother said, too sweetly for him to find comfort in it. "Come here, baby." Izuku flinched to the sound of her voice, squeezing his fingers into his shoulders as he found no trust to go to her. His defiance, no matter how small it was, seemed to wash the falsified layer of worry from his mother's face. Suddenly drained from the warmth she walked in with, her brows pinch forward to the middle of her forehead and she glares at Izuku. "Now," she demands, warningly. "I will not ask again." Biting back the fear in his chest, Izuku hops off his perched feet and stands up straight and begins walking over to her. "Only one step in," she says sternly, "no." Frightened, Izuku finds himself shying away into the backs of his wings, willing that something will open up and swallow him away. "Don't come to me walking like that. You're not human," his mother states. Pointing a finger to the ground, she says, "Crawl." He doesn't move, studying her face, trying to understand if she was being serious. No qualms of her tone indicated she wasn't, but Izuku had never seen her like this. Never seen her treat him like this. Words try to stutter and bubble from his chapped mouth, and dies almost instantly on his tongue. The little pride he had withered away just as fast as he had it, and Izuku finds himself obeying almost without thought. With his wings tucked away, he walks over to her mutely on his hands and feet. Embarrassment creeps across his face in a dehumanizing way. He knew of the punishments if he didn't comply, but never in his life had he ever felt less than human. Izuku thought his quirklessness was what made him the most human out of everyone. So irretrievably and utterly human. And how wrong had he been? A hiccup slips from his mouth out of shame when he stops by her legs, one step above him from the stairs leading upwards behind her. Through dry eyes Izuku silently notes he's in a basement of some kind, but quickly averts his eyes from behind her to the coarse and crooked fingers scrunched on the ground in a mimic of an animal. "Good. Good," she whispers to him, and hesitantly sets her hand on his head, but stops before she touches him. "I missed you so much, honey." Another sob slips from his lips and he pushes his head into her ghost touch, once again trying to imagine it was anyone else but her. "Why are you doing this?" Izuku chokes out between a labored breath, after a second of hesitation. Tentatively he looks up at her and studies the strict line in her mouth, and the stone expression permanently adorning her worn and old face. "Please let me go. I won't tell anyone. Please. Please. I promise." She sighs at him, dropping her hand away from his head as if he burned her, and starts intentionally ignoring the wings on his back. Izuku notices that she does and grasps onto it, pleading. Please. I am sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll be good. I'll come home. I'll bind tea them again. Please mama, I'll be good. I won't tell anyone. IW won't. Izuku cries, grabbing onto her arms. Don't fing touch me. She howls at him, anger dripping over each word with emphasis. You filthy creature. Don't fing touch me. Izuku watches as she backtracks up the stairs so fast, not even daring to look over her shoulder at her son. Crying in desperation, he screams after her, tugging at the chains once more to claw his way up the steps, but finds himself stationed, marked red from stress on his neck and nails bleeding over his chest. The light suddenly snaps off with a crack and Izuku is left in the darkness again, feeling utterly helpless as he sinks down into a ball and weeps dry tears, wishing for something worse than death. The quietness of the house was often overwhelming to Izuku. He could feel the pressure of the ceiling breathing down on him like a watchful eye, full of cracks that splintered only strings of light from the right angles. There was a sense of unease waiting in the darkness of the room, like a blanket of dread was being tucked around Izuku from a place of facade and trickery. Sometimes, when his own breaths were snuffed down into his arms, Izuku would listen to the sound of life from upstairs. He had come to realize it was just him and his mother, and after careful analysis, Izuku realized that she never spoke, just lingered through rooms in silence like she hadn't left her son in such a cruel way. After what Izuku felt a prolonged amount of time, he decided to stop caring for his pride. His nose had grown used to the sour smell of his urine pool on the other side of the basement and the darkness that followed around it. It clung to his pants, in the joints of his arms, and soaked his feathers damp. He had dragged himself through his fluids often, too weak to do much more than roll out of it. Most of his time was spent sprawled on the floor, riding out the waves of pain he was suffering from being cramped up in a small place. His wings barely shifted when he tried to do so, too stiff and leaden to cooperate, and most of all, too exhausted to. The cold nipped violently at his exposed body, shutting him down to the point where he had spent hours in his own PSS, unable to move past the numbness in his limbs. His lips had begun flaking, dried from the sickness he kept waking up with when his insides convulsed and shifted in on themselves. Starvation and dehydration leached and sapped at his core in a constant and present wave throughout his body, always, even in sleep. Izuku, in a point of weakness, almost drank whatever he could feel wet on the cementing, but it took everything he had to keep himself from doing so. Desperation was eating his body and mind alive, and for a fleeting moment Izuku had feared that he would actually starve to death. Above his head, he could hear the constant creaking of footfalls throughout the floorboards. The pattern became familiar, always light and unhurried. Always a single pair. It hurt Izuku knowing that his mother actually cultivated this, was doing this to him, kept maintaining this wall of unease over Izuku, strung him up and silently guided his weaknesses to her advantage. Only once had he ever asked, and his mother had made sure that he suffered for it. Disobedience meant loss of control, loss of power over him. He learned to never ask, just comply, don't talk too much and stay out of her way. When he was young, his brain couldn't fathom such a thing, and he was always punished for it, but silence was survival with her, and he learnt that the hard way. Clairvoyancy would satisfy him, but when he lived his life in constant solitude and abandonment, those he could trust started dwindling. Another croak sounds over by the door, and the light blares to life again so unexpectedly it sends a sharp pain to the back of his skull. Back dots dance across his vision as he snaps his head up from his arms and scrambles to his feet in a panic just as a set of footsteps nudge the basement open and travel down into the room. Relief, guilty and horrible relief stirs in his heart at the sight of his mother. She is dressed in a nice blue cardigan and slacks, hair tied back in an almost casual way that made Izuku feel sick and so wrong. He wondered how she could be so unbothered by everything, how she could walk down into this place with such normalcy. "Are you gonna behave today, Izuku?" she asks gently, warily watching him from the bottom set of steps. The softness of her voice made his chest twist uncomfortably. It scared him for just one disorienting second that his body yearned for it, instinctive and traitorous. Swallowing past the lump in his throat, Izuku nods, eyes greedily dropping to the bowl in her hand. He fiddles with his pants, doubling silently and forcing himself to not reach for it. In a blink of control, he then drops his head towards his feet. In SBMSN, shying away in his wings again as he nods a second time in almost his own reassurance. "I didn't hear you. Speak up, honey." Teeth chittering, he pushes out a meek and rusted, "Yes." His throat instantly closed and he knew words would find themselves hard today. The silence drags on harshly, stretching, filling up the room uncomfortably as he waits for something, anything, to happen. Izuku didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe, too afraid his mother would see her visit as a mistake and turn around and leave with the food following her out. Very good. If you continue being good, I'll consider giving you this, yes? She murmurs in warning, taunting the food in her left hand, knowing how hungry he was, how desperate he was for it. Why yes. She hums at him, pleased, and sits down on the step and places the bowl by her feet. Izuku lightly lifts his head and watches it greedily. He knows to survive he'll have to obey. It's one of the only things his mother actually taught him. We're gonna play a little game. I ask questions, you answer, and if I like the answer you can have a mouthful of food, okay? Izuku chirps wearily at her, and comes to walk over her before grimacing at her arched brow. Swallowing another heavy mouthful of his pride, he drops to his hands and feet, slowly, painfully, and crawls the rest of the way and perches himself by where she was sitting, embarrassment heating his face. Do you know why I put you down here? She asks calmly, watching him as if this is casual conversation. The harshness of it doesn't escape him, neither does the sense of dread washing over him. Izuku stutters to her after a beat, gripping his pant legs and feeling the crinkle of paper in the fabric. It had become his source of comfort after his wings stopped feeling like his own. He couldn't read those numbers in the darkness of the room, the pen scribbled down in his teacher's handwriting, but he knew it came from someone who saw right through him despite his own deception. A quiet solace and reminder. Be because I tried to run away. Her brows pinch harsher into the lines of her head, and Izuku could tell from her reaction alone that it wasn't what she was looking for. Displeasure weaved across the features of her face slowly. A jolt of fear ran down his spine, almost in correlation to the chain that sat heavy there. Izuku hunched in on himself once more, wings shriveling even further into his sides. Let me rephrase that. She continues almost too calmly. How long have you been sneaking out of your bedroom window to meet up with a pro hero? A bead of sweat pools down his temple, flashes of white pulses behind his eyes as he feels his chest seize in panic. Wings twitching violently in anxiety, Izuku gnaws at the inside of his cheek, willing that he had heard wrong through the ringing in his ears. He thought he had been safe. She never let on that she discovered his nightly outings with hawks, that she saw past the quiet hope he had guarded to himself so fiercely. How did you? Izuku squeaks out, mouth running dry, and he chooses to try and breath past the lump in his throat. His words bled uncontrollably, escaping him when he needed them most. Her foot gently nudged the bowl at her feet, emphasizing it with a firm line in her mouth in warning. We were just. Izuku. His name felt like a command. Stern with no room to step back. Please don't, I see can't. Izuku begs, tears pooling on his lashes like an overfilled bucket. The threat to starve drilled inexplicable fear into his chest, rattling his rational mind in a way he was so desperate and unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. He could sense the unseen anger spewing from his mother at his lack of response. She picks up the bowl into her hands, and goes to turn around. Another wave of blind desperation jumps from his arms and he rushes out to grab her again. And no. His guts twist painfully under his ribs, starving, pleading for something. His mother swings around with such force Izuku drops to the ground in a crumpled, broken, pitiful heap. Izuku's eyes jitter in his skull, blurring over and barely able to make sense of the hot pain swelling on the side of his face where she struck him. From where he was laying he could smell the dampness of his urine wafting to the ceiling, a metallic underlay to it as something dribbles into his eye. You did this, Izuku. You made me do this. He hears his mother cry to him, eyes welling with tears despite the horrid squint to them. This is your fault. Bringing his hands to the side of his face, he claws at his skin like his head was splitting open, screaming, wailing into the room. Blood intermingled from his forehead to the back of his throat, harsh and bitter to taste. He doesn't catch the mutter she says, or the footsteps coming over him as he writhes in agony on the floor, wings curving around his body, shielding him as best they could. A harsh pull chokes out his neck as his mother grabs the base of the chain and drags him to the middle of the room. Knees scraping across the ground, a blood trail replacing his shadow, he's thrown to the ground like an abused dog. If you don't tell me what you did, I will, so help me, I will kill you. She screams in his face, shaking him by his neck. You tell me right now, you fing animal. Agonized mewls spew from his lips as Izuku tries to catch up between the movement of his head and body. He can feel himself go numb, wet streaks cutting down the sides of his cheeks like marking. He can't feel his wings, for a painful second, and panic builds throughout his mutilated, filthy skin. Izuku. Something rotten hit the air, almost a year before the entrance exam. He spits out in a fit of terror. Tried killing myself. K-Hawk saved me. He's the one who taught me to F-fly. He cried out, ashamed, so incredibly ashamed. Bile rose harshly to his throat and Izuku rolled out of her grasp, hurling across the ground, chest heaving erratically trying to squeeze out nothing at all. He can hear his mother sneer at him in disgust and step away from his despicable and pathetic form. Filthy creature. She mutters over her shoulder haphazardly and leaves without another word. She slams the door behind her and the lights cut out again. Izuku drops to his side, feeling the guilt rise out of his mouth faster than the vomit could. It's so heavy in his ribcage he collapses onto the floor, begging for Hawks to forgive him. He feels disgusted in himself, how weak he was, how easy he complied to her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Please. Please help me. Izuku wept on the ground with dry tears that rushed his skin, with screams that tore a hole in his throat, hoping for someone to save him. A while later, Izuku peeks his eyes open and barely makes out the white of the bowl atop of the steps, mocking him. It was so simple. The idea of it being so close to him, so in reach was agonizing. Izuku laid there, warm tears resting on his face with a bad memory, in partnership with his wings, convulsing behind him as permanent disfiguration. He could almost taste it, just there asleep on his lips, drying out slowly. He couldn't feel his arms or legs, like they had gone all black and fallen off from the chill of the room. The slow, bone-deep cold that has settled itself into his skin over his time in the cage, the one where Izuku can feel it trying to shut down parts of his body in correlation to the scraping, desperate ache in his stomach. It was there, eating him alive, as all he could find himself being able to do is just weep into the darkness of his heart and wait for that same darkness to make his eyes heavy, too heavy to keep open. Izuku willed it so hard his ears began ringing, suddenly aware of the coarse feeling of his tongue trying to move about in his mouth as if it was trying to escape out of his head. And Izuku could feel it, that bowl, that porcelain, white and almost shiny bowl glaring at him in the dimness of the basement. Glaring from so high up, in this state Izuku didn't think he could even mange himself to, so high it felt like it was looking down on him in pity. He rubs his cracked lips together and closed his eyes. They burned with an intensity like sandpaper on skin. Harsh and unforgiving that not even his own tears could rub out the pain. On his stomach, Izuku could feel the vibrations of his heart hammering in his chest. It matched to the concentrated amount of cluttering on the ceiling above him. It sounded like dishes were being washed. A simmering, sudden feeling of hatred bubbles in his chest, something so unfamiliar and animalistic to Izuku he has to force himself not to palm the feeling out of his chest with his hand. He had never felt this before. It stirs, sitting, stewing, aging in his ribs like a body unfamiliar to himself. He feels that anger deepen, when she starts humming to herself. Her voice grates his insides and it makes Izuku's skin crawl and flinch at every sound of life. He wants nothing more than to claw his ears off and pluck out his eyes, in hopes he wouldn't have to see a lick of her again. Izuku had tried so hard not to hate her. He always had given her the benefit of the doubt, that there was a pure and explanatory reason for all of this. But sometimes he felt it tug his insides, in order with that ripping of hunger knee deep into his skin, that this was planned, and on purpose, and that really that was no plausible explanation, that really, maybe, his mother is truly just disgusted by his existence. Izuku stops, holds his breath, and tries to make out what she's saying. The denseness of the room thickens the distance that her voice was traveling, and Izuku finds himself feeling defeated once more when he couldn't understand a single word. Laying there for what felt like a lifetime, Izuku hopes that resting for long enough would give him the willpower to roll over and get up. There was food on the steps, he knew that, but his body just felt so lifeless, that he's not even sure he could move his arms in front of him to stand. In between that unbearable ache in his stomach and the heavy dread plastering all over his body in sweat, there was a pull. It was so small, so hidden, that Izuku hadn't even felt it through his exhaustion and anger. That need to live. The feeling was so sudden it tugged Izuku's eyes wide open, even though the difference wasn't obvious in the darkness of the room. So sudden, that it rushed deeper in his veins than the welt across his face, crawling, stubborn somewhere underneath the rot of exhaustion that just wouldn't go away. Izuku tried to choke out the refusal, strangle it from his neck as it slipped past his lips in a sound so thin that it could have been mistaken for a breath. He couldn't move, but he didn't want to die here. He just couldn't. Something behind him twitched, possibly his wings, and the movement was so silent he really could have mistaken it this time. It was there, trying to shut down his body as his last feel of fight ebbs out of his pores into the still dark room. The force to move something concentrated in his hand, curling into the rough cement under his fingers. The movement itself sent stars flashing wildly behind his eyes as if the action itself could knock him flat where he was. His arm dragged weakly in front of him, unresponsive. Tears sprung to his eyes again as the feeling of defeat sat so close to the edge of his tongue, waiting for him to accept it. A whine falls pitifully through his clenched teeth as he takes a second to reintegrate himself back to the reality of his situation. The stairs felt so far away, like the smallest distance it would take would be across the ocean. The longer he found himself staring at that white bowl, the darkness of the room seemed to contort around the shapes he could make out, and just for a fleeting moment, Izuku thought that the room was stretching further away. He could feel the taste of salvia building under his tongue at the mere sight of something, the feeling of buzzing under his skin prompting him to try. Izuku pressed his forehead into the ground, wishing that the sheer force of will could pick himself up and do the rest for him. That maybe if he had been good that he wouldn't be in the situation he was in, if he had just listened. A dry lump rolls down the back of his throat harshly, like he had scrunched up a piece of sandpaper and put it in his mouth. The feeling lurched him forward, more than he's moved for a long time, closer to his survival. He wants it, so desperately he can feel his insides already eating themselves alive, feel his brain blacking out, eyes going blank in spots he swore he could see just moments ago. Izuku grinds his teeth down, nose scraping along the floor as he forces his tired muscle to just move. His shoulder screamed in protest at his idea of using them, muscles spasming under his skin. The chain weighing down his neck and back scraped itself along the ground with him, as if someone had sat down on his form, trying to slow him desperately. The sound alone sent jolts of panic in his chest, afraid that the humming upstairs would be replaced with the vibrations of hurried footsteps. Urgency settles itself stubborn into his bones as he shuffles a long and dragged step forward. His joints begin to ache something fierce, but Izuku just ignores them and keeps his eyes focused on the bowl. He knew his mother had placed it there purposely, to see if it'll drain him to SBMSN, but that anger still stewed and all he could feel was determination. He knew that the second he found that push to move, that he will not stop, even if it killed him. She would not win. But, almost halfway through his next step Izuku felt his elbow buckle in exhaustion, the feeling so sudden he drops his head again and it smashed the bottom of his chin violently. Tears sprung in his eyes as he wept, feeling that soft hand of giving up running across the damp curls of his head. The feeling makes his wings shudder, feathers bristling along the coarse surface in its own form of defeat. They were dry and brittle and the friction made Izuku bare his teeth uncomfortably. During the brief moment of rest, his wings spasmed again, sending a jolt down his spine and into the soles of his feet, but the momentum alone sent him past the spot he had collapsed at. Izuku dragged in another slow and pained breath that he felt it rattle the inside of his ribs dangerously, causing him to claw until his fingers bloodied at the sheer desperation to try and ground himself to something. The pressure was distant, dissipating through the cracks of agony pooling all over his body and drowning him. Another glance through his bangs made Izuku feel even further than he started. The stairs seemed to shrink away into the darkness of the room as if it was hiding in plain sight. A sigh of defeat doubles out of his mouth as he collapses fully into the ground. For a moment Izuku rests his cheek against the cool surface, trying to minimize the ache radiating over his entire body. Dry, bloody pants rattle his frame as the feeling of spinning dance in his head. He felt light and sick, almost a breath short of passing out. The edge of the first wooden step blurred in and out of his concentration, within reach if he just stretched his arm out to touch it. Cramping through itself in another wave, folding his body in half as he brought his outstretched arm to cradle his chest in comfort. A broken, desperate sun racked all over him, intermittently. I can't. Izuku whispered out, almost missing the sound of the humming stop above his head. He froze. The silence stretched for so long it could be filled in with the distant sound of something small crawling along the floor. Izuku could feel every muscle in his body go taut and lock in place, despite their exhausted tremors. He tried straining his ears to detect life above him, heart hammering so loud in his chest he was afraid it could be felt through the floorboards of the ceiling. It comes as hesitant. Light footsteps start moving across the floor, away from what Izuku presumes to be the direction of the basement door. Then a cupboard creaked open, water began running from a tap and the humming continued. Relief hit Izuku so hard it doubled down on the turbulence he was feeling. Bile had just crept onto the base of his tongue, worry seeping from him so deep that it made him feel physically ill. The waves of nausea started to wear off as Izuku lay deathly still. The urge to keep going dissolving just as quick. But he couldn't stop, he was so close. With a groan that was on par with a cry, Izuku forced his dying body to roll back onto his elbows as he shuffled forward again. He was moving faster, more erratically as the steps drew closer. He didn't falter at the seizes in his muscles, or that bone-rich ache that followed after. Black spots covered his vision more violently than the darkness did, and it sent Izuku reeling forward in his last stretch of small, consecutively more of a crawl, burst of desperation. His chains rattled at every slight movement, tangling his legs as he rammed the last push he could muster. Fingers outstretched, Izuku collapsed onto something hard and wooden. Between the lull of his head and the spinning of the room, the texture was unmistakable. Izuku curled his fingers around the edge of the step, flinching at the touch. He blinked his leaden eyes open and the sight almost brought him to tears. Staring at the steps as if it would vanish in front of him, his fingers move over the edge, nails bending unnaturally as he brought himself up to rest. For a moment, he didn't move, just hung there limply. Then, he suspended himself higher and his shoulder gave a sickening pop in his ears, succumbing to the pressure. Izuku bit down the weep that came from his throat, letting the pain ebb in the rest as sweat poured down his temple. His chest bumped another step, squeezing air out of his lungs and bringing another pained wave in his chest. Looking up again he spotted the bowl, so close he could actually smell its faint, watery and metallic undertone. Izuku wouldn't have cared if it was just cardboard, he would eat anything. Reaching his hand up, his fingertips brushed the curve of the bowl, still too high for him to grab properly. He loses his grip and it drops back down onto the step in defiance, which builds another whine to come out. Please. And no. His fingers grip the rim, not caring that he can feel the cooled liquid over his knuckles. Some of it tipped, curdling up in a puddle on the stairs as Izuku clumsily and weakly dragged it down to his face. He didn't care as he brought the bowl to the step under his chin as he lapped up the stale soup into his mouth, dribbling down his face in the least amount of decorum he could muster. Izuku's hands barely cooperated as he sat the empty bowl to his side and let himself lower to the step, drinking and liking what he had spilt in desperation to fill the void in his stomach. He pressed his tongue flat against the wood and dragged it, tasting the dirt in the gums of his mouth. His stomach lurched at the sudden intake of food, warning the possibility that it might come back up with the force of the cramps. Izuku kept going anyway, too driven in panic and starvation to care for anything else. Too scared that his mother will walk down those stairs and take it away again. Weeping fills the rest of his hunger as he slides back down the stairs, not even realizing how far his legs stretched to make the distance to reach it, how close he was to being caught by the chain. He hadn't even realized it reached so far to begin with. Izuku collapsed on the cool floor, feeling full for the first time in weeks. His wings calmed down, moving as if he was truly alive again, and wraps themselves around his body in a blanket of protection. The sound of the tap had stopped long ago. Izuku didn't even realize his mother had moved spots. He couldn't even hear her anymore. But the scraping of a deadbolt rattled throughout the room. Fear struck down Izuku as he realized why he couldn't. Between the time of him feeding and descending the stairs, his mother was already by the door waiting. When had she even stopped making sounds in the kitchen? Keys scraped against the wooden door as it swung open, light blaring to life just at the same time. Izuku kept still as measured creaks followed him down to the place on his floor, the air growing thinner each shuffled movement. The sudden brightness wafted down into the room, stabbing into his eyes that had grown so used to the dark room, blooming a headache so harsh he felt like his brain had split in two. He was faced away from his mother, but he could feel her gaze along his back. It burned bright and heavy into his skull, a broken noise escaping him as he curled in on himself, willing that she would just turn around and leave him be. I see that you ate. His mother said mildly, almost amused by it. Izuku couldn't move, couldn't even face her. His breathing already felt too loud and too dangerous in the room, as if the action alone would give him punishment. Her shoes whispered further down the steps, approaching him and stopping just shy of his head. The scent of something flowery circled into his nose, painfully different to the rot of his current world. It brought nausea back to his mouth, a sickening reality to it. Ignoring me, Izuku, are you? She asked, a drip in her voice. The chain around his neck shifted as he felt her step over his stiff body, the links dragging across the floor in defiance. And for one terrifying moment, out of the corner of his half-lidded eye, did he see her raise her hand above her head. Izuku squeezed his own shut, waiting for the pain to cascade across his face in waves, but it didn't come. Confusion settled into his skin as she ruffled around with the collar on his neck, not even daring to peek at even the slightest touch from her. He thought that maybe she came down here to punish him for eating, for living, but the hum swallowed back into her voice as she tugged and pulled on his restraints. And suddenly, as if all the dead weight had dropped off his back, the chain fell off and lied at his curled forearm. More footsteps echo away and she steps back. Her voice comes sickly sweet in the emptiness around him, making his skin crawl. Don't misunderstand. You are not free, Izuku. She clips something to his neck and tugs him upwards. Izuku blanched at the movement, finally turning to look at her. Something black and short was connected around his neck, and in a moment of disgust did Izuku realize it was a leash. Up, she said, giving it another test tug that had Izuku bracing his hands on the ground. Glaring, Izuku doesn't move. He felt the lead tighten as her impatience reared its ugly head. Up, now. With a small whine of discomfort and anger in his chest, Izuku listens. He knows that if he wants to get out of this, he'll have to listen to her. The upward motion raked his body in a wave of pain. He tips forward onto his hands and knees unsteadily as he swallows back what he had just gorged himself on. Izuku swayed violently to the motion, wings forgetting to stabilize himself. He had only managed himself into a slight crouch when he felt his world shift. And for a second he felt that projectile in his body burn the back of his tongue. Good. Very good, she mumbles, and tugs again. It flutters that disgusting, selfish desperation for her praise, and Izuku feels mortified the second he thinks it. How could he after this? It was inhumane in any level possible. He wasn't an animal. She turned around, pulling the strap and letting it guide him up the first set of stairs. She didn't even glance back in worry to the sound of him falling into the stairs rather than climbing them. He gasped when his knees and hands scraped across the splintered wood in unease to the unsuspecting pull around his neck. His mother just went up the steps with no worries in the world. Izuku kept stumbling forward at her excitement, scrambling to find any sort of purchase. The crawl upstairs was excruciating. Each step made him feel as if his limbs were tearing off at every movement, that his rolled shoulder did give out again about halfway up, causing him to slide down away from the progress he had made, and he had to force himself to use it through tears and clenched teeth at another insistent pull. There was no care in her enthusiasm, just a quiet disregard. The doorframe illuminated behind her silhouette as he ascended, the light almost sickening to his night-scarred body. Everything felt almost thinner up there, as he passed awkwardly through. It was almost unbelievable as he took in the familiar walls of his childhood home, still littered with empty photos devoid of him. Izuku should have known that she'd bring him here, like she hadn't really thought about this at all. Her hand tugged the strap again as she led him down the hall into the kitchen. Humiliation burned deep as he was forced to crawl through the house like an animal. His body was shaking so violently he didn't think he could walk much longer, but in a smaller mercy she sat him down by the bench floor, roughly, just as his body gave out beneath him. Good job. Was it so hard to listen? She asked, sarcastically. Now, since you've been good, I'm letting you have upstairs time. She wrinkled her nose at him. You're absolutely filthy, and it disgusts me that you couldn't even find the time to take care of yourself. Izuku nods at her distant words, eyes wandering, looking for something, as what she's saying blurs away into a fog and he looks around as if he was on a swivel. The room spanned so much it was making him feel sick. His house looked just as he left it and it made him feel as if he hadn't at all. If it felt as if not a day had passed, everything was still set in its original spot. Izuku paused, subtly looking over at the dining table. It was hidden behind some tissues and a candle, but it was there, unmistakable against the white of the wall. The landline, plain as day. The piece of paper suddenly itched in his pocket as he turned his head and wiped the glare off his face. Instantly. Izuku smiles at her, and nods. She hums to him in pleasure at his meek response and loosens her grip on the leash. You can wash yourself up. But you won't be showering. It'll be with a cloth. She says, and turns her back to him. She walks over to the drawers next to the sink and opens one, fishes around and shuts it with a heavy sigh. Must have left them hanging outside. He hears her mumble. His heart was thundering so loudly he was sure she could hear it. Almost just as quickly she turns her head sharply and glares at his cowering form on the ground. I need to go outside and get one off the line. Can I trust you to stay put? Izuku nods obediently, eagerly, and forces himself desperately to seem calm and not eye the phone. He lets his shoulders slump, submissively, wings relaxed and fanned out casually. Skepticism washes over her face. If you move a single centimeter, next time I'll do worse than starve you. She warns and then leaves. He waits until her footfalls cascade down the hall to the back door before Izuku jumps up out of his skin, fumbling around in his pocket for that messy handwriting as he races over to the table despite the way his body screamed at him to rest. Hands shaking, Izuku almost drops the phone as he picks it up out of his stand and clumsily dials the number as fast as his stiff fingers allowed. The ringing echoes in the house, so loud that he can feel it in coordination of his heart beating out of his ribcage, so loud he fears that she'll hear and come racing inside. He knew that the front door would be locked, no doubt with a key, and that his wings were too weak to even lift him off the ground, and it wouldn't be long until she was back here. He knew the distance between this room and outside, and it was long, but Izuku hopes and wills for the phone to ring faster, for someone to pick it up faster. He can feel it in his pulse as it jumps from his skins as his collapses to the floor, pain washing out his last sap of strength it took to make it over. Izuku clutched the receiver so tightly with both hands as he brought it to his ear and waited. This was his last chance to escape, his last logical one, if he could just get a hold of. Hello? Who is this? A tired voice clampers through the old, black microphone, unaware. Please help me. Izuku cries hysterically, breathes laboring louder than his words. She's locked me in a B basement, please Mr. Aizawa. A sound of shock is muffled through the phone. It's so quiet Izuku can make out the sound of his mother outside, coming in. The back door slams shut. Her footsteps swell louder, with more purpose. Oh god, she can hear him. Izuku! Aizawa yells through the phone. Is that you? Kid, where are you? What can you see? His teacher says, matching his urgency, voice dripping in unconcealed worry. Tears fall down his cheeks, legs folding under him unnaturally as he sobs violently into the phone. He had never felt more relief to hear the sound of his voice. She see coming, please, I'm so scared. Izuku. Deep breathes. Okay. Can you tell me where you are? Do you recognize the building you're in? He whips around the room, forgetting in his hysterics that he knows exactly where he is, what room, what street. That he could perfectly describe the outside of his house if his feathers weren't shaking in nerves so rooted into his bones that he could barely form a coherent sentence. I am in. You insignificant, foul animal. His mother screams from the doorway. The heavy sound of her feet catches up to his huddled body and snatches him off the place he perched himself in. Izuku holds the phone for dear life until the cord pulls straight. Help me. He screams just before the line goes dead and his mother scrunches a fistful of his hair and drags him down the hall with intent. He screams and cries so loudly his throat burns. Arms flailing wildly, reaching, grasping for something, he claws marks across the wall as she roughly throws him down the steps. Izuku tried digging his heels to slow the descent, but they catch nothing as he felt himself being thrown down the stairs without much effort. His body burns at the impact of the 6 steps, wings numb after they took the brunt of his fall. A raw, guttural cry of agony tears its way out of him wildly as he writhes on the floor. I'm sorry, I am sorry, mama. Shut it with your pathetic whining. I warned you. And do you know what happens to boys who don't listen? His mother says as she follows him down with heavy, meaningful weight to it, her fist clenched so hard by her side Izuku could see it turn white. Out of fear he scrambles back as far as his body allows him. His back smacks into the wall, harshly. Eyes wide open and shaking. Her shadow falls over him in a sickening display of power. I should have killed you when I had the chance. No. Please. Izuku cries, bringing his hand to his face, trying to shield the first blow, but his body was so weak he couldn't even absorb it and his muscles just crumpled like paper. Izuku saw stars, bright and harsh as he felt himself violently thrown to his side. Even after he felt himself go lax, let himself close his eyes and give up, she didn't stop. The first thing Izuku recognizes when he comes to is the feeling of warmth on his back. It was heavy, weighted, like a blanket, but it didn't cover enough of his cold-nipped skin. Before anything else, that heaviness seemed to nestle itself between his shoulders and lower back, not even threatening to move when he twitched his body to curl up under it better. In that moment, nothing made more sense to Izuku than to snuggle in closer, to chase that feeling he felt so endearly focused on. He couldn't see past it, and for a vulnerable second in the back of his mind that seemed truly clogged up, it was all he knew. His thoughts were slow to understand, lugging in his thunderous ache with difference like there was an anchor strapped to it, heavy and stagnant. It matched the beat of his heart, thumping ruthlessly as if alive all on its own. Izuku shifted in closer under the heat over his shoulders, willing for it to tug him deeper in the euphoria of his quiet, still moment of relief. The ground was almost comfortable, in a way familiar to those rare nights where he did find himself riding out the agony that was rooted so tautly in his muscles. There was almost a feeling of peace when he remembers his past, remembers that life had indeed been easier the way it was. In that particular moment, Izuku finds himself wishing to be that scared little boy again, whose only worry in the world was to make sure no one found out. Maybe, just maybe he shouldn't have accepted Kigo's help, that he should have continued being quiet with his head down with no one asking him things he didn't want to answer and asking him just too much. No, Izuku didn't know why his mother did this to him, is doing this to him, and a small part of himself wants to remain oblivious to it because he'd rather just forget everything about himself. Groaning lowly in his throat, a sound so sudden in the quiet of the room, it lurches him forward as if shocked into reality. Izuku feels the beginnings of an ache roll down his spine. The facade of safety seeping into the cracks of cement, swirling around the sweat beating out of his skin and in the fold of his limbs. He could feel by that present, harsh ache, that something was really wrong. It deepened as he shifted against the feeling, in a creeping and never-ending bite under the heaviness he felt on his chest. So heavy, in fact, a strangled breath couldn't push past his dry lips and he could feel his airways tighten up. Almost panicked, chittering, he tries skiing in another hearty mouthful of air, finding that it doesn't get rid of the pain in his chest and the sudden weight to it. His eyes snap open with a bite of pain, aware that the light had been turned off again and he is met with that lonely darkness once more. He tries between labored breaths to sit himself up, but the debilitation of whatever is pressing so hard on his back stills any attempt to. Izuku tries to reach his tired arm over his shoulder, crying and tears pooling down his cheeks as the pain knocks back any awareness of his inability to just breathe. Something like rough fabric brushes over his fingers as he moves them down as far as he could, stopping when they rest over a buckle and strap. Slowly, the realization seeps in. His feathers press heavy under the coarse material, tangled, broken and stiff, in coercion to the nauseating throbs in the joints and appendages. Izuku's vision flashes white when he dares to push against, and out of that warmth he found no comfort in like he had moments before, the sudden feeling of just being trapped so high in his thoughts. Nothing made more sense than that. His mother hadn't left him with a blanket to scare away the chill of his cage, but had decided to bind him. Something broken and inhuman escapes his lips once again, followed by the pressing silence of the room. He couldn't even hear the sound of her footsteps, of anything, and for a fleeting moment of relief, despite the pain radiating over every cell of his body and that looming dread in his pit and the fact that he still couldn't breathe, he felt safe. Safer than he's felt in a long time. It is okay. She's not here. She can't hurt me. Izuku takes this moment to just calm down, learn to breathe in the bindings again, even though he should be familiar with it and should welcome it. The bindings meant his mother couldn't see them, that it was safe and she won't do anything. Izuku closes his eyes and tries to think past the blooming headache at the base of his skull. He lays there for a long while, his forehead resting on the rough cement and hands cupped over his ears like it could stomp out that little fire of possibility of her coming down those steps and hurting him. Swallowing a lump that feels more like a knife, he curls his fingers more into his hair and tugs at it lightly in frustration. The pain was getting too much, he couldn't even see past it to remember why he was down here. All he knows is that he is, and he must have done something terrible for his mother to lock him down here. A buzzing begins ringing in his ears, despite them being covered, almost like his eardrums hard burst, but he knows they haven't. It was almost like static, tickling every fiber of his muscles like little ants making a home under his skin. Izuku shifts to it like an itch, desperately tries to scratch it, but it falls short as the strain to reach was too much. After a while Izuku closed his eyes and began to fade, hopefully somewhere to the back of his mind where the concrete didn't feel so harsh as he rolled to his side, curled up and wept. There was an arrhythmic drop 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 above his head, like rain hitting the window pane of his bedroom, and it was so steady Izuku actually began to believe it to be raining. Between the chill wafting down the stairs onto his small, huddled form and that musk coming off the walls, he truly wished it was. Snapping awake from a fitful rest to the sound of keys jingling in a lock, Izuku didn't even realize he had been lulled into. He sits ridged up onto his haunches and swivels his neck around to what he believed to be the stairs and basement door. Pain cascades over him once more and protests at the movement, but Izuku swallows back another cry as the door splits open in a loud groan. The light snaps on as well, dancing stars in Izuku's vision as he forces himself to adjust to the brightness he suddenly found himself in. Through the haze in his eyes, Izuku watches as his mother descends the stairs with a step of purpose and casually comes to a stop at the bottom step, and sits. Palming out the pressure on his eyes with a chafed fist, his mother watches in tandem and just stares. There was a glare plastered across her face, angry and full of hate, and it made Izuku shrink away into his own skin, willing that the floor would just open its big, dark mouth and swallow him where he sat. Tense silence filled the room, that fear he felt rushing over him again as she tapped her finger impatiently on her knee. "You've been terribly naughty, Izuku," she says to him, bitterly, after what felt like a millennium. "You did this. You made me do this." Tears pool on his lashes, heavy and desperate, and Izuku bites back a sob. I don't but, he stutters back. "Pro-heroes will be here soon," she adds, ignoring the fresh leaking of cries coming out of his mouth. "You just couldn't accept it for what you are. You always have to get someone involved." "But, I am sorry, Mama, please, I'm sorry," Izuku cried back, confusion laced in his voice. "He doesn't." Izuku stops, clamps his mouth shut and curls his wings further into the bindings. As he moves he only just realizes that he wasn't wearing the chain or leash anymore, he just couldn't fly away, and maybe his mother thought that's all it took to rip that sense of hope from him. He knew that she could get upset at him with a drop of a hat, but the shaking of his hands jolted in a story as he reached into the pocket of his pants. And felt for the slip of paper. With an unconcealed cry he realizes it's missing. He looks up frightened when his mother brings a ruffle around in the pocket of her skirt and fishes out a crumpled ball. From here Izuku immediately recognized the scribbled lines darting between the cracks of the paper. For a moment she rolls it around in her hand, and then throws it at Izuku's feet. He didn't reach for it, remembering, the implication of why she had it to begin with. Izuku faults himself for not knowing, not realizing, that it wasn't a dream he had called Mr. Aizawa, and that without a fleeting second of doubt he would be looking for him. Hope tries to bloom in his mind, but it gets snuffed out the second his mother's voice grates out. "You've left me with no choice. I'm running out of time. All I have left is what I believe that I'm doing is right, that you deserve it, you do, and I'm not going to let a filthy animal take it away." She mumbles, growls out even, as she stands up. Izuku watches as she hightails it back up the steps, grabs something she left just outside the door, something red, as she pops the cap and starts pouring it down the steps. The smell hits his nose instantly, harsh and full of earthy chemicals, and it couldn't be mistaken with anything. It drips down the steps, dark and foreboding, and it begins pooling a puddle at his feet. She takes the few steps back down and starts running it all over the floor, around Izuku like a python, closing in and dumping it all over him. It burns when it slips into his mouth, singeing his nose like acid. Izuku GGS at it, slips across the floor as he tries to stand on his weak, exhausted legs to get away from her. Tears are freshly flowing, snot smearing under his nose and across his chin as he tries rubbing off the liquid of gasoline from his face so he could try and make out what was happening. Panic seeps in as Izuku watches his mother race up to the door, a two-tone splinter in her fingertips as she threateningly holds it over the edge of the box. They thought that Hisashi had set himself alight with his quirk, she's rambling, hysterical. I made it look like a freak quirk accident, but they'll know it's not this time they'll know. Please. Mama D don't do this. I'm sorry, stop. Izuku cries as her hands start whipping across the sandpaper ignition, setting sparks on the match. It glows across her freckled cheek, menacingly, bright and dangerous altogether. Your father ruined me, sleeping with that beast. You all deserve to be treated like the animals you are. Panicking, she drops it into the dark liquid. For a small fraction of a moment it doesn't do anything, just drowns in the pool. Izuku heart lurches as he watches it from his place on the floor, fearing spewing from his lips as he curls his knuckles into the ground once again to just back away get away. It bursts out into flames, descending into his room in seconds and traveling over to his writhing body on the floor. Wait, and no. It races across the gasoline as if it's alive, crackling hungrily as it spreads out and chases over to him like a bloodhound. Izuku scrambles back, his binded wings hitting the firm corner of the room as he slips and scrapes his side across the cement. The flames reach high into the ceiling, reaching, as it too tries to find a way out. Between the kicks of it, Izuku sees his mother leave, closing the door behind him and locking it. Oh God, he's going to die. Desperate, Izuku wails, screams, for someone, anyone, to help him. He turns to the wall and starts scratching at it with his nails, feeling the bedding rip of his fingers in his attempt to live. His binding digs uncontrollably into the crevices of his skin, stabbing and tearing at anything it could reach. Izuku cries out in shame, fear. Smoke plumes inside the shut-off room, the fire creeping up into the wooden rafters of the ceiling, trapping him in that small, bloodied and hot space. The fire catches him faster than he could figure out how to get out. It crawls up his pant legs and onto his arm. Izuku feels its acidic and deadly force burning holes into his skin, something animalistic radiates through his strangled screaming as he's set alight. Dizziness settles in his vision, and he sways and sees double of the room. He cries and screams as the fire catches onto his arms even higher, burning up his limb. Izuku desperately tries to swat it off as it burns up his neck onto his face. He feels it melting his skin as he screams in agony, rolling around on the floor to put it out. His wings thrash with despair under the binds, trying to save what's left of his charred body as he burns off the fire into the simmering floor that had caught him. Izuku writhes in the ground, waiting, dying, as his body starts shutting down and the smoke becomes too thick and his body aches with something worse than the pain of wanting to kill himself all those months ago. He begins choking on the fumes, feeling his lungs shut down at each sharp intake as he finds it harder to breathe through the smoke and the heat. It's so hot Izuku thinks he might be on fire. He's burning alive and his screams can't be heard through the cracking and sizzling of the wood burning around him. The dry wood crackles and pops loudly. He thinks he can make out the sound of it splintering between his haze. Pressure of the heat makes him sweat and drool all over the ground, feeling each breath exhaled with something black and moving out in his lungs like a snake. It started to truly climb up the walls. The roof begins folding in on itself like the flames were dragging it closer to its embrace. Something guttural, so desperate, claws between his fits of choking. Help. Someone please help me. Izuku wails, believing the sound to be drowned out but the liking of the fire. His lungs begin burning as planks start stoking the room further as it falls from his head, landing like bullet wounds and patterns across the floor. Each breath feels more lighter than the other, his head pulling as he finds his body isn't responding to him. He feels like he's swaying on a ship, spinning in a dance despite how he can't move. Izuku thinks of Katsuki, of his angry eyes that he thought did curve into understanding when looking at him, of Shudo and the sun he felt sitting under the tree during lunch. Izuku thinks of Kigo, and that feeling of flying together over the cities on the rare times they celebrated his progress on being a hero, and then he thinks with a solemn, dying smiles, of his teacher, that voice of concern, of quiet moments where he noticed almost instantly of something he thought he was hiding reasonably well. Something loud yells above, but the ringing in his ears mistook it for the squeal of the flames. A rush of wind parts the orange sea swallowing him, a shadow dashed across the room towards him. He wept, feeling the strength ebb from his body, and as he closed his eyes, Izuku saw through tears red wings and a scarf wrapping around him. Izuku! It felt hard to open his eyes, like anvils resting on top of his lids, heavy and unmoving. Izuku wonders if it's always hard to open your eyes when you die, and is it like this for everyone? He feels his eyebrow twitch at his attempts, against something soft and unlike the coarse surface of the cement. He tries to feel what it was with his hand, but finds his right arm not cooperating with him. Izuku couldn't move, but he felt warm like he was bathing in the sun. He could feel the clouds under him as it lifted him up in what he wanted to be his place of rest, but something was wrong. A smell that was too sharp hit his nose in an unsavory way, and there was a prick in his side that he couldn't rub out when he shifted. Izuku scrunched his nose in confusion and opened his eyes with what felt like great effort, finding a porcelain white ceiling above him instead of the blue sky he was dreaming of. He shifts slightly in his own pitiful attempt to sit up. Pain shoots across the right side of his body, and agonized groans escape his dry lips. His eyes spring to tears as he tries blinking away all the feelings of wrong. In alarm he realizes that he couldn't see out of his right eye, couldn't move his arm, couldn't feel anything on that side of his body, and he sits up frantically at the loss of his senses and just the panic, the confusion, the room spinning, and Izuku thinks he's going to throw up all over himself as pain erupts across every fiber and another screams builds on his tongue. Easy now, baby bird. Izuku hears someone say, feels hands on his uncharred and unwrapped shoulder. Snapping his head in the direction of the voice, Izuku sees Kigo throw blurred vision and wetness in his lashes, bubbling with a worried grin over his face as he settles over Izuku. Wah. Shoo, baby bird. Try not to speak. We don't want to strain your burns. Kigo hushed him, his carefree smile too loose to be familiar. The hero pulls the chair closer to him, and takes Izuku by his free hand and squeezes tightly. If it weren't from the confusion and relief and happiness that had abounded all of a sudden, he would have made a remark that it actually hurt a little. Instead, Izuku manages a wobbled part in his lips, and blinks a tear from his eye. The pro leaned forward over the hospital bed, that Izuku duly realizes he's in, and presses so harshly into the mattress Izuku feels the indentation. A shaky laugh escaped Hawks, followed by a chipped, "God, kid, you scared the hell out of us." Izuku can feel warm droplets start pittering, landing on the side of his curled fist, and he finds himself weeping to those words. It takes a long, steady moment before he realizes that his brother is crying. Guilt surges in his chest at the implication that he had made Hawks worry so much, it chews and gnaws at his insides like a parasite. Words build in his throat and die there as he weeps in coordination. All he can manage between his burnt mouth are a few hearty chirps of comfort as he begs the pro to stop crying, stop killing himself over him. "I'm just you're okay, Izuku." He hears Hawks muffle out. "You're alive. Everything is okay." Izuku wanted to believe it was his own line of encouragement. Kigo replies in his own sad chirps as he spews another worried one out, squeezing at his hand tightly despite the strength that was lost to him. Slowly Hawk sits up and smiles at him, wiping at his tears roughly to hide any evidence of the turmoil. "Don't worry about old me. Just glad you're home." Nodding again, feeling overwhelmed, Izuku just rests in the touch of Hawks and feels an utter sensation of safe. After a while of just basking in each other, Izuku gives Hawks an encouraging squeeze in rhythm and want. "What is it, baby bird?" Kigo asks between a few welded clasped squeezes in his hand. "Do you need to ask me something?" Izuku nods slowly at him and settles himself more into the pillows of his bed, something that Hawks had been desperate to have him do after a few minutes of pestering. Kigo hums at him and turns around, as if remembering something. Izuku watches as he plucks out a worn notebook and flips to a brand new page. He rests it on Izuku's lap atop of the covers, and settles a green crayon in his fingers. With more difficulty than he'd like to admit, Izuku begins scribbling out words. He could feel his muscles defying him and moving, so he found himself pushing out messy, unfinished words of what and how. After a minute of silence and contemplation as Kigo reads over the words, he asks, "What do you remember?" More words like mother kidnap fire are thrown on the color green display, with smaller things like hurt wings hungry added where he could fit it. Another set of tears pools on both their lashes as the hero reaches up and pats his head in another action akin to silent understanding. Izuku bites back a sob as he wills his mind to just stop thinking about the things he could remember. Izuku nods at him, fleeing it flooding back to him in waves as he recalls what he thought to be his last moments. It swells deep in his chest at the realization that he was so close to death, again, and that he hadn't wanted to die. Something broken spews from his mouth and Kigo coos at him in comfort. The hero stands up and gently pushes Izuku over on the rather large accommodation, settling beside him and curling up next to him. Izuku scrunches his hand into the hem of his civilian wear and cries into Hawk's shoulder as he opens his arms out for him. It takes a while for him to settle, unable to find the shame to peel off Kigo's drenched clothing as his wings hang protectively over his burnt side. It had been so long since he'd felt so safe and welcome in a place so unfamiliar, and it sank uncomfortably deep into his chest that it ripped a few more hearty sobs from him. When he calmed again, embarrassed trying desperately to claim a red hue over his cheeks, Izuku went back to his forgotten notebook and wrote out another word across the top of several others. Mr. Aizawa, it said, though difficult to make out between the other letters. He's fine. Present Mike came by a couple of hours ago and dragged him home for a shower and a decent meal. He's been sitting by your side longer than I have, living off nothing but straight coffee and the jelly packets he always has on him. Yuck. Hawks huffs out, a little humored by it. We tried to convince him to have a decent sleep before he came back, but he refused until you woke up. Speaking of, I was meant to ring recovery girl when you woke up. Hold on, baby bird. Hawks fishes out his phone and dials a number. It rings 2 times before and a gravely, elderly voice punched through. Izuku doesn't quite make out what she said, but based on what he gathered from Kigo's end that she'll be over in an hour for another checkup. I just sent a confirmation to Eraser 2, he's on his way with a detective friend of his. Kigo numbly adds as he strokes Izuku's hair in comfort before slipping off the bed back to his side. Kigo had resumed his place on Izuku's bedside, casually draping his wing over to his own and brushing it lightly. The sound fills out the space of quiet that had developed, bringing a sense of comfort to him in a way he didn't know he wanted. His fingers remained curled around the corner of the book, crayon still loosely fitted in his 2 fingers as he flicked the edge with his thumb, if not to just do something. His arms still swam with pains from writing, but it wasn't something he wanted to give up on. He knew he'd need it when his teacher arrived. There was an underlying scent of burnt hair in the room. Izuku could almost taste it if it weren't for the leftover smoke resin still staining him. It was unpleasant and wrong in all he could think of, but he just bit back the dryness of his throat and willed for his body to get used to it faster. After a while his body started getting ridged and sore in the position he was in and he dared to move to right himself. Pain flared over his body and it pushed out a harsh gasp from his lips. Grinding his teeth together, Izuku allows the blanket to pool at his hips as he sets himself in a better spot. At the sound of his dismay, Hawks is leaning back over the bed, gingerly grasping him by the shoulder and helping him settle down. There is a pinch to the corner of his eye, one of unconcealed concern and just awareness to every breath he was taking. It was comforting in a way that someone was so close and so attuned to his needs. It almost brought more tears to his raw eyes. Kigo joked to him through playful reprieve that, "You're still a little crisped up, baby bird." Izuku thought it was absolutely terrible, but he still wasn't able to suppress the amused huff and small smile at his mentor's toothy grin at the sarcasm. Once he was settled again, Izuku could feel the tired tug of exhaustion nipping at all his limbs, so heavy that Izuku found himself unable to keep his eyes open. He drifted for a while, bright red dancing under his lids as fire laced his dreams and screams echoed in his ears. Izuku jolted awake at some point, jumping in his slumber at the sound of a door opening and shutting quietly. Izuku blinked slowly as he tried making out the tall shape entering his room, dragging over a spare chair to his right side with only just concealed urgency and sitting themselves down close enough that he could reach out and touch them. A capture scarf appeared after he rubbed out the blurriness and his heart ached to see his teacher next to him, knowing of the horrors he must have heard and seen. Aizawa's tried eyes swept across the room swiftly and then stopped dead on him. He watched as his teacher chewed in the inside of his cheek, what he knew was uncharacteristic as his hands fidgeted in his lap. Izuku always knew his teacher to be calm and collected, but seeing him so shaken by what happened despite the best efforts to hide the fact it was affecting him, made Izuku crumple lower into the bed out of guilt and shame. He couldn't even imagine what had been going through his teacher's mind when he first learnt of his disappearance, and the phone call. Did he think he failed Izuku seeing him burnt and so terribly broken? As if by a jolt of uncomfort, Izuku suddenly finds himself hyper-aware of how he must look, head to toe in bandages with burnt-off hair and crumpled, disheveled wings loosely tucked to his back. He tries to croak out a sound to fill out the space, a sorry if he could manage it, but finds it falling short as the intense brunt of Aizawa's gaze doesn't leave his figure at all. It wasn't harsh, but watchful and calculating and anything but angry. "I told you when he'd wake up," Hawks say in the room, still holding firm onto Izuku with a quiet sigh. He doesn't respond first to that, finally dropping his stare to the taut grasp Izuku had on Kigo's hand, before falling to his own that sat idly across his thighs. Suddenly his teacher leaned forward on his knees, a frown peeking outside of his scarf. It became abundantly clear to Izuku of his appearance more wild and his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. There was an obvious stubble across his jaw and a weight to his shoulders. Aizawa hangs his head low, and breathes out a deep huff that sounded like relief. Izuku spares a concerned look towards Kigo, who shakes his head in his own uncertainty. Then, he parts his lips to try and say something again and a gruff voice beats him to it. Don't. It was stern, but didn't hide any bite behind it. Doctor's orders. Aizawa mutters and looks up between his oily, unbrushed hair. There were no tears, but Izuku couldn't not imagine them there. He clamps his mouth shut just as fast, ignoring quiet laughter coming from his mentor, shyness seeping into his skin again. Yeah, we must all be on babysitting duty then? Kigo asks, amused by both of their reactions. I said the same thing. Aizawa ignores the comment and lets his eyes wander over to Izuku's bandaged side, studying the heavy wrapping over his shoulder and neck, the gauze on his face. Izuku could feel the clogs turning, and he angled his head away in embarrassment and shame, shifting ever so subtly to the tired eyes of his teacher. His right hand curls as best as he could manage into the sheets, shaking. Beats of more silence stretched before suddenly Izuku heard fabric grating across itself. Out of the corner of his eye he watches Aizawa reach a hand out in slow, deliberate movements and settle it on the top of his head, petting and wrestling his hair in comfort as if the act alone reminds his teacher that he was in fact there. The gesture was brief, a little awkward, but Izuku didn't miss the relief flood over the features of his teacher as he looks up at him. You did good, is all Aizawa says, bringing his hand to squeeze his shoulder after a while, in pride, before tucking his arm back over his chest, leaning back into his chair. You called, just as I asked. You were very brave, Izuku. Izuku's eyes burned suddenly, sensitive. Another choked cry lumps out like an illness and he pulls his hand from Kigo and huddles in on himself. He cries into the room, something raw and guttural and so unbelievably painful. I am very proud of you, Aizawa says, looking over to Hawks, we are proud. He repeats, to emphasize his words. Sinking lower to the point he could fall through the sheets, Izuku weeps and wipes furiously at the tears that were cascading and pooling on his chin. A certain feeling of shame suddenly sits on his chest between the chittering of his teeth and the quiet chirps of Kigo next to him. I am sorry, Izuku goes to mumble out in his harsh throat but gets abruptly stopped by warmth cupping over his covered knee. Looking over slowly he sees his teacher leaning over again, squeezing and grounding him in his own silent way. I should be the one to apologize. Aizawa mulls into the room, guilt laced into his tone like a disease. It's my responsibility as your teacher to ensure you and anyone under my care and attention are safe at all times. That's where I have failed you, Izuku, and for that I am more sorry than I'm willing to admit. Izuku shakes his head, defiant. Why was he apologizing if he wasn't so weak this would have never happened? If he just kept his quirk hidden like he was meant to. Swallowing a lump from his mouth, his words he wants to believe, Izuku knows he doesn't regret saving Bakugo, he never would, and that his teacher shouldn't too. Just as he's about to voice it, Kigo's voice chimes in gentle contrast, you should get some rest, baby bird. He says. Aizawa nods, sitting up straighter but doesn't pull back from Izuku. Yes. You should, kid. His teacher mumbles, and almost in what Izuku observes as motherly, he drags his hand up and tucks in the blanket over his shoulders that was sitting on his lap. Do you want the lamp off, Izuku? Kigo asks gently. He nods, deciding not to argue with the two, knowing how pointless it would be between all their exhaustion. Izuku snuggles in and closes his eyes again, trying to gauge the quiet rumbling from Aizawa and Kigo as they whisper to themselves, but in a little amusement he realizes it's mostly just his brother. There was that dull ache still pressing into his side, but it didn't hurt as much as he thought surrounded by something he wouldn't be upset to call home. For days Izuku fluxed in and out of consciousness. He found himself unable to keep himself awake for long periods of time and opted to give in to the internal tug of exhaustion. The first time he had woken up he was meant to speak with a detective friend of his teacher's, as so he was told the following morning after a soft nudge by Kigo petting his head. They didn't meet that morning, or the day after that, and eventually it turned into a week of no meetings and preemptly turned in lots of sleep and rest. He hadn't spoken much during that time, or any for a long while. Izuku tries to convince himself it was mostly because Aizawa was always a constant presence in his room and he hadn't wanted to be reprimanded by it, though he duly noted that his teacher wouldn't truly punish him if he did so. But deep down in the core of his heart, Izuku found himself really not wanting to talk at all. Eventually he was checked out for his muteness as a concern from Aizawa, though Izuku knew it was by his own choice and not an problem, but let them both be told by some miracle that he didn't sustain any life-threatening issues after his time with his mother, that he was due to a full recovery in all aspects. It had surprised him being told by the staff who were taking care of him, because there truly was a stage that he felt he was going to die. It didn't hit Izuku firsthand, the implication of it all. He justifies it to stress because he knew what had happened, lived it. He was kidnapped, tortured Aizawa had supplied in one of their back-and-forth conversations with his notebook and almost murdered. There were minor details Izuku desperately tried to forget about, but he knew it would be hard to when every time he closed his eyes she was there over the top of him, treating him like an animal, and he wasn't, but his tears weren't fake and so wasn't his life, but he wished it was, and he wished to be born into a different one. So he kept with the basics. He knew what happened, huge details weren't important, but those around him were pessimistic about it all. Through sobs one evening Izuku had tried explaining to Hawks the extent of his time in the dark, but had been abruptly stopped by his brother with a hug so tight it felt suffocating and after a while, just wrong. Izuku hated it. Sitting in his own skin as he idly dreaded what comes after, especially after all he had known for 2 weeks? He whispered, something feral and frightened clawing inside his ribs. It felt like a lifetime. Yes, baby bird. You were gone for 2 weeks. Had that been the real reality? Izuku wanted to believe him, but his concept of it all had warped into something he didn't even recognize. When Detective Tsukachi finally got in touch and visited Izuku, all he could do was clam up and cry into his hands. A small part of him wanted to help imprison his mother. She had tried to kill him, but there was that even deeper, that need of acceptance from her. All he wanted was for her to love him, and he can feel the seed of shame and guilt grow through his veins like a poisonous snake. What kind of person thinks like this after what he's been through, what she's done to him? Everything was so wrong, and he can feel the bugs crawling under his skin, feel the maggots coming out of his ears. Izuku knew he was disgusting, so f***ing rotten. He doesn't even realize it at first, but he wasn't breathing right, he was shaking and those around were surrounding him into a cage and there were voices screaming at him to stop and calm down and just take a deep breath. But what does that even mean if you're not even sure you are alive and here, and why can't he see? Izuku flinches harshly when a hand touches the back of his neck and tries to rub it soothingly, so frightened he actually hisses at them and snaps away. He's desperate now and knows it too when he jumps off the bed, wings flailing uselessly behind him, crooked and burned and lifeless as they drag across his arms as he drops to his hands and knees and crawls into the dark space under it. 2 concerned voices yell out to him again as he curls himself tightly under the beams of the hospital bed, praying no one dares to move the long fleece blanket that is giving him so much darkness. He can feel his throat tighten and his teeth chitter as he wails into the crook of his elbow, legs drawn close to him and wings bending awkwardly around his small form. After a while of silence, when his eyes burn too much to make shapes out in the dark, Izuku unfurls himself from his perch and sets himself comfortable in the void he had claimed. He knows he's not alone when he listens carefully and discovers the soft breaths of someone nearby, probably on the armchair beside him, but Izuku's too scared to look. Darkness found itself as a comfort for him after he had to familiarize himself with it during his weeks of solitude. He wasn't ready to face everything again, he just couldn't. Izuku knew there wasn't a place for him outside of this darkness, so why should he even try to find his way out? For a long while Izuku just listens to the soft breathing in his room and simmers atop of his grief. It stews and boils and burns his insides, just like a fire would, and he truly wishes, for just a fleeting moment, that he had died. He wants his mother, but he should hate her, and resent her, but he's trying so hard to. Izuku truly wants to believe there was a reason for all of this, a perfectly fair and just reason. But he hears Hawks down the hall, ever so often, pleading with someone he can't make out to keep him away from it all, to just lock her up. What other evidence do you need? But Izuku swallows harshly and blinks the tears away. There was a point, after what felt like days, where Izuku started feeling ill. It was grating and tearing out his insides with no premise to the sensitivity of his body, and it was clawing out his throat faster than he could keep his mouth closed. The sound of hurried footsteps rushed over before Izuku could cry to them to leave him alone, and he's greeted with the harsh light of the evening. And had it really been all day, and there is an arm on his shoulder, gripping and pulling him out from the darkness in worry. Past the pile of vomit and the tear tracks on the floor. Tired, gray eyes meet his own as Aizawa holds him at arm's length, close enough that he can feel the steady breath of his teacher feathering the hair out of his face. Izuku wants to cry and crawl away and hide and hope the darkness eats him alive, but instead he finds himself clinging off the black, katone jacket of Aizawa, sobbing into it and clenching his fingers around the fabric like it would fall through and disappear. A hand rubs soothingly on his back, with a pressure that Izuku is more grateful for than he realizes, and the soft gruff voice whispers in his ears in a quiet and steady way that he finds himself leaning closer to his teacher. Izuku knew this was inappropriate in any standard, but Aizawa was warm and welcoming and so patient he couldn't stop crying. He cried until he couldn't keep his eyes open anymore, and it's daytime again and he's resting atop the mattress of his bed. With a small breath, he realizes he's alone. Izuku doesn't remember what happened, but he does know that he's missing a strong hand on his arm and how it made him feel safer. Tsukachi came back later that afternoon after postponing the previous interview. Izuku didn't want to see any more police or anyone that just wasn't Hawks and Aizawa, but he knew it was standard protocol for what he had been through and what he had witnessed. He was thankfully able to get through it this time around, though through tears and stutters and lots of heartache, but he did it and he was proud. He should be proud. But, after careful observation and discovery, Izuku explained that his mother was the only family he had. His father, he tells those in the room with him, was not around anymore, and that he remembers his mother offhandedly telling him that he had cheated on her. And that it was with someone Izuku believes with an animal-like quirk like his own. The realization had sat heavy in the room for quite a while, as Tsukachi muttered to Aizawa and Hawks of the possible reason why his mother did what she did, of how insane it truly was. Though, they also knew that Izuku couldn't return to her, it was cruel and unethical and she was arrested anyhow and he just wanted to forget everything that happened and just to move on. Afterwards, when he had snapped his notepad shut and put his pen behind his ear, Tsukachi explained to Izuku that his mother would be going to trial that following week and that he wasn't obliged to attend, much to his silent relief even though all he wants is for her to love him. When Izuku does check out of the hospital, still bandaged and burnt and very quiet, he goes home with Aizawa straight to the dorms. His teacher thought that maybe a familiar and safe place would be best for him to be reintroduced to. Much to Izuku's surprise, he was met at the gates by his entire class, all piling on top of him in hugs and apologies and just thank goodness you're okays, and behind them all he spots Bakugo, gnawing on his lips slightly and just not looking at him, but Izuku knew that was his trademark signature of his concern. It made him smile a little, despite it all. Settling back into his room, still askew from his last time in there like time had stopped while he was gone, was rather easy. Everyone had carried his things up for him, coddled and patted down a seat for him in the common area and just distracted him from it all. It was nice, he got to choose what they had for dinner, what movie they were all gonna watch, and later Kigo had flown through the door with bags of popcorn even though it was almost over. And for the first time in a while, Izuku thought he was going to be okay. That this was fine and maybe he could finally move on and live how he's always wanted to. He had friends, they felt like friends and acted like them too, and it made Izuku feel so bubbly and warm inside, and it was a feeling he hadn't felt in so long, and Izuku is grateful. If he hadn't met Hawks that fateful night, he wouldn't be here, in his dream hero school surrounded by people who cared about him, and he wouldn't be sitting here with his wings out like he was just like everyone else. Izuku had never realized it, but no matter how he acted, there was always a resemblance of hope inside him, like he was always reaching his hand out to be saved, like a small ember that wouldn't blow out despite how cold the wind was. And Izuku knows that with his mother, it was always a constant feeling of trying to light a match in the snow. One thing after another, and for a long time it was all he knew, but now he wouldn't mind knowing this forever. Knowing that he was accepted in a room of people he never dreamed of being in, mentored under someone as great as Hawks, and just alive and free as far as his wings would take him. He feels tears grow on his lash line and wipes them off as fast as they form. When the night ends, he retreats back to his dorm, ushering people out with promises he'll be fine, and for the first time in a long time, he's alone. Izuku finds comfort in his sheets and squishes his face into them. He lays there for a while, thinking, stewing and worrying about things he didn't have to anymore, but the solace glimmer isn't everlasting and there is a small knock on his door. Izuku goes to sit up and ward off whoever is outside. He's fine, but in classic form Bakugo marches quietly into his room, shuts the door and leans against it. They hadn't spoken a word the whole evening, not since the night he had groomed Izuku's wings for him. Just that thought alone blooms a blush of embarrassment over his cheeks, but he bites it away and fills the redness in his cheeks up with questions. Do you need something, Kaisi Bakugo? Izuku meekly says to him, watching as his friend's shoulder releases its tension from it, as if he had walked through an invisible gate. Bakugo didn't reply immediately, and chose to just stare at Izuku as if blinking would make him disappear and that his coming back never really happened at all. For a while they just sat in his quiet room, staring and absorbing each other in like they were their lifeline. Izuku could feel his unease grow with every second, his wings twitched behind him in nerves, and a few times he caught Bakugo's eyes flick towards them, as if remembering he did have them after all. Izuku would never forget the feeling of being looked down upon, but strangely enough the way Bakugo was looking at him right now didn't feel like that at all. It wasn't calculating or malicious, but almost comforting, like the blonde's look alone could ward off anything evil that tried to attach themselves to him. He lived in that warmth for a bit, suddenly content that he had come in the first place even though all they'd done was just relax in their space again. It felt as if time never had truly passed at all. Slowly though, he watched as Bakugo jumps off the wall in a smooth motion and takes the last 2 steps between them and finds a spot next to him in the edge of his bed. Now flush, almost frighteningly so, Izuku tries not to JRK away when he feels the skin of their knees touch. He reminds himself that everything is okay, he won't hurt you, but he couldn't stop the flurry of unease die in his chest and rot his tongue over. All he could manage is a chirp from his lips, and he smacks his mouth close at the sound he made. Embarrassment once again settles itself in his skin and he looks away, hunched in, and he tries his hardest to drape his wings over his shoulder, even though by doing so he was also blanketing Bakugo. But he didn't care, and just wished they were big and red like Kigo's, because his own wings just never seemed to be able to be as great as he wanted them. His poster-covered walls decided that moment to be quite interesting to him as he hides himself from the boy next to him, any moment of comfort already washed into the facade he dreamed it up as. Izuku Bakugo hesitates next to him, uncharacteristically. Izuku tries his hardest not to flinch at the sound of his voice, so rough and grating but so familiar in a good way that he yearns for it. There is the sound of fabric rustling, so subtle and small in the hugeness of his room he almost mistakes it, but a hesitant and steady hand cups his shoulder and pulls his body to face the blonde, the same hand that had caused so much torment in his life that he doesn't even know how he could trust it. But he does, and he allows Bakugo to guide his figure back to him. "Look at me, Izuku." Sniffling, he tentatively searches for the blonde's face and stops when he notices the curve of worry in his eyes. For a moment Izuku wants to look away, too hurt to accept that he's done this. It's his fault that everyone was so upset, but it gets rooted back to spot like a loop as Bakugo's fingers curl harsher into his skin, grounding him. Just, please, look at me." Bakugo repeats, with conviction, shoulders shaking. "I'm sorry," he starts, but his voice thistles out instantly. Stop, Izuku." Bakugo visibly swallows, as if the words pains him. He grunts something low, clearing out his strafe of thoughts, and just says, "I'm sorry. For everything." Izuku stills, mouth parted open and feathers falling past his arms. He feels fingers move from his shoulder to his hands, gripping firmly, and he could even make out the calluses on them. Had he actually said that? It's insane, but it's happened, and tears well up in his eyes again when he thinks about everything all over again from when he was young and how life just threw only terrible things at him, one after the other, and he just constantly felt like he was falling over and over until he really did, how helpless and useless and quirkless the person in front of him made him feel, how his mother made him feel. It's all he ever felt for such a long and agonizing time, but he heard it. What he's wanted all these years was just an acknowledgement, and Bakugo said it, even though she couldn't. He did. "I was shitty to you for so long, and then you went home to something shitty too, and just Zuku, I'm so sorry." He babbles, stares so harshly at him, tears welling in his own eyes. "If I had known about Auntie and your quirk and, wait, no, even if I didn't, I never had a right to be so terrible to you, bully. I'm going to make it up to you, I promise, even if it takes me my whole life." And she too. Izuku hears wobbles and mewls from himself now, and he breaks down. He can't help it, and he lurches into the blonde's arms. He wanted to be surprised when Bakugo reciprocated the hug just as fast, but instead and sobs into a cotton shirt he desperately and pathetically clinged onto and just let it all out. Hands smoothed wherever they could reach on his back, up and down and over the base of his wings, like his emotions could he rubbed out of his skin. "I'm sorry, T2. He says between sobs. "I should have told why you." "Shut it, nerd. This isn't your fault. What she did to you, what I did to you, has no excuses." He sniffed out, clawing at his back just as firmly. "Don't ever apologize. I don't want to hear that crap." And for a fleeting second, he wonders how different everything would be if he had told him. Weeks later Aizawa takes him aside from class and informs him that his mother was now indefinitely in jail, for life. Apparently the detective his teacher was friends with was a huge advocate in getting justice for victims of abuse and domestic violence, and that he personally oversaw the trial himself to make sure his mother was put where she deserved. Izuku, naturally, was thrilled to hear this, despite the small sliver of himself wishing for a life he could have had with her if he was born the way she wanted him to be. But it was better this way, he had to remind himself. Every day. Some sick parts in his mind beg for that connection, that desperate want for love and affection like most children get. He had wanted it for so long, it's all he ever knew, all he could feel. It's why he had guilty pleasured his mind into convincing himself that these deluded thoughts were okay and normal when they never were, never would be. He had always found comfort in that routine he grew to know. It was his normal, and for a long time, despite the pain it has caused him, despite that filthy part of himself that tolerated the abuse, because at least when she was treating him the way she did, she was attentive enough to satisfy that yearn for her. It's taken its time for him to get over this part of himself. The thoughts still sit through the ugly part of his brain he wishes he could scrub free, but therapy and his will only did so much. Not long after her sentence, his first year of high school rolled over into his second, and then third, and then graduation. He hadn't gone to visit his mother, he didn't think he ever would, for a long time, but that was fine. Kigo made sure to distract him with training and studies, and even had him join his agency as his sidekick. Much to their relief, his mentor was allowed to continue working with his quirk and wings, and just in that short span over his high school years he had come near to perfecting his super speed, or electricity amplifier, he decided to call it, in his quirk, and now he could activate it with no thought and little drawback. Much to his happiness, his wings had taken form into something similar to Kigo's, big and powerful, that they now dragged across the ground, and every day his brother would tell him how proud he was, and then every other day after that they'd fly around the city together during patrols. And even though they shouldn't, when they thought they earned it, they rewarded themselves with a late-night mochi run.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.